Good morning, everybody, and welcome to New Jersey Motorsports Park and its Thunderbolt circuit. It is the 2024 edition of the Jersey Road Racing Classic presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA with special guests, the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series and the United States Touring Car Championship. I am Greg Ginsberg, and we're here along with Brian Donati. I'm going to bring that little sign. There we go. There's our names, Brian, up in lights. And Brian, an absolutely gorgeous day here at New Jersey Motorsports Park.
Yeah, I tell you what, it started off a little chilly this morning, and these drivers went out when it was really, really cold, especially this group right here had some really tricky points. But I tell you what, the sun is really beating down. Not a cloud in the sky. I don't think I've ever been here where there's not been a cloud in the sky. So I'm really looking forward to today. I think we're gonna have some pretty good races as we tie these next two race groups. Well, actually, these next two races today. We've got two 20-minute races today for each of these groups. So
yeah, let's bring up the schedule here and take a look. We've already been through qualifying for each of our 7 race groups, and like you said, two 20-minute sprint races for each of our 7 groups. We've got these 6 SCCA classes and Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series classes, and then we've got the Sprint Bracket Road Racers in group number 7. We plan to run the first 3 races before we take about an hour break for lunch, and then it's going to be a long day here, Brian. We don't anticipate wrapping up racing until almost 6 p.m. Eastern time this evening.
Yeah, start a little bit early. Normally we, kind of start around 9 o'clock. We started at 8 o'clock this morning. We're at good qualifying, so we're able to get all of those done, get them in here, and that enables us to get both of our 20-minute races in today.
Indeed, and so we're giving you shots here of around this beautiful circuit, and Ryan, as you said, almost not a single cloud in the sky around Thunderbolt here. Just a beautiful day for racing. Let's take a look. We don't have anybody queued up on the pit lane yet, but it's...
Greg, I tell you what, real quick, while you're queuing all that up, remember, this track just was repaved last year.
Right.
At right around this time. Like last year, we didn't race on this racetrack because the repave was going on.
We were over at the Lightning Circuit this time last year.
So a lot of these guys, a lot of these drivers, if you didn't come here for the majors and you haven't been up here at all, this is your first time out here on this new repaved track. We've got new paint all around. So again, we talked about it early in the morning when it was cold. You had a little bit of condensation out there. Sometimes, some of these cars had a little bit of challenge in qualifying,
right?
Especially in this first group.
All right, so Brian, getting word that our first group of the morning, which is going to be primarily Spec Miatas, they are getting ready to leave the grid. They've got less than a minute, and we just now see the pace car, the beautiful Ciocca Corvette, making its way to us here on the pit lane. And that is our pace car here in the South Jersey region, and we'll have our racers following him soon afterwards. And I think we've got primarily Spec Miatas in this group. I didn't see any SMX drivers, but we do have, I believe, one driver in SMT. Why don't we run down the starting grid here, and we'll talk a little bit about them as we get ready to see them come down the pit lane. And we'll get ready for our first 20-minute race of the day.
All right, absolutely. We're going to do things a little differently this time. We're going to start from the top and go to the bottom. We always used to start from the bottom and go to the top, and we've always run out of time, so we're going to start from the top and go to the bottom.
Sounds good.
Starting on the pole from Hanover, Maryland, in that number 20 machine, that is Seth Gentry. Starting outside on the front row in the number 19 from Springfield, Virginia, that's David Stern. Starting in the 3rd position from Sparks, Glencoe, Maryland, in that Hot Stuff Racing, that is the 63 of John Hotz. Starting in the 4th position, the 51 from Strasburg, Virginia, that's Brian Price. Starting in the 5th position from New York, New York, that's the 195 of John Jenkins. Starting in the 6th position from Wyoming, Pennsylvania, that's the 17 of Ken Williams. Starting in the 7th position from Mountaintop, Pennsylvania, that's the 182 of Nicole Cooper-Cephalo. Starting in the 8th position from Darnestown, Maryland, the 69 of Jeremy Butts. Starting in the 9th position, right here in Oakland, New Jersey, that's the 88 of Michael LaMena. Starting in the 10th position from Christiansburg, Virginia, that's the 78 of Ted K. Hall. Starting in the 11th position from Gurnee, Illinois, that's the 178 of Robert K. Hall. Starting in the 12th position from Wassoming, Pennsylvania, that's the 07 of Bill Gardner.
That's assuming a lot.
That's yeah, exactly right.
The W is silent, right?
Yeah, right, exactly. Starting in the 13th position from Locust Valley, New York, that's the 89 of David Trinder. Starting in the 14th position from Greenwich, New Jersey, that's the 71 of Ivan Seabrook. Starting in the 15th position from Windermore, Pennsylvania, that's the 49 of Tom Gahn. Starting in the 16th position from Elmira, New York, the 59 of Mark Anthony. Starting in the 17th position from Freedon, New Jersey, that's the 27 of Michael Lau. Starting in the 18th position from Potomac, Maryland, that's the 77 of Yosh Hakatuni. Starting in the 19th position from Bridgeton, New Jersey, the 18 of Peter Seabrook. And our lone SMT, we talked about this a minute ago, and we'll get into this as the race goes on, Greg. Starting in the 20th position in that SMT machine, the 08 from Strasburg, Virginia, that's Miranda Price. Starting in the 21st position from Galloway, New Jersey, that's the 122 of Brian Hune. And starting in the 22nd position from Tiltsville, New Jersey, that's the 123 of William Kerr. And starting in the 23rd position from Malvern, Pennsylvania, that's the 0 of Mitchell Redding.
All right, there you go. That is your starting order for today's first race of the, first race of the day, first race of the weekend, first race of the Jersey Road Racing Classic. Here it's going to be Spec Miata with SMT. Brian, as the field starting to get formed up. A little bit of stuttering from our cameras. This is what happens when we don't have a director, Brian. I have to go and talk to all of our cameramen, get them ready for the race here as the field now starting to make their way underneath the bridge towards the final corner. There they are coming onto the front straight for the start of today's race. Let's take a look as they come to the line as our starter has the green flag in the air, Brian, and we are underway here from New Jersey Motorsports Park. Don't worry, that's not dust and dirt. They're not in the grass yet, Brian, although they'll be there soon. A lot of oil dry down on the front straight here.
Yeah, that's trying to go 3 wide real quick, but I tell you what, on the start, Greg, John Hotz gave Seth Gentry a great push, kind of shoving him out
we've
to the front.
We've got one car towards the back of the field, a couple cars with some issues getting through the first corner. Brian, we'll try and get some information on that as the rest of the field now continues.
Tell you what, Greg, as that tends to clean up, most of those drivers are going to roll away. As I was talking about, John Hotz gave that great push to Seth Gentry to head down into turn 1 and came through. That kind of left David Stern kind of out there by himself, not really sure where to go. And as we start to head down into turn 5, you can start to see some of these guys. They are starting to get everything they can as quickly as they can. We had some challenges in qualifying where we've lost a wheel on one car and a lot of spinning going on, and I think that had a lot to do with the cold temperatures back and forth between these cars. These cars are going to take at least a lap and a half really to get some good heat in those tires and get some heat in those brakes before they start really rolling into this thing.
All right, let's take a look here as our leaders now making their way through the Octopus for the very first time, and that is, I believe that's David Stern in the blue 19 car set up at the lead, as we've got another driver who's had some issues over at the Octopus going into the grass there as our leaders come through. No, that isn't Stern.
That is actually Seth Gentry. Now it's David
20.
Stern. John Hotz, who gave Seth Gentry that great push, he's dropped all the way back now to 4th position.
All right, as we bring up our timing and scoring as the rest of our racers come across the start-finish line here to complete lap number 1, as you said, Seth Gentry, David Stern, Brian Price, your top 3, Ken Williams, John Hotz, Mike LaMena, Jenkins, Ted Cahall, and Nicole Cooper-Cephalo rounding out your top 10. Great start for Cooper-Cephalo there on the start. And Brian, I guess this would be an identifying trait of New Jersey Motorsports Park here today, especially early on. Anytime a driver drops a wheel or even thinks about dropping a wheel here, there's going to be a ton of dust and dirt in the air. And it looks like our turn 5 camera having a little bit of problems here. So let's skip that and we'll jump over to turn 7 in just a moment here as we've got our racers coming in to start the Octopus. But it has not rained here for a number of weeks, and it is incredibly dry around the track surface. So we're going to see a lot of dust and dirt, not really indicative that they're necessarily problems for these drivers, but something that they're also going to have to contend with, as it's going to get, in some cases, very difficult to see around the course.
Absolutely. I mean, you almost have to treat that as if you're going into a yellow flag station, per se, just due to the fact that it is so much dust. Greg, real quick as we get going here, that incident had the 122 of that, I believe that's Brian Hune. Then you had the 49 there, Tom Gahn. I'm not sure what's going on with Jeremy Butts. He's in on pit lane. I don't think they put enough fuel in that car because he's already on pit lane getting fuel in that car. So I'm not sure if he's got some type of pickup problem or something else. But I'll tell you what, Greg, in that incident, Tom Gahn had a lot of damage to the front and the rear of that car. And that
would be from that turn one, lap one incident.
Right. So, and then Brian Hune has got some front end damage as well. So,
oops, wrong buttons. I keep pressing the wrong buttons. There we go. Might have to fire the director, Bryce.
Well, if we fire the director, we fire a lot of other things.
Yeah,
so can't really do that right now. We'll get it again. It's hard going there and trying to talk about everything and also trying to push the buttons at the same time. So we'll get it going here as the morning goes on. But I tell you what, Greg, as our leaders now are coming through the Octopus and starting to head through there, you can see we'll be able to see Seth Gentry opening up just a little bit over David Stern. I think it's kind of at a point where right now it's just time to settle in because you've got to go 20 minutes. And I think I was right when it comes to the fuel for Jeremy Butts. He's going back out on the racetrack, but his pit crew, I just saw him putting fuel in the car. So talk about somebody probably going to get fired out of that group, and that could be a problem.
Well, we were talking to a couple of the drivers last night, Brian, and kind of caught a few of them off guard because what they're seeing is, they're used to, a lot of them race primarily at Summit Point Raceway, and they're kind of used to the calibration of the scales there and how much fuel they need to put in a car in order to make it through an entire race. And what a lot of these racers were finding, and it's a good thing they came out for the test day yesterday, is that essentially they were finding that the car was somewhere 5 to 7 pounds lighter when they finished a session and went over the scales than what they had anticipated it would be. And so they now found that they had to put some additional fuel in the car so that they don't end up underweight when they come across the scales at the end of a race.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, not sure, whether or not Jeremy had some pickup problems, just not enough fuel there, but to watch him come down pit road and get fuel and then go right back out, something just doesn't.
Yeah, the problem is that it is a pretty big task to get fuel in those cars. If they've got a fuel jug, there isn't a lot of fuel flow. These cars aren't set up for endurance racing, and to dump 5 gallons even into one of these cars, it will take 2 to 3 minutes sometimes.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Here comes our leaders now, coming out of turn 12. Going to start headed down the start-finish line, Greg. They're going to actually catch Jeremy Butts. Jeremy Butts actually going now through turn 1 into turn 2, coming out of there now, and then our leaders are now going to be headed down into turn 1. That's going to be Seth Gentry and David Stern. They started to pull away a little bit over Brian Price. John Hunt sitting back there in 4th, and then you've got about a 10-car to 15-car length gap back to Michael LeMay, Ken Williams, and then John Jenkins in that 195, as well as that 182 of Nicole Cooper-Cephalov. So, again, you've got a couple different packs here, but look for Stern and Seth Gentry. They've raced with each other before, not in this class, but they've raced with each other before in other classes. Look for them to work together to pull away and then battle it out towards the end of this race.
And we continue, and I apologize, we're continuing to have some problems with some of our cameras over here, like that turn 5 cam. We'll get that, and this is a big thing for Jeremy Butts. He came into this weekend, Brian, about 400 points down from John Hotz in the battle for the SM Mars Championship. And this weekend, although we've got 3 different races, 3 different races for each one of our Mars race groups, only the first one today and the feature race tomorrow count towards the championship. And so the fact that Butts is now a full lap down, this is certainly an issue and a problem for him.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely a problem. But I tell you what, he can make up some points here. Again, Seth Gentry leading right now. David Stern, two drivers not really up in the points. Really, he's racing against John Hotz. Now, the bad thing about this is John Hotz is sitting in fourth place. A couple car lengths back from Brian Price as they come out of turn 2 and head down into turn 3 and turn 4. Again, that's starting to build a little bit. John Hotz could be the driver on an island by himself if those front 3 start to hook up. John Hotz has been pretty solid all year long and pretty consistent all year long. He's got to look to work with Brian Price in order to catch Seth Gentry and David Stern.
All right, as we wait now, and we'll see our leaders. They'll be coming into turn 7, the start of the Octopus here in just a moment. Let's switch over because there they are, and still very close at the front, Brian. We've seen where we're set with Gentry and Stern open up a bit of a gap to Price and Hotz just a little bit further back through a good portion of the course. Things tighten up again here in the Octopus section as we watch here. And on that last lap, Brian Price set the fastest lap of the race where he was almost 0.2 faster than our leader Gentry, about a 10th faster than our second place runner David Stern.
Yeah, I tell you what, it's that second group that's going to come up here. I think that that is going to probably be a little bit faster, and that's led by the 88 there, Michael LeMain, and then the 195 of John Jenkins coming out of turn 12 and headed down the front stretch. Then you got the 17 of Ken Williams. I tell you what, Greg, those three right there are starting to stay nose to tail, and as I said, that Jenkins goes out to make the pass on LeMaina going down the front stretch and coming up through turn 1. LeMaina's got a lot of laps on this track, not only on this car, but in a lot of other cars. So he knows what his car is going to be able to be capable of as the race goes on. Again, we've got that countdown there, so they just have just about 10 minutes left to go in this race. We're about halfway.
All right, so let's make a first call to the grid, Brian, for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2. Wings and Things, our open wheel and prototype racers. Please start heading to the grid. Your race is next. Race group number 2. Open wheel and prototypes. Please head to the grid. Your race is next.
These drivers here, Greg, trying to get everything they can, especially coming through the Octopus right there, coming through turn 7. All the way in. Again, now you can see John Hotz getting right on the back bumper, so it's starting to compress down a little bit.
Indeed.
So as we get through this and we get through turn 12 here, our leaders are going to be within inches of each other as opposed to car lengths as we saw earlier on. So our front 4 starting to break away. And Greg, we've got a new leader in David Stern in that 19 machine from Springfield, Virginia, over Seth Gentry, Brian Price, John Hotz. Then you got to go back probably about 5 seconds back from that. That's the 195 of Jenkins, then the 88 of Michael LeMaina, along with Ken Williams and Nicole Cooper-Cefalos now starting to reel them in as they're starting to jostle and to make some passes.
Yeah, and we also saw, Brian, where Brian Price was very, very racy, very aggressive coming through the Octopus the last time around, and it looks like he's now moved up into second.
Yeah.
That I think he has now moved Gentry back into third position with John Hotz still running in fourth.
Yeah, Seth Gentry's car looks like it's getting a little bit of loose on exit.
Okay.
So what's ended up happening is he's not able to get back on that throttle as quickly as he wants in some of these turns. And so what ends up happening is that you got to keep that momentum, especially with these Spec Miata cars.
All right, well, let's take a look as our first 2 packs now coming down in the 7 going into the Octopus. And again, it is Stern, then Price, then Gentry, then Hotz as they go in. That second pack again. Jenkins with LeMaina, Ken Williams, and Nicole Cooper-Cefalos following through.
Yeah, that second pack, Greg, as our leaders now, like I said, we're right around 7.5 minutes. As the leaders start to jostle around and start to pick up positions and drop back, look for those other 4, really, if they can, stay nose to tail. to be able to catch these as our leaders now coming out of turn 12 and heading down into this down into turn 1. That gap's opened up a little bit now. So Stern's leading by about 4.5 tenths or 4/10 of a second over Brian Price. Then Seth Gentry is another 7/10 back behind that, and John Hott. So again, that gap is starting to open up. So those cars, David Stern, along with Brian Price, those cars are getting stronger. Gentry and Hott starting to drop back a little bit.
And as we look at this second pack here, you'll notice also, Brian, that we've got John Jenkins really starting to open things up as we're going to see them coming into turn 4 here momentarily. Jenkins now with about 4 car lengths on the Planet Miata car. That's Ken Williams in the 17 machine, and then Mike LaMena sitting back from there.
Yeah, it looks like we had one car. We'll try to get that number again, but one car, and I think that may have been out of our lead.
Black and green, that would be Brian.
That may be Brian Price at the front there. That kind of went off driver's left. Was able to continue, but we'll have to see the next time they come back through.
And there's the confirmation, the 5-1 of Brian Price going wide.
Again, getting a little bit wide, coming through turn 4, getting down that little hill there as you get into turn 5. You pick up a little bit more speed, and if you don't think you're going to make it, it's best to kind of go over to the left there and get kind of out of that way if you're not going to be able to get on that brakes. But it does look like he was able to continue. We'll see where he is from the gap and how far back he dropped. Here comes the leaders now out of turn number 12 and headed down, and you can see Brian Price now. He's going to drop all the way back to 4th place. David Stern, now you got a new 2nd place runner here, Greg, and that's John Hott in the 63. Seth Gentry still staying in 3rd, but I think Seth had to get a little bit out of it as he saw Brian Price.
Yeah, and you can see there now that Stern with almost, about a 10-car length advantage as they come down the hill through 3, that all 3 of them, Gentry, Hotz, and obviously Price, as he went off, they had to go. They opened up a huge gap as we've got a local caution. Or was that for Price?
I think we've got one car that's got a little bit of smoke going on. We'll see.
Is over.
Can't see the number.
So this is over at turn 10, Brian. So this is, and we'll see here as our leaders are coming down into the Octopus now. I believe that is actually by the corner station that we're looking at right in the middle of this shot. As the racers are coming around, there should be a local caution out there.
Tell you what, the car that, and again, Brian Price really trying to push that car, went off again. Able to continue, but we'll have to see. I'm thinking, Greg, that black 08 car that was smoking, that may be our only SMT driver, Miranda Price. We'll have to take a look because she was up in the 17th position on that lead lap. She is now dropped back down to 21st, a lap down, soon to go 2 laps down. So we'll have to pick that up and see as our leaders now, again, just under 4.5 minutes left to go, almost 4 minutes left to go here, Greg. It's time to start ratcheting this thing up if you want to start making a move to try to get past David Stern, and that's John Hott, Seth Gentry, Brian Price, again, falling back a little bit. Jenkins still looking a little bit racy here as we get towards the end here, sitting in 5th right now, but we've got quite a bit of time left.
All right, as I was trying to pick our leaders back up, Brian, and I think I finally found them. It's just our cameraman not being very helpful right now, because I think they're coming out of 6 now, making their way down to turn 7.
Yeah.
Should be coming into our view right now.
There goes Gentry. There's Hotz, along with Brian Price.
And we've got a car, Brian, sitting right in the middle of the Octopus as our leaders are coming through. For once, our camera isn't stuttering, so, as I say that. So they're having to pick up that car, and so
that car's moved down to the driver's left of that, so
yep.
we'll get that number there, but... Yeah, so they're going to have to try to figure out what they're going to do here as time is starting to wind down. So, again, we're at 2.5 minutes left to go. In this race. But I tell you what, good battle going on a little bit further back here. Just now getting ready to go into turn 1, Greg, and that's the 17 Ken Williams, the 88 Michael LaMena. Nicole Cooper-Cephalon in that 182. Now throw Ted Cahall in that 78. I talked about somebody losing a tire early this morning.
Yes.
It was the 78 of Ted Cahall. Definitely coming through the Octopus, lost that tire. So,
all right, Brian, getting word that with that car disabled on the track surface over in the Octopus, checkered flag is going to be displayed. They're actually throwing the checker, I think, before our leaders come through.
Yeah, so we're going to have to pick up our leaders to find out where they are, Greg, because I tell you what, again, with those cars just now getting the checker and everybody really pushing the track limits, really going down into turn 5. So that car is off of the track that we were talking about.
Yeah, we're
or
going
that
to come
you,
back.
you had
there
it right
is.
there. Our leaders should be getting ready to come back through there again by one more time.
Right. And Brian, real quick as they are, let me make another call quickly to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, race group 2, open wheel and prototype racers. This is your second call to the grid. Open wheel and prototype racers. This is your second call to the grid. Please come to the grid now.
And our leaders now, Greg, coming out of turn 12. They see the checkered. David Stern, John Hotz pulling out. It is going to be David Stern by 1/1000th of a second.
Oh, my God.
1/100th of a second.
Yeah,
actually.
there we go. Yeah, 17,000th, 1/100th. My gosh. So John Hotz coming through and had the chance. I mean, Stern had, a 15-car length lead 2 laps before.
Yep.
And John Hotz was able to make up that ground 17/1000ths of a second there at the line. Should mention that coming into the day, David Stern was running 7th in the Mars Championship. So today's race certainly going to help him, but it's also going to help John Hotz picking up second place finishing points here in our sprint race. And that is only going to go and increase the margin that he has over Jeremy Butts in the Mars Championship for what is, again, the very last race weekend of the season.
And of note, John Hotz ran his fastest lap of the race on that lap to close that gap down to that 1/100th of a second right there.
All right, so let's do this, Brian. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more action from New Jersey Motorsports Park, where you are watching the 2024 Jersey Road Racing Classic. We'll be right back.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service, including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com. Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service, including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Located in Mays Landing, New Jersey, Speed Circuit focuses on road racers, autocrossers, as well as time attack and track day drivers. They manufacture quality products such as exhaust parts, electronics, intakes, heat shields, pulleys, and more. In addition, Speed Circuit offers fabrication services including welding, CNC plasma cutting, CAD design, 3D printing, and powder coating. They also offer parts installation services, remote tuning, track support, and instruction. Your source for tuning and ECU calibration, performance, and fabrication, speedcircuit.net.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at SCCA.com.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
And welcome back, everybody, to New Jersey Motorsports Park for the 2024 edition of the Jersey Road Racing Classic here at New Jersey Motorsports Park's Thunderbolt Circuit. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati. And Brian, next up, it is going to be our open wheel and prototype racers, and we've got a pretty varied field out here today.
Yeah, I tell you what, we've got 10 cars, but you know what, Greg? We have the Battle of New Jersey.
The Battle of New Jersey.
The Battle of the Kings in New Jersey in this race. Tell you what, let's go ahead and get started.
All right, sounds good.
Starting on the pole, in that Formula Continental, in that number 41 from Effort, Pennsylvania, that's Glenn Cordova. Starting in the second position, in that Club Ford from Franklinville, New Jersey, that's the 27 of Jacob King. Starting in the third position from Franklinville, New Jersey as well, that's the 61 of Max King.
Oh, my.
Starting in the fourth position from Packagoo, New York, that's the 7 of Eddie McNaughton. Starting in the fifth position from Cockeysville, Maryland, in another Club Ford, that's the number 2 of Wayne Nicolette. Starting in the sixth position from Downingtown, Pennsylvania, that's the 40 of Kenneth Arders. Starting in the seventh position from Easton, Pennsylvania, the 42 of Joe Parsons. Starting in the eighth position from Norristown, Pennsylvania, that's the 6 of Martin Hulick. Starting in the ninth position from Collegeville, Pennsylvania, that's the 24 in an F600, that is Recco Jefferson. Starting in the 10th position from Garnet Valley, Pennsylvania, that's the number 5 of Amber Stevenson.
You know, Brian, and as we look through the field, we've got a great Club Ford battle. I think that's going to be shaping up here today. You talked about the two brothers King, and there's I was going to say there's no love lost between them. They are very competitive in the King family, certainly. But there's one car that doesn't look like all the others. Actually, there are two that don't look like all the others. You talk about Martin Hulick. He is racing his A Sports Racer. That's a 1987 Swift DB2, what used to be known as an S2000, Sports 2000 racer. And this machine here has been out on track for quite some time. He is the 2015 and 2016 South Jersey region P2 champion. And interestingly enough, as Martin has been racing now for, I believe this is his 40th season racing with us. He was also the 1987 Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series G Production not national champion, but G Production champion.
Yeah, a plethora of experience right there. Just, all the way across the battle.
Yeah, I mean, between Martin, 40 years racing, Wayne Nicolette, who's out racing in Club Ford here today in that number 2 machine in his T340 Lola. I think this is his 35th or 36th year racing with the Sports Car Club of America. So, yeah, absolutely. Lots and lots of racers here putting in a lot of time. Of course, you have somebody like Jake, and I think this is maybe his 5th year racing, if I remember correctly. And Max, not much longer. Let's go. Is the pace car now on the pit lane, Brian? And as they come through, let's take a look here. As there you go, green flag is in the air, and we are back underway once again. And look at all that oil dry coming up there on the front straight. Eventually, maybe by tomorrow, that'll be all worn down as our racers now coming into turn 1.
Well, I tell you what, Glenn Cordova in that Formula Continental got a great start. But I tell you what, Eddie McNaughton in that number 7 machine in that Formula F, he also got a great start. He was side by side there with Max King as they started to go across the start-finish line and head down into turn 1. I'll tell you what, I think Max had to just basically get out of it in order to get through there, save it for that battle as he started to go through turn 1 and turn 2.
Oh, and a nice pass there. Looks like Joe Parsons in the 42 machine coming underneath Wayne Nicolette, going into turn 4 into the right-hander before they come into that 90-degree left at turn 5, where our cameraman still seems a little shaky this morning.
Yeah, he's still a little cold out there.
Yeah.
He's got a little cold. Good help is hard to find, especially when you got a man a camera.
That's right.
Up on a cold post.
Especially when the man is me.
Yeah. When you got to man the camera on a cold post in an early morning. There you can see coming through the Octopus now, Cordova. And then that looks like that's going to be Jake King in that 27 machine, and then Max King in that 61 machine. That's going to be really second and third overall right here. We'll have to see what happened with Eddie McNaughton. There they go down across the start-finish line. So McNaughton going to fall back to 4th after that great opening start, headed down into turn 1.
All right, so let's take a look here. Again, Cordova in his Continental, and he is your only Formula Continental racer out here today. That Continental quite a bit more in the way of displacement, about another 0.4 of a liter, and quite a bit more horsepower than the Formula Fs or the Club Ford, the older Formula Fords, the Club Fords here out on track. And that battle between Jake King and Max King, they are, when they crossed the line, it was almost a full second, Brian, separating those two racers.
Yeah.
And we take a look here as they come through turn 5. We've got Jake King. He is in the yellow 27. Max is in the red and white number 61.
Reverse.
Did I get it?
Jake is in the yellow.
Jake is in the yellow. That's what I said.
No, Jake is in the red and the white 27.
Max is in the yellow 61. There we go. All right.
Not used to seeing Max in an open wheel like this. Used to see him in an SRF, so we'll get the colors down. But yes, Jake is in the red and the white. Club Ford there, the number 27. He's got about, let's see here. He's got 0.4 of a second over bragging rights at Thanksgiving this year. So
there you go. What he says, if there's anybody from the Sauber F1 team watching, his 2025 schedule is wide open.
Wow. There it is. See?
All right, here we go. Let's take a look as they're coming through one now. And he's in a Royale with cheese. I mean, a 1977 Royale RP24. That was the ex-Joe Marcinski machine that Jake is racing.
Yeah. Been racing that pretty good all year long. I mean, we've been to a lot of the races that he's actually been to. Did very well at the Jefferson 500.
Yes.
In May. Did very well here when we saw him before. We've also seen him at some of the local
and had a bit of a misstep
hiccup.
at Watkins Glen. He
Hiccup.
was looking to run. And there they are right now. Go look in the run in a vintage event up at Watkins Glen International. Had some repairs. Apparently, he and Dad JD were working on that car all the way up until Wednesday evening to get that car repaired.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, by the way, Jake also says shout out to his mom. And by the way, his mother and father are celebrating a wedding anniversary. I believe it's either this weekend or it was earlier in the week. Brian, here we go. We'll pick him up going into 1. And he says, he shout out to his mom for waiting until her second child. There they are. There are the two kings, nose to tail, coming through turn 1. We'll see him crusting, and there we go, coming down turn 3. Say, waiting for the second child to raise a high-performance winning machine. So let's take a look as they come into 4, which machine is first. And they're side by side there, Brian.
Max did get the early lead there going out of turn 1 through turn 2, but Jake got through here and turn 4, made that pass at driver's right. Basically just said, I'm going for it, you're going to lift. And I'm getting by.
And he came through and then had the inside position going down into turn 5. Right. As we see them here again, nose to tail, as they enter into the Octopus. We'll try and pick them up here as things open up just a little bit. Right now, this is one of the closest battles on track. We'll take a look in a little bit. Looks like Wayne Nicolette, although he's not racing right now a Club Ford, he's got Ken Arders in his Formula F, so much newer chassis Formula Ford, very close to him. They are currently battling it out for 6th and 7th overall. But let's continue for a little while to watch this battle between the two kings.
Well, I tell you what, as they go down into turn 1 here, you're going to see Max King, again, he's going to make that pass just past the starter stand there, pulls out to driver's right, makes that pass, and is able to hold on to it. Here's where Jake King gets a little bit faster coming through there, and then up over the hill down through turn 4. We'll see whether or not he makes that pass this time, or does he decide to stay in behind him? And there it is again. You can see
makes
it
that
right
pass
there.
Again.
Just makes that pass going down that hill, and then getting down, he gets much better over top of the hill and through turn 5.
I want to say hi to our remote director, Taylor Hyatt. Thank you very much. Hi, Taylor. Thanks for giving us the information on the feedback there. We're still working through some issues here in New Jersey this morning.
Maybe she can come up here and push the button.
Yeah, really. If you're not out on a corner, Taylor, we could definitely use your assistance here up at the booth. I know she and boyfriend Mike Kelly are out this weekend, back from the runoffs. I don't know if they're just spectating or flagging or helping out Matt Small in his Matt. ITB golf.
Yeah, they were helping Matt. So we'll wait for them to come out of turn number 12. There they are. They magically appeared in the screen.
Poof.
And then as they go down side by side again, that's what this is what we've been talking about, Greg. Max gets just that much better of a run coming out of the Octopus down through turn 12 and down into the past the start-finish line in turn 1. And then Jake gets the better run this time, holding on and keeping that lead there in that Club Ford battle.
Yeah, right, so here we go as we see there where Jake King has the measure as they come through turn 3. Let's see if Max in the yellow machine tries to make that same move coming in the Ford. It looks like Jake had him covered.
Yeah, it looks like just trying to stay there. Again, you've got two sections of this racetrack that they're both getting, better runs at. And so what ends up happening is it becomes an even battle as Glenn Cordova goes across the start-finish line here. He's going to complete lap 6 with about 12 minutes left to go here in this. So, again, Cordova in that Formula Continental, Greg, he's getting faster every single lap.
Let's do this, Brian, if we can. I want to try and pick up Joe Parsons, Wayne Nicolette, and Ken Arders. They're going to be a little bit...
there go the Kings there. So they're a little bit further back.
So we're going to see them coming into... This should be Eddie Naughton right here in the number 7 machine. So let's jump back one camera.
There they are.
There they are, all nose to tail. So Naughton leads Formula F. Joe Parsons, the lead car of these 3 coming through the Octopus now. He is currently running 2nd in Formula F. Then we've got Wayne Nicolette in Club Ford and Ken Arders, who's running 3rd in Formula F. Arders, I'm sure, more than anything, wants to get around Nicolette at the moment and try to take the fight up to Joe Parsons ahead for 2nd.
Yeah, it looks like that's going to happen now. It looks like Parsons is going to get ahead of Wayne Nicolette, especially coming off of turn 12 and down past the start-finish line, Greg. It was a great run by Parsons, as we talked about earlier on. That car just seemed like it just took off there out of that turn. So getting through that Octopus really sets you up to get off of turn 12 down the front stretch.
Indeed. So let's take a look here.
There you can see Parsons got around Nicolette, and then a little bit further back is that Kenneth Arter's
The Arter's
machine.
car, the 40 machine, a little bit off of their pace. But again, we've got the Club Ford sitting right in the middle of those two Formula Fs. All right, and actually, I think I already missed them, Brian. They're so fast. We had one car go off into the dirt driver's right coming out of 4, going into 5. But we should see that trio now coming into turn 7. Right here they are.
Yep. Tell you what, with 10 minutes left to go, Greg, you were talking about with Arters in that Formula F trying to move up in to try to catch Parsons to get second in Formula F. I tell you what, he was hoping Wayne Nicolette would open him up because he got a good run as well coming out of the Octopus last time. But Parsons was able to get back in front of Nicolette, so we'll see whether or not Parsons is going to be able to open that up or not. So.
Attention in the paddock. Attention paddock. First call to the grid for race group 3. Spec Racer Ford, please head to the grid. Spec Racer Ford racers, please head to the grid. This is your first call to the grid.
Greg, I tell you what, as you were making that call, I just looked. We've got a red flag getting ready to happen here, Greg, right now on the racetrack.
Yes.
So we have.
Yeah, red flag being displayed on course, Brian. We could see that on the starter stand. And in SCCA road racing, as opposed to the folks that are out at, let's see if we can pick this up, as opposed to the folks that are out at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, this weekend, a red flag does not mean go back to the pits. It means come to a safe, controlled stop on the side of the track, hopefully in view of the corner stations. And that is because there's usually something happening on track that we need to send emergency services vehicles out in an urgent manner. You can see there as we look at the exit of turn 2 coming down towards turn 3. We've got four drivers in the field there on the side of the track. And as soon as we get a little bit more information as to what is happening, we will let you know.
Looks like everybody's going to come to that complete stop here, Greg. So we'll roll out there. So this shouldn't take too long.
Yeah, we see here we've got some vehicles running counter race to go out to the inside. It sounded like perhaps we're going to try and figure out where that is.
I think it's right coming out of the exit of the Octopus, right before you come up to the bridge.
Yeah, just out of our view, unfortunately. Yeah,
from a camera side.
We can see from our booth where the emergency service vehicles have gone to. It is just on the other side of the bridge, essentially between this view that we're showing you right now, over the Octopus, and the final corner, turn 12. And it sounded as though, and this is actually something, Brian, that some of the drivers were, I don't want to say they were warned about, but this is one of the downsides, is we talked about it being very dry here in New Jersey, that this entire area out by the Jersey Shore has had very little rain for the past number of weeks. And if drivers pull their cars off for some reason, maybe they're having a mechanical issue, there's actually a worry that the exhaust will catch the grass on fire. And it sounds like that may be.
It is definitely different from when we were here in July, where we had oceanfront or lakefront property.
We were almost
the motorhome.
Yeah, we were pretty much on the Jersey Shore.
Now we have a potential where you have to be careful. Again, it is very dry out here. There's no doubt about it. And even, now today you get out here with, no clouds and sun. It's not super hot, right? We're not hot. We're in the 70s, 65, 70 degrees out here in Millville. So again, you've got the grass could easily, cause something because of the dryness.
Indeed. And so, Brian, if we take a look on the pit lane here, we have We talked about Martin York earlier in his A-Sports Racer. Lola, he was on the pit lane when the red flag came out. Don't know if he was coming in for service or if he was planning to take that car back out on track. But he is there. Again, I don't believe we have any drivers that are pulled over by turn 1. We do have multiple racers over, it looks like 4 different racers over by turn 3.
I think that's actually, I believe, that's Kenneth Arters, Wayne Nicolette, and I believe that
I think
the other one,
I think
Joe Parsons is
exactly
as well. I think we've got 3, maybe 4 cars sitting there.
Yeah.
I think you've got Cordova right behind them. I think in that
who was
Formula
our exactly
who's
is our overall leader,
right.
and he was actually working his way through the rest of the field on the previous lap. He was running almost 10 seconds a lap faster than that group right there. So yeah, he may indeed be part of that group as well. Again, we're currently under red flag conditions here at New Jersey Motorsports Park for our second race of the day. And as soon as we get some more information over the flag net, we will definitely relay that to you. But it doesn't sound like it was anything major other than the fact that there was a small fire.
Which I think was part of the grass. I think that was part of what we had what we were just alluding to. So yeah, I'm looking at binoculars. Everything looks to be okay there now. So we'll see. But when we get word and we'll go through this. But yeah, I mean it's a tough situation when you're battling on the racetrack, and then all of a sudden you see that and you get that call. You've got to be able to come to that controlled stop and pick a side of the racetrack and stay on that side of the racetrack so that we can get those emergency vehicles out there. But again, we've got 4 cars sitting there really coming out of turn 2, headed down into turn 3. We've got 1 on the pit lane. I will tell you that Amber Stevenson did not take that Lola out.
Right, she did not.
Did not take that Lola T9 out, that Indy Lights machine this morning. I did see her down there earlier this morning during qualifying in the other group, in the small bore group, so she is running both.
Between Amber and Serena, I think they had 5 different cars that they were looking to run this weekend, and I guess one of them had to
start bringing my helmet.
Yeah, seriously. See if you can jump into an old
no, I just
old
said
Indy Lights car.
No, I just said I was going to bring my helmet.
Oh,
I didn't say I was going to. So.
All right. Sounds like, Brian, they are getting Max King's Zinc 10C onto a rollback now to take it back to the paddock. So it looks like things are winding down here. I know there was a call from race control as to whether or not there was room to basically withdraw the red flag and have the rest of the cars.
Yeah, they're starting to they're starting to pull him off there. So it looks like
Okay. So what we're getting right now, and I've got it on our drivers that are over turn 3, the red flag is going to be withdrawn. They're going to be switching to a full course caution with a black flag. That black flag is what is asking the drivers to then come onto the pit lane.
Right.
So we'll see them here in just a moment. Move to the pit lane. Again, if we take a look, and we've got got everything on the screen there. In Formula F right now, Eddie Naughton, your leader, with Joe Parsons, Ken Arters. In Club Ford, now Jake King, your leader, with Wayne Nicolette second, and Max King running in third. And should note that in the run for a Mars Championship in Club Ford, Jake King, with 1,800 points coming into the day, 115 points clear of Wayne Nicolette. And it looks like we've got some more information as well now, Brian.
Yeah, I think what we're going to end up doing is bringing all the cars together and then throwing the checker flag. We do have 1 car there that wasn't able to get going. That actually may be the 40 of Kenneth Arters there sitting there. I believe that is the red machine. I do believe that is. Yeah, can't get restarted. So I think what they're going to do, Greg, they've thrown the double yellow out. They're going to throw the black flag. But as they come down, and what they do here in New Jersey on the Thunderbolt court is they can bring them down the pit road, and they can throw the checkered as they're on the pit road. They don't have to go across the start-finish line and complete a complete lap. So,
yeah, so we're just going to take a look here for a moment at the at the starter stand, they should be changing from that full course caution. As a matter of fact, if you
can
look
see
at the
it, yeah.
starter stand on the outside,
Yep.
on the track surface side, they've got a full course caution. On the pit lane side,
Is where they were going to.
they're waving the checkered flag.
Yeah.
As we should see, there goes
Martin
there's
Hewlett in
Hewlett heading down, and we'll see some of our other racers come down the pit lane here momentarily. A matter of fact, I think, Brian, as we look at our pit lane camera, you'll notice that there is a portion of the track surface that's running across that is a much different color from the rest. That is actually even with the finish line. And so the drivers, when they come down across the line, they'll complete their final laps. And again, checkered flag, end of the race.
Yeah, and I think that what ends up happening here is that you have that timing line goes all the way from the start to finish. So, it's able to throw the checker flag on either side of the racetrack in order for them to, pick that up. So, it becomes that.
Attention in the paddock. Spec Racer Ford 3 drivers, please head to the grid. Your race starting in a few moments, and I don't see many of you out there. Spec Racer Ford 3 drivers, you are scheduled to be the last race before lunch. Please head to the grid. Spec Racer Ford to the grid, please.
Tell you what, as we're wrapping that up, why don't we go ahead and, if we can, let's go ahead and go to break before we have, before that all happens, because we're going to have a little bit bigger field, and this way it'll give them some time to clean up and get what they need to go, and we'll be right back here from the Jersey Motorsports Park.
All right, there you go. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession. Along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
And welcome back, everybody, to New Jersey Motorsports Park and the 2024 Jersey Road Racing Classic presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA, along with the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series and round number 6. It's round number 6 of the United States Touring Car Championship. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati. And Brian, as we get ready, it's going to be our last race before lunch. And hopefully we'll be able to go green to checker here for this final race. It is going to be Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. I don't think we've got any of our Gen 2 racers out here on the grid this weekend. So why don't we run down the starting order?
All right. Looks like we're going to have 24 starters here. So starting on the pole with a time of 1:25.666 from Washington, D.C., that is Mac Harrison. Starting in the second position from Boyd's, Maryland, that's the 55 of Sam Schechter. Starting in the third position from Locust Valley, New York, that's the 32 of Steven Salmon. Starting in the fourth position in that number 0 machine from Greenwich, Connecticut, that's Joe Colasaco. Starting in the fifth position from Woolwich, New Jersey, that's the 25 of Kyle Robertson. Starting in the sixth position from Flemington, New Jersey, that's the 56 of Jason Pintar. Starting in the seventh position from Huntington, New York, that's the 18 of John Dole. Starting in the eighth position from Martland, New Jersey, that's the 54 of Mike Thomas. Starting in the ninth position from Cortland Manor, New York, that's the 68 of Jeffrey Valentino. Starting in the 10th position from Staunton, Virginia, that is the number 11, that is Jisoo Kim. And starting in the 11th position from Oakland, New Jersey, we saw him in our Group 1, that is the number 8 of Michael LaMena. Starting in the 12th position from Delmont, Pennsylvania, that's the 87 of John Ryan. Starting in the 13th position from Silver Spring, Maryland, the 01 of Chris Current. Starting in the 14th position from Leonardtown, Maryland, that's the 13 of Andrew Waldorf. Starting in the 15th position from Annapolis, Maryland, that's the 7 of Keith Frazier. I think Keith has a nickname, too.
Yes, oh, yes, he does.
Starting in the 16th position from Island Park, New York, that's the 48 of Dan Iacovelli. Starting in the 17th position from Westmont, New Jersey, that's the 30, and that's good to see him back. That's Stephen Thomas. Starting in the 18th position from Westchester, Pennsylvania, the number 5 of Mike Kosuth. Starting in the 19th position from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, that's the 06 of Dale Schneider. Starting in the 20th position from Baltimore, Maryland, in that 125 machine, that's Aaron Meisner. Starting in the 21st position from Vienna, Virginia, that is the ageless man, that is the 41 of Phil Ackley. Starting in the 22nd position from Fogelsville, Pennsylvania, that's the 71 of Ron Reese. Starting in the 23rd position from Freehold, New Jersey, the 79 of Alan Rothman. And starting in the 24th position from Poolesville, Maryland, that's the 38 of Richard Miller.
All right, as we've got the field now, well, the field hasn't frozen, Brian, over at turn 5, but
they're moving.
they're moving. We swear they are. They should be coming into our view here over at turn 7 momentarily. Sorry about that, as I was doing a little bit of housekeeping and lost track. Again, this is why we have a separate director usually here. And so, Brian, as the field is coming around, certainly we're going to want to watch the battle between the two drivers on the front row, Mac Harrison and Sam Schechter. They come into today. You are two leaders in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series Championship. Mac Harrison, currently the leader. He has 121 points 2,171 total on Sam Schechter. So very, very close here as we come into this very last weekend of racing in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series.
We have seen these two battle, every single weekend, no matter where they're at, in these cars. So don't expect anything less than to have this come down to the final race here on Sunday before this championship is decided.
All right, so our field now coming through turn 14. Pace car, that beautiful Ciocca Corvette, is on the pit lane. Field coming through the last corner, very tightly spaced. Let's take a look at our starter, and green flag is in the air. Once again, Brian, and we are racing here in New Jersey.
I'll tell you what, Sam Schechter, Mac Harrison, they still are side by side as they start to head down into turn 1. Tell you what, Greg, let's pick them up. Let's see whether or not they're going to stay side by side, because the second row back between Joe Colasaco and Steven Salmon, they were also side by side, and now it looks like it's going to be Mac Harrison. It looks like he's going to get that early lead in that number 30 machine over Sam Schechter, then throw Colasaco, then throw Salmon. Jason Pintar, don't count him out. He's going to bring up the field there and try to get in that opening segment there with those front three.
And there was a big brake lockup, Brian, going into turn 1. I think that might have been Andrew Waldorf, about 3/4 of the way back in the pack there, as he is starting to work his way back forward again. But again, big challenge there, and it kind of separated the back 10 cars, I'd say, from the rest of the field here.
Yeah, it looks like it's either getting really windy or those cars are really making a lot of
well, as we found out yesterday, Brian, the tower here at New Jersey Motorsports Park, it actually shakes a little bit, and so it may be early signs of an earthquake over there. You never know.
We found that out yesterday. We almost lost one of our teller screens, our teleprompters up here that started shaking, and we kind of had to back away from it for a second. Here comes our leaders now, coming out of turn 12, headed down the start-finish line. It is Mac Harrison, just as I've said, over Sam Schechter. Steven Salmon in third, Colasaco fourth, Pintar fifth. John Dole in that 18 machine is sixth. Valentino in that 68 machine. Mike Thomas, Jisoo Kim, and then John Ryan. That is your top 10. Michael LeMay sitting there in 11th. Frazier in 12th, and Chris Current in the 0-1. That's your top 13 as they start to head out of turn 1 and head down up into turn 2, Greg. Tell you what, all these drivers trying to get single file. This is another group that the draft is really a big deal. Now you say, well, really, where can you draft here? Well, you can draft pretty much everywhere on this racetrack, on this Thunderbolt circuit in these cars. It looks like we got one car that may have gone off down into turn 5, Greg. Our cameraman, there it is, just going to go out of our screen. We got Jason Pintar there. Looks like he is sitting sideways on the track. Looks like he's going to get that car moved around and get going. There was one other car. We'll wait to hear that car, but there was two cars that kind of went off.
To avoid Pintar's blue, that Gulf Blue liveried 56 machine.
We'll try to get the numbers on those as they call them in. But, it did look like that was Pintar that was sitting sideways on the racetrack right there going down into turn 5. And, again, we talked about this earlier, Greg. When you come up over the hill out of turn 4, it throws you back down into that seat getting ready to come in. Then you've got to get hard on the brakes to make that left-hander there in turn 5. So here they all come now out of turn 12. Let's take a look here. Here comes Mac Harrison, Sam Schechter, Steven Salmon, Joe Colasaco next. And again, that was Jason Pintar that we talked about because he was starting to fall down. Move John Dole up into 5th. Mike Thomas now move him up to 6th. Jisoo Kim to 7th. Pintar dropping all the way back. I think that one of those other cars there that went off during that was the 8 of Michael LeMay, because he has also dropped back. Here comes Pintar now. He's just now crossing the start-finish line. We'll see what we have.
So it sounds as though Pintar didn't go around unassisted, Brian. The call from the corners we're getting is that Jeff Valentino in the 68 machine and Pintar may have had some contact there coming through turn 5. And so that is also moved. And as we take a look, it's moved Valentino back to 14th. It's moved, as you mentioned, LeMay, who I think went to avoid, moved him down into 16th. There, and of course, we then have Pintar now all the way down in 21st.
Yeah, again, I talked about it. As you come out of 3 and you come up over the hill out of 4, you're kind of on a right. It's kind of like a fast right-hand turn, and then the car wants to move to the driver's left. You've got to get it back to driver's right to get into that braking zone to make that left-hander right there in turn 5. So we'll have to. Again, that really plays a big factor, and I think that as they got under braking, I don't think Valentino's able to get that thing slowed down. Take a look. I am hearing that Valentino may have some damage on the front of that nose of that car. We'll see how much that's going to play into a factor as they start to continue to spread out a little bit. I'm looking for him to come through. Here comes Jason Pintar, and I think he just passed Valentino in that accident. That is actually Phil Ackley in that 41. I'm getting word Phil may have gone off at some point too and continued because Jason Pintar just went by him. So. Again, we'll see where Valentino is. I didn't see him come through the last time, but we'll see. I'm still showing him in 14th, so I may have missed him going through, but he does have some damage.
All right, so Brian, as we're taking a look now at this lead group, we'd been watching Mac Harrison, Sam Schechter, and I'm sorry, I ended up hitting the button too quickly again. And it was interesting to see how Steve Samet in the blue and black number 32 car had been staying with our leaders. Joe Colasaco, who for a number of years had been running in Formula F, has moved back over to Spec Racer Ford, and we'll talk a little bit more about his history, his 35 years of racing history here in just a little bit. Colasaco just turned the fastest lap of the race, Brian, and he made up almost a second and a half on the field ahead of him, and he's now right in it there as a 4-car battle for the lead as we watch them now coming through turn 1.
Yeah, coming down through turn 1, you talked about Steven Samet. Steven Samet has got a lot of time in these SRFs, especially here, right? The whole Samet family's got a ton of track time here over the last several years, and pretty much really runs here. So not surprising to see him up in the top there, but you're right. Colasaco's got a lot of experience coming back into this. Look for him to be a key player, not only against Mac Harris and Sam Schechter, but again with Steven Samet.
Well, so Colasaco was your 2005 Spec Racer Ford, meaning the Gen 2 cars, your national champion in the class. So, I mean, the gentleman certainly knows his way around this chassis. Obviously, here, different drivetrain than what he won his national championship in. But it must be like old home week for him. He's been spending a last couple of years. He's been spending a lot of his time doing some vintage racing. Brian running a Ferrari 512, Ferrari Formula Junior, as well as I think in addition to that an Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ. So he's been living the life, I guess, behind the race car the last couple of years.
He's definitely been living the life of race cars. You're talking about racing Ferraris and things like that. So a little bit further back, Greg, if we can. We'll keep it right here. But, here comes that Jeffrey Valentino, Michael LaMena, Chris Current, Stephen Thomas in that 130 machine, and then Andrew Waldorf. Last time by, Valentino got up underneath the back of I think that was the 13 of Andrew Waldorf as they come through the start-finish line last time. Basically had to make an evasive move to the right to get by him, and that just moved Waldorf all the way back down to 15th because then everybody else had to open up because, again, as I said, Valentino really had nowhere to go.
Yeah, and that's that group that we're watching right now coming through turn 4.
Getting ready to go out of the exit, out of the shot there. But, like I was saying, Valentino really got a great run out of 12. And I think it surprised him that Andrew Waldorf was actually going to be there, in that 13 machine along with Stephen Thomas. I mean, basically not only got up underneath the gearbox, but got up underneath the gearbox and had to make that evasive maneuver. He would have hit him there as well.
All right, there are leaders now coming onto the front straight, Brian, and of course they just appeared out of nowhere on that that camera, and actually I think I just missed them on the front straight. So we'll
Well,
pick them up as they go into turn 1.
I tell you what, we have a new leader as they go down into turn 1, and that is going to be Steven Samet right there. You see, that's Mac Harrison in second. That's Sam Schechter in third. Kawasaki still sitting in fourth, not going anywhere. But I tell you what, Steven Samet made one heck of a run coming out of turn 12 and all the way down past the start-finish line. Looks like we had one car that went off just under the bridge that now is going to continue. I'll get that number. I think that may be, let's see here.
Yeah.
That is going to be the actual, that's going to be the 18.
18.
That is actually going to be, who is the 18? I'm losing the 18 here. I'm not seeing it. I thought that was
John
Waldorf
Dole.
at one point. John Dole, right, okay.
As our leaders now coming up on some slower traffic, and we just there see going into turn 7, Kawasaki taking a look to the inside of Mac Harrison, as we've got another local caution. And we can actually see, if I jump over,
Right
we can
here.
kind of
You
see
can see it right
the
there.
dirt and dust.
And then it looks like we had Mike Kosu that went off down there
Yeah.
as well. So, again, that up over that hill rise, Greg, really, really is causing some challenges here in this class today. So, again, really got to make sure that you get up over that hill and down into that braking zone. Like I said, because that car goes off to the left in there, and you've got to get it back to the right real quick. Well, if you snap it back too quick, the next thing you know, that back end's coming around, and that's what it seems like is happening with some of these cars. So it looks like we're going to be under 10 minutes here, Greg, to go. Steven Samet's still leading. I know he was coming up on some lap traffic there as they went by Alan Rothman in that 79 machine, which, that's going to put him, Alan Rothman, a lap down. But our overall leader's now starting to catch some of the lap traffic that's going to play a part in as this race ends. The last time by Steven Samet in that 32 machine, he set his personal best right there with that 126.729. I think that's actually the fastest lap of the race right now. So again, Steven Samet getting faster as we got to the halfway point in this race. We'll have to see when they come by the next time what that gap is over second place, which was Mac Harrison and Sam Schechter sitting in third. Looks like it's going to be about probably about 3 car lengths now over Mac Harrison, Sam Schechter. Joe Kawasaki still sitting there. And then, Greg, we've got to go all the way back to the next group there, and that's the 18 of Dole, and then Mike Thomas in that red 57, both of them.
So it looks like Harrison just had a real good run down the front straight, Brian, and he's been able to draft up pretty close, I guess within about 2 car lengths of Steve Samet ahead, but they've started to separate themselves a little bit from Schechter and Kawasaki. Other than that little look to the inside that Kawasaki made 2 laps ago, he hasn't really had the opportunity, I think, to make a move on the 55 of Schechter. Let's take a look as they come down into turn 7 now, and we're starting to see there's that breakaway, and there you go. Kawasaki again takes a look to the inside of the 55 car and just was not quite close enough as they came under braking there going into turn 7. And we also had where Harrison was taking a look to the inside of Samet coming into that same turn, Brian, and it looks like in doing so the gap is actually opened up now here as we take a look with a new is that a new leader, Harrison, our new leader?
So, yeah,
indeed.
I think
So
Mac
Harrison gets around Steven Samet to retake the lead now with just about 6 3/4 minutes remaining.
And Mac Harrison, he goes at 126.384, Greg. So again, setting a new fast lap here in this race, just past the halfway point. So again, these cars getting a little bit faster as they go on. And I talked about it. It's still a little bit chilly out there, and the sun is starting to get. Now these guys really got a lot of heat in those tires and those brakes, and they start to run a little bit faster. As if we look at down here, coming out of turn 5, you got Kawasaki trying to make a move
on the outside of turn 5.
On 55 of Sam Schechter, yeah. So, again, another product of getting a good run down in there. Sam trying to hit the apex there. Kawasaki said, I'll go the outside of you.
And I think he might have gotten the pass done, Brian. We'll take a look as they come out up and through the come up through the octopus. I think Kawasaki got the pass done. Schechter tried to come underneath him going back into turn 7. Could not make the pass. So moves Kawasaki now up into 3rd place.
Yeah. See whether or not he's going to be able to hold on to that as they get ready to come out of the octopus and head up down underneath that bridge. It looks like he may, definitely going to be able to hold that up.
He's opened up a pretty
back.
substantial lead now over the 55 of Schechter.
Yeah. Our first 2 drivers there with Mac Harrison and Steven Salmon, they're starting to open up that gap now. It's almost 2 seconds back to Kawasaki and Schechter. So I'm not sure if Schechter may have had a problem getting through, obviously having a problem getting through turn 5 when Kawasaki tried to make that outside pass.
Right.
Really got loose into that turn. And that just upset the car, especially getting through the octopus.
And they're starting to come up on some slower traffic right now, Brian. This may really start to complicate things. Let's take a look. Maybe hopefully our turn 5 camera won't freeze, and it did, unfortunately. There we go. Right at the wrong time as all of the drivers come through. Yeah, as the last car in line there. But we should see here coming up into turn 7, one of our slower cars as our leaders now, all coming underneath. And there's a battle. There's a fight for the lead once again. There are actually 2 slower cars, and we had Samet try to retake the lead from Harrison. Going into the octopus, and there just wasn't enough room there to make that pass with some of that slower traffic around. And so I think you're still going to see Harrison as they come out of the octopus now and come underneath the bridge.
Well, I tell you what, Greg, real quick, as that was happening and going through those slower cars, Kawasaki now is gained right back up to the 32 of Steven Salmon and really opened up the gap to 55 of Sam Schechter. One of the cars they had to go around was the 41 there, Phil Ackley. So, again, those 2 have started to pull away. Kawasaki getting through there was starting to close the gap.
Yeah, indeed. And so that has left Schechter's really fallen off the pace the last couple of laps here. Really, I think, out of contention for a podium unless something happens to the top 3. Here they come down into turn 4.
Yeah, and again, a lot of these drivers still having some problems getting over that hill out of turn 4, Greg, down into that braking zone, turn 5. So again, trying to get as much speed as we can, and being that it is kind of cool out here a little bit, and it's not 90 degrees, these cars will run that much more faster, with the cooler temperatures. They start to head out of turn 6 and head down into turn 7 again, starting to open it up just a little bit more. There's some of the other cars headed down through there to that, but our overall leaders now are going to come out of the octopus just now and heading up under the bridge. So we're going to pick them up coming out of turn 12. Again, still going to have Mac Harrison leading, and then you're going to have Steven Salmon. But Joe Kawasaki, I'd like to see a good look on this time because he definitely, and there it is, Greg, he just set the fastest lap of the race here. Everybody, the 2 leaders in front of him went their personal best, but Kawasaki got them
0.3 faster.
Yes, which has closed that gap. Look for Joe Kawasaki here as the time starts to wind down with just right around 2 minutes left. Greg, he's going to have to start making his move right now. And there you can see that right now coming out of turn 3, heading up into turn 4.
So they should see, with our racers running about 1:25 per lap, we should see, and here it comes over the radio, should see the white flag this next time by.
Yeah, as they're just now going down the hill into turn 5 right there. Again, you've got about a car length from Steven Salmon to Mac Harrison, who's your overall leader, and then Joe Kawasaki is about a car length and a half back. We'll see whether or not when we get through the octopus, it seems like that's where Kawasaki is starting to really close the gap on those front 2, and that's really where Schechter's starting to lose it a little bit.
Well, and we could see, Brian, as we watch them come down into turn 7, Kawasaki makes up about a car length and a half under braking into 7 each and every time, as he now is right on the gearbox of Steven Salmon coming out of turn 12. the last part of the octopus here. Let's take a look as they now come underneath the bridge and over towards the final corner onto the front straight. And they should, again, see the white flag. There it is. 1 lap remaining here at the Thunderbolt Circuit in the Jersey Road Racing Challenge. Again, this is the first of 3 races for our Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 races, but it's the first of only 2 for the Mars Championship.
Right, yeah. Again, we'll have to pick up. Looks like we got a car may have gone off, or trying to get that call coming in, but I think it looks like everybody may have continued as our leaders now head down out of the hill. There you go. There you see it, Greg. And I tell you what, Greg, that's as close as those 3 have been. Kawasaki gets through turn 5 so much faster than Steven Samet.
But it also appears, Brian, that Kawasaki does not seem to get a good run out of turns 1 and 2, and he ends up having to make up the distance there, and then here on the backside of the course, where once again, under that compression braking going into the octopus, he's able to close things back up again.
Right.
So we're watching the 3 here come through the back portion of the octopus. There they are. That is Mac Harrison, Steve Samet, and Joe Kawasaki as they make the run to the checkered flag here on the last lap.
Tell you what, he's opened it up a little bit, and that's actually going to be a good sign for Aaron Meisner, because Aaron Meisner's now going to get 1 more lap. But here it is, Mac Harrison. He's going to pick up the win here in race 1 today for this Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 class. So Mac Harrison picking up the win. Steven Samet's going to be second. Joe Kawasaki looks like he's going to finish third. Sam Schechter is going to finish 4th. Just saw John Dole go through the start-finish line, getting ready to come down through here now. Actually, John Dole coming through right now. That's actually going to move Kyle Robertson to 5th, John Dole 6th. Mike Thomas now is going to finish 7th. Should see, here comes Phil Ackley here. He's going to finish all the way back into 21st position. Here comes Jisoo Kim, Greg. He is going to finish 8th. John Ryan's going to finish 9th. And then Jeffrey Valentino is going to fight all the way back to finish 10th in that 68 machine.
All right, so there you go. That is the rundown, Brian. That's your top 10 here in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. And like I said, Harrison and Schechter that came into today's first race of the day, separated by 171 points, with Harrison taking the win and Schechter finishing back in 4th position. That's going to open up a big gap. It's all going to be, I'm not going to do the math, but Schechter is going to have to, I think, hope for a win, and he's also going to have to make up a number of positions between he and Mac Harrison. All right, so we're going to take a break. It's going to be about an hour for lunch. We've just gotten word from Race Control that our next race of the day, that is Race Group 4, and that's going to be a big one, Brian. That's our improved touring classes, our production car classes. In addition to that, I think Touring 4 and STL as well. Race Group 4, you are scheduled to be on course at 1:15 today. Again, Race Group 4, that's improved touring, that's production, that's STL and T4, that's B-Spec. You are going to be on course at 1:15 p.m. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a bit of a break here, about an hour break, Brian, and when we come back, it's going to be an entire afternoon of road racing. We've got still 4 more races to go for our first cycle of 20-minute races, and then 7 races after that to bring us to the end of the day here from the New Jersey Motorsports Park's Thunderbolt Circuit, where you're watching the 2024 edition of the Jersey Road Racing Classic, presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA. We'll be back in just a few moments.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered, with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Located in Mays Landing, New Jersey, Speed Circuit focuses on road racers, autocrossers, as well as time attack and track day drivers. They manufacture quality products such as exhaust parts, electronics, intakes, heat shields, pulleys, and more. In addition, Speed Circuit offers fabrication services including welding, CNC plasma cutting, CAD design, 3D printing, and powder coating. They also offer parts installation services, remote tuning, track support, and instruction. Your source for tuning and ECU calibration, performance, and fabrication, speedcircuit.net.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at SCCA.com.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Located in Mays Landing, New Jersey, Speed Circuit focuses on road racers, autocrossers, as well as time attack and track day drivers. They manufacture quality products such as exhaust parts, electronics, intakes, heat shields, pulleys, and more. In addition, Speed Circuit offers fabrication services including welding, CNC plasma cutting, CAD design, 3D printing, and powder coating. They also offer parts installation services, remote tuning, track support, and instruction. Your source for tuning and ECU calibration, performance, and fabrication, speedcircuit.net.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at SCCA.com.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the many picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Located in Mays Landing, New Jersey, Speed Circuit focuses on road racers, autocrossers, as well as time attack and track day drivers. They manufacture quality products such as exhaust parts, electronics, intakes, heat shields, pulleys, and more. In addition, Speed Circuit offers fabrication services including welding, CNC plasma cutting, CAD design, 3D printing, and powder coating. They also offer parts installation services, remote tuning, track support, and instruction. Your source for tuning and ECU calibration, performance, and fabrication, speedcircuit.net.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at SCCA.com.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered, with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Located in Mays Landing, New Jersey, Speed Circuit focuses on road racers, autocrossers, as well as time attack and track day drivers. They manufacture quality products such as exhaust parts, electronics, intakes, heat shields, pulleys, and more. In addition, Speed Circuit offers fabrication services including welding, CNC plasma cutting, CAD design, 3D printing, and powder coating. They also offer parts installation services, remote tuning, track support, and instruction. Your source for tuning and ECU calibration, performance, and fabrication, speedcircuit.net.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Located in Mays Landing, New Jersey, Speed Circuit focuses on road racers, autocrossers, as well as time attack and track day drivers. They manufacture quality products such as exhaust parts, electronics, intakes, heat shields, pulleys, and more. In addition, Speed Circuit offers fabrication services including welding, CNC plasma cutting, CAD design, 3D printing, and powder coating. They also offer parts installation services, remote tuning, track support, and instruction. Your source for tuning and ECU calibration, performance, and fabrication, speedcircuit.net.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at SCCA.com.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Located in Mays Landing, New Jersey, Speed Circuit focuses on road racers, autocrossers, as well as time attack and track day drivers. They manufacture quality products such as exhaust parts, electronics, intakes, heat shields, pulleys, and more. In addition, Speed Circuit offers fabrication services including welding, CNC plasma cutting, CAD design, 3D printing, and powder coating. They also offer parts installation services, remote tuning, track support, and instruction. Your source for tuning and ECU calibration, performance, and fabrication, speedcircuit.net.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered, with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Located in Mays Landing, New Jersey, Speed Circuit focuses on road racers, autocrossers, as well as time attack and track day drivers. They manufacture quality products such as exhaust parts, electronics, intakes, heat shields, pulleys, and more. In addition, Speed Circuit offers fabrication services including welding, CNC plasma cutting, CAD design, 3D printing, and powder coating. They also offer parts installation services, remote tuning, track support, and instruction. Your source for tuning and ECU calibration, performance, and fabrication, speedcircuit.net.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Sean Alamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession. Along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Located in Mays Landing, New Jersey, Speed Circuit focuses on road racers, autocrossers, as well as time attack and track day drivers. They manufacture quality products such as exhaust parts, electronics, intakes, heat shields, pulleys, and more. In addition, Speed Circuit offers fabrication services including welding, CNC plasma cutting, CAD design, 3D printing, and powder coating. They also offer parts installation services, remote tuning, track support, and instruction. Your source for tuning and ECU calibration, performance, and fabrication, speedcircuit.net.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at SCCA.com.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Located in Mays Landing, New Jersey, Speed Circuit focuses on road racers, autocrossers, as well as time attack and track day drivers. They manufacture quality products such as exhaust parts, electronics, intakes, heat shields, pulleys, and more. In addition, Speed Circuit offers fabrication services including welding, CNC plasma cutting, CAD design, 3D printing, and powder coating. They also offer parts installation services, remote tuning, track support, and instruction. Your source for tuning and ECU calibration, performance, and fabrication, speedcircuit.net.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at SCCA.com.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Located in Mays Landing, New Jersey, Speed Circuit focuses on road racers, autocrossers, as well as time attack and track day drivers. They manufacture quality products such as exhaust parts, electronics, intakes, heat shields, pulleys, and more. In addition, Speed Circuit offers fabrication services including welding, CNC plasma cutting, CAD design, 3D printing, and powder coating. They also offer parts installation services, remote tuning, track support, and instruction. Your source for tuning and ECU calibration, performance, and fabrication, speedcircuit.net.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at SCCA.com.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered, with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
And welcome back to New Jersey Motorsports Park's Thunderbolt circuit, everybody, for the 2024 Jersey Road Racing Classic presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA. It is the final round of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series and round 6 of the United States Touring Car Championship. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati. And Brian, we've got a full afternoon's worth of racing for everybody here online.
We do. I'll tell you what, I'm ready to go.
All right, there you go. So we've got the remainder of our first group of sprint races here coming up, 20-minute sprint races for 4 different races, and then we'll go to our second round of sprint races this afternoon for each of our 7 race groups. All right, as our drivers are now coming down the pit lane, getting ready to head out for their pace lap, Brian, this is improved touring. This is production. This is Super Touring Light. It is Touring 4 and a couple of other classes mixed in between here. As the drivers are out on their pace lap, let's run down the starting order.
All right, starting on the pole in his STL machine from Bristow, Virginia, that's Deacon Greenfield in the number 32. Starting in second from Purcellville, Virginia, the 71 of Chris Childs. Starting in the third position from Christiansburg, Virginia, that's another STL machine, that's the 182 of Ted Cahall. Starting in the fourth position in a T4 machine from Swayersville, Pennsylvania, that's the 00 of Mark Cephalo. Starting in the fifth position from Darnestown, Maryland, in the 69 of Jeremy Butts. Starting in the sixth position from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, that's the 49 of Steve Moeller. Starting in the seventh position from Summit Point, West Virginia, that's the 22 of Graham Fuller. Starting in the eighth position from Gurnee, Illinois, the 178 of Robert Cahall. Starting in the ninth position from Harpers Ferry, West Virginia, that's the 31 of Joel Gambino. Starting in the 10th position from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, that's the 77 of Jason Livingood. Starting in the 11th position from Galloway, New Jersey, that's the 123 of Brian Hune. Starting in the 12th position from Stevenson, Virginia, that's the 171 of Troy McBain. Starting in the 13th position from Farmingdale, New York, that's the 17 of Enric Benazik. Starting in the 14th position from Malvern, Pennsylvania, that's the 0 of Mitchell Redding. Starting in the 15th position from Shippensburg, Pennsylvania, that's the 28 of Matt Small. Starting in the 16th position from Fredericksburg, Virginia, that's the 186 of Jennifer Romes. Starting in the 17th position right here from Millville, New Jersey, that's the 120 of Michael Thompson. Starting in the 18th position from Durwood, Maryland, the 50 of Chuck Allard III. Starting in the 19th position from Vienna, Virginia, in the number 36, that's George Benning. Starting in the 20th position from Gainesville, Virginia, that's the 1 of Dan Freeman. Starting in the 21st position from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, that's the 95 of James Kohler. Starting in the 22nd position from Coventry, Connecticut, that's the 2 of Mark Wheaton. Starting in the 23rd position from New Milford, Pennsylvania, the 70 of Roger Welling. Starting in the 24th position from Allentown, Pennsylvania, that's the 41 of Jim Plunkett. Starting in the 25th position from Haddonfield, New Jersey, that's the 35 of Tansel Kozuluk. Starting in the 26th position from Durwood, Maryland, the number 90 of Carolyn Bayer Brewing. Starting in the 27th position from Garnet Valley, Pennsylvania, that's the 37 of Serena Stevenson. Starting in 28th. Looks like we're getting ready to get started. I'll give you the last couple here momentarily here, Greg.
All right, there we go. Green flag is in the air, Brian, as our racers are going to make their way down towards turn 1 here for the first time today. Of course, they're going to have another race a little bit later today as they come down. A couple quick notes here in H production. Good fight that we're going to have shaping up here as we've got Troy McBain and his Honda Fit, a rookie, on the pole ahead of Rick Benazik and Chuck Allard. Allard was our championship leader in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series coming into the day. If McBain can take the win, I think he will then move into the lead. Also in ITA, a very close competition right now between Joel Gambino and Dan Freeman for that lead in ITA.
Yeah, I think Freeman made Joel Gambino come here just for that very reason.
So that he would have an opportunity to actually, I think, jump ahead of Gambino. Right. And what Freeman found, perhaps not what he wanted, Brian, because Gambino was, I think, almost 6 seconds faster in qualifying.
Yeah, a little bit of a challenge there. You know, you get the guy to come up to race with you and put a battle on for that lead in ITA. But I tell you what, when you've got a 6.5-second lead and about 10 positions in between you, it's going to be tough to move up here in 20 minutes.
All right, as our leaders now coming through and underneath the bridge for the very first time. Looks like some of our cameramen, Brian, a little lethargic after lunch.
Still
stuttering a little bit. Yeah, exactly. As the field now coming down and out of the final corner here across the stripe to complete lap number 1 and taking the point here with a time of 133 flat. Deacon Greenfield, and Brian, big story there. Greenfield had a ton of issues at the National Championship runoffs at Road America this past week. I don't think he got more than a single lap in during any of the sessions. There's Greenfield leading the field. But he came out this morning, and both he and Chris Childs were almost more than a second and a half underneath the track record that Deacon set here during the majors back in July.
Yeah, so again, we talked about this in our opening. You've got a somewhat freshly repaved track within the first year, and now you've got cooler temperatures out here. That's going to make a lot of horsepower. That's also going to make a ton of grip in this racetrack. Don't be surprised, and we were just talking about this for coming back from lunch. In the first three race groups already, we've already seen 6 track records.
6 track records
already this morning. I plan on seeing a boatload more in the afternoon.
All right, so we've got the field now making their way through the octopus here, and Greenfield up right now on teammate Chris Childs from Angry Sheep Motorsports. Ted Cahall running third in STL. Mark Cefalo in the Planet Miata Mazda MX-5. He's your leader in T4. He's in that blue and greenish yellow machine that we just saw come through the line there as our leaders now coming across the stripe to complete lap number 2. Again, these are 20-minute timed races.
Yeah, I tell you what, it does look like Chris Childs is going to get and move around Deacon Greenfield in that 32 Honda CRX, Greg, because I tell you what, Chris Childs got a great run out of the octopus as he did the lap before. This time he was able to make that pass. Got side by side with Deacon Greenfield last time going into turn 1, wasn't able to make that stick and make that pass happen. He has now made that pass happen, so put Chris Childs out in front in STL and your overall leader. But I tell you what, the 182 there, Ted Cahall, right now, he set the fastest lap of the race. So Ted Cahall right behind Deacon Greenfield on that rear bumper. And now throw in Graham Fuller in that number 22 machine, along with Mark Cefalo.
You're right, Graham Fuller, who was your 2023 national champion in GT Light, finished third at the runoffs this year.
Right.
And I was a little surprised to see him back for a regional race here this week, this quickly in his Toyota Tercel after only 2 weeks removed from the runoffs. But here he is, and he's up about 20 car lengths back from that lead pack of Mazdas.
Yeah, looks like we got the 37 on pit road. That's Serena Stevenson. As I was just getting ready to do the rundown, she's got that door open and getting out of that car. So something going on with that car.
Yeah, and so Sarita, another one of our GT Light racers, like Graham Fuller, and currently running, well, she is, I believe, the third car in GT Light. We've got Dave Dart currently running second in class.
Yeah, and Greg, we've got a problem with Steve Moeller. He pulled all the way over to driver's right coming out of turn 12. Not sure, ran through all of that, that kitty litter that we've got all the way down the front stretch. Amber getting back in the car. She's going to get it. And he ended up pulling up in behind Jeremy Butts and Robert Cahall in that 178. So we'll have to see whether or not he's able to continue on. But he made a drastic move over to driver's right and do it. But looks like he's going to continue on right in behind that rattle. Maybe he didn't want to be out there by himself.
He as it is, he's the only ITS car out there. So in some way, shape, or form, he is there by himself. As we watch our leaders here coming into turn 7, the top 3 all in STL, battling for the lead. Chris Childs in his Mazda Miata out of the Detroit region. Deacon Greenfield in his Honda CRX running in second. And then running in third is Ted Cahall, the 4th car again in line. That is Mark Cefalo in his Touring 4 Mazda.
Oh, Greg, and we've got a little bit of action there coming out of the Octopus heading down. That actually is Chris Childs I'm not sure if there was anything there. They were
Yeah, and
coming
it's
up behind
just
him
past
and,
our view.
Yeah, he went completely around. It looks like he is going to continue. He's just now coming onto the front stretch here and headed down. But I don't know if he got loose or whether or not he had a little bit of help going around there from the 182.
But what it has done is it has given Deacon Greenfield, Brian, almost 30 car lengths on the rest of the field. We see Greenfield now coming through turn 3. The battle for second overall is Ted Cahall, who's now second in STL, with Cephalo running in fourth.
Yeah.
And we're getting word from the corners that there may have been contact, Brian, between the 182 of Cahall getting into the back of Chris Childs. Again, that's what we've heard from the corner station.
Speculation.
We
we'll
obviously
have to wait
didn't get it on
see.
the camera.
Yeah, we didn't have it, but it did clearly sound like that's what they're calling in. So we'll have to see. So.
All right. Doesn't look as though Graham Fuller making up any ground at this point on Cahall and Cephalo. Why don't we maybe look a little bit further back in the field, Brian? And we'll see already in ITA, Joel Gambino's opened up almost 20 seconds on Dan Freeman in the battle for the Mars Championship in ITA. Looking to see here, I wanted to look in on H production, but I think probably the best thing to do, let's see if we can pick up this B-Spec battle, Brian, between James Kohler in his Mazda 2 and Joe Plunkett in his Mini Cooper.
Yeah, and I think they're just now going to be getting ready to come up out of turn 3, up over the hill, and turn 4, headed down into turn 5.
And there they are right now, the green Mazda 2 of Kohler and then Joe Plunkett. He's in the yellow Mini Cooper.
Yeah.
He's out of the Philadelphia region. And as they just now come through turn 5, and we know that turn 5 camera isn't working well for us, so we'll pick them up here as they come down into turn 7 to open up or to start the Octopus.
Yeah, Kohler had a 8-10 second lead on the last time by the start finish line, but Joseph Plunkett's getting right in there, getting right on his back bumper. Also throw in there Mark Wheaton in that number 2 machine. They were kind of nose.
Yeah, he's not that far back in the other Mini Cooper. Matter of fact, I think nope. I thought that was them. That was actually one of our H production cars. Here they go as they're coming through the Octopus now.
We froze the picture for you.
Yeah, we froze the image for you
exactly
so you can see how close they were.
And it looks like, I got to be honest with you, Greg, it looks like Plunkett's going to get the lead there in B-Spec as they come out underneath the bridge and head down through the start-finish line. It looks like Plunkett's going to be leading over that 95 there.
All right, as they come out of the final corner, nothing but a cloud of dust and dirt. Oh, sorry about this, folks. At least we got one camera that's working.
Turn 1's working perfectly.
All right, so the Mazda 2 back ahead, but interestingly enough, we're starting to see, Brian, our overall leaders come through the B-Spec field, and it looked like Deacon Greenfield just worked his way around our B-Spec leader.
Now you've got the rest of them, so now you've got to throw in Cephalo's got to get by them, and then you've got to throw Graham Fuller's got to get by them in between there. Cephalo's just now getting ready to come up on the back.
Yeah,
of
both he and Cahall there, right on the back of those B-Spec cars.
Yeah, going through turn 5, Cahall's going to make an immediate left, basically on the track, and go the far driver's left around that entire B-Spec field. But I tell you what, Kohler looks like now, Greg, as you can see there, just now going to, he's really opened up over Plunkett, where Plunkett had the lead coming down into turn 5. So I'm not sure if Plunkett thought better and was getting out of the gas to let our leaders go.
Let some of that faster
and then all of a sudden,
through.
Kohler snuck up in behind him and took the draft from the leader.
All right, well, let's take a look here.
One quick note, we talked about Serena Stevenson. It came down on pit road. Looks like it may have been a little body panel part or something. She tried to do it, get back in the car, and was going to go back out, but evidently the car just will not fire back up. So Here comes Graham Fuller. He's coming in the back of that. I'll tell you what, let's throw Tanzel Kozolak. I believe that's another one of your students.
Yeah, yes, he is. Tanzel Kozolak currently now running in third. So Mark Wheaton in that number 2 machine having some issues.
Yeah.
As he now drops back to the back of the B-Spec field. And, Tanzel Kozolak, who's now in his, I believe, his second race weekend. We saw him at Labor Day at Summit Point Raceway, and he is now here. Took some advice, got a little extra seat time before coming out for his first race, but good rookie season for him.
Yeah. I talked to him. He was paddocked right next to us where I was parked, sitting there for the weekend there on Labor Day weekend, and turned around and ended up having a pretty good go at it. Really enjoyed running there. Again, wasn't really running against anybody at that point. Was just really trying to get the seat time. Here he's got a pretty good battle there. They're just now going down into turn 7, heading up in, and he is actually right on the back bumper of that 41 machine, Joseph Plunkett. So look for Tanzel in that 35 machine to look to make a move and move up into second place there.
All right, well, we'll see here as they're coming around through the Octopus now. I believe it's the 2 trailing cars in that group.
Just now getting ready to come underneath the bridge and head up into our camera shot here of turn 12.
If our camera was
if they
shooting.
they may
there they go,
magically appear. But you can
Kozolak in the red Mini Cooper there.
Right. It's the third one back there. You have the, James Kohler in that 95, Joseph Plunkett in that yellow number 41 Mini. And then you've got Tanzel Kozolak in that 35. And again, another Mini. He was being passed by the number 70 machine there of Roger Welling. And again, another GT Light machine. He was going to let him go, and at that point, it could be just to get tucked back underneath him and let it go, utilize the draft.
Attention in the paddock, Race Group 5, SSM, please start heading to the grid. Race Group 5, SSM racers, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next. All right, so if we go and break down the field here, it is in H production, your leader, Troy McBain. Second, Rick Benazik. Chuck Allard, who just set his personal best lap, is currently running in third. In B-Spec, it's James Kohler with Joseph Plunkett and Tanzel Kozolak. In Touring 4, Mark Cefalo. And this is maybe the biggest surprise here, Brian, is that Cefalo now has opened up over a 20-second advantage on Jeremy Butts. With Jennifer Romes in her Scion FRS running in third. In STL, it is Deacon Greenfield now who is continuing to expand his lead over Ted Cahall. Almost 11 seconds. Chris Childs did manage to recover, and Childs now is still running in third, but he's almost 11 seconds back from Cahall. Then in ITA, Joel Gambino, your leader.
Well, we definitely will have a new STL record here right now in this race here, because he is 2 seconds ahead of what he ran in July. In July, it was pretty warm when he ran that,
and he ran a 31.8 at that event.
Right, he's ran a 29.9 now. So again, that record continues to fall by the wayside with every lap that goes by here.
And going by right now, that's that B-Spec battle that we were watching between the Mazda 2 and the Mazda 2 of Kohler, along with the Minis of Plunkett and Kozolak. And Kozolak's keeping pretty close to Plunkett there.
Yeah, he's got another car in between. That's the 70, the GTL that we were just talking about with Roger Welling. He's got Welling in between him and Plunkett. Kohler's starting to pull away a little bit, getting in where the other cars are coming through the traffic. He's able to work in there in some of those turns, so not holding him up too much, which is allowing him to pull away from Plunkett and Kozolak. But that right now is pretty much the best battle on the racetrack for position in class. Everybody else is really starting to spread themselves out as the race goes on.
And we were talking about Serena Stevenson in her GT Light Mini, well, there it is, Brian, in slow motion for you going across our screen. Unfortunately for her, looks like her day, as we mentioned, is now done.
Yeah, one of those things. Like I said, she came out, she started to work on the left front and then got back in the car. Never took the helmet off, got back in the car. There was a couple people down there helping her get back in, and the car just never really wanted to run there. And, Greg, just as we were talking about him, it looks like we did have Tanzel Kozolak spin kind of coming out of turn number 11 there, kind of right at the exit of the Octopus.
Yeah.
And that's opened up that gap. So, again, that battle that he was having with Plunkett and Kohler is going to drop.
Going to fall back, and the question is whether or not Mark Wheaton, who is quite a bit back, if he can move back up in the third. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for Race Group 5 SSM. Please head to the grid. Race Group 5 SSM racers, please head to the grid. Your first race of the day is next.
Pretty good battle, as you talked about. Chris Childs working his way back up into that fourth position, dropping back after that early spin. He's got Graham Fuller coming back up on him, and Graham Fuller was a little bit slower. They've got some traffic they're coming up on, but Childs able to work his way back up into fourth, third overall in that STL battle as they went down into turn 1 and headed up into turn 2. They should be coming up over the hill here momentarily, but they're all going to be coming up into some of that lap traffic they got to earlier on.
All right, so I just saw it happen over by turn 4, Brian. New leader in H production as Rick Benazik, and this isn't the car that I've seen him run recently, in the orange number 17 Honda CRX. They're coming into turn 7 now. He has taken over the lead from Troy McBain. So move the Honda Fit now back into second position in H production. And again, McBain in his rookie season, looking for a Mars championship here the first season. He had some issues in qualifying. Had a tire go down in qualifying, and still he put the car on pole in class.
Yeah, getting ready to come up underneath the bridge there, getting ready to come out of turn 12 now. Here they come. Here comes Benazik, and here comes McBain. And I'll tell you what, Greg, it's about 3 car lengths difference of them right now. So,
and there they go by us on the front straight, and they've got some of that lead pack starting to come up on them too.
Well, they got one more lap to go. So the next time by, they're going to get the one to go. So if the leaders get back by them, then that's going to be where they'll only really have 1 lap instead of 2. To get this done. So if you got the leaders coming up, if McBain wants to get by him, he's going to have to make it quick because our leaders are coming down the bottom of the hill.
All right, so let's take a look here. This is the battle for the lead at H production. Benazik in the orange CRX, McBain in the gold Fit. And right behind them, not our leaders, but that is, I believe, and again, we're having trouble with this camera here, but I believe that is K-Hall and Cephalo directly behind them.
Which means Greenfield's already gone by them. So
exactly.
They're going to have 1 lap to go the next time they get by to the start-finish line.
Exactly.
Looks like K-Hall and Cephalo were coming up right on them, coming up through the through turn 7 through the Octopus. Looks like we may have one of
the cars pulled off. Yeah, drove off driver's right.
Yeah.
And we'll try and get the car number on that one in a minute as Deacon Greenfield now coming underneath the bridge and onto the front straight. We'll see if we could pick him up, or did I already miss him?
Now, he just went by the start-finish line, so he's down into turn 1 now.
Turn one,
he should be coming up. He's right behind the Planet Miata machine there.
Yeah,
I believe that is the that's the 0 of Mitchell Redding.
Redding, exactly.
In that.
All right, so Greenfield working his last lap. We'll try and pick up this H production race. Actually, we've got 2 great races, I think, going on right now, Brian, because in B-Spec, that battle between Kohler and Plunkett has picked back up again as well.
And that car that we saw that went off in there, Greg, that you were talking about, that's actually Carl Hinman in the 4 machine. Okay. So that's in that Volkswagen Scirocco.
And he's just now coming down the pit lane.
Yeah, he called it a day a little early. Jeremy Butt's got his hand out the window. Hopefully he's acknowledging that white flag as a 1 lap to go, or he's thinking it's beer 30 already.
All right, so look at that H production battle. Just came through turn 4. And again, Benazik with a bit of an advantage over McBain. We saw where Cephalo worked his way between those two cars going in the 4. We'll also try and find the B-Spec battle as well, because again, when they crossed the line that last time, there were about 2 car lengths separating them.
Getting ready to come up underneath the bridge now.
So let's take a look
out of
here.
turn 12. There goes one of the minis, and then you're going to have, here comes Kohler coming up through there. He's going to be leading Plunkett. You're going to have Brian Hune. Here comes Deacon. They just took the green. He just took the checker flag. So that B-Spec class, Greg, is going to get one more lap.
So let's do this. Let's move down into turn 1 as they come in. So this is the battle for the lead and the win in B-Spec.
And Kohler going off. Kohler going off. So now move Plunkett
up to the lead. There you go. So the 95 Mazda 2 of James Kohler ran off going into coming out of turn number 1, and that moves that yellow Mini there into the lead in B-Spec. That is Joe Plunkett in the number 41 out of the Philadelphia region here as they now come down into turn number 4 with about 6 car lengths now separating them. So we'll continue to watch that. But Brian, is that H production battle that we were watching as they completed, Rick Benazik takes the win in H production with Troy McBain finishing 2nd, and then Chuck Allard finishing in 3rd. Here's that. Here come the two B-Spec cars. They are 3rd and 4th in that line, going down into turn 7. And so we'll watch them as they come through the Octopus, as they're just entering our sights now.
Yeah, we'll see whether or not Kohler's going to be able to get back up in there. He was been a little bit faster back through here than Plunkett was earlier on in this race, so we'll see whether or not he's going to be able to do that. But here they come. They're coming out of the Octopus, Greg. They're getting ready to come up under the bridge in turn 12. We're going to see. It looks like Kohler's maybe getting a run here. There they are. They're going to be side by side as they come through, as they come down through the start-finish line.
I'll tell you, well, let's go to this camera here and see if we can pick it up. Or did I just miss it already?
I think we missed that already, but it is going to be Plunkett. It is hard to talk and push the button to try to pick up the camera. Totally get that. So, it is going to be, and your B-Spec winner is going to be Joseph Plunkett in that 41 machine. James Kohler in that 95 is going to finish 2nd. Tanzo Kozoluk's going to finish 3rd in that 35 machine, and Mark Wheaton is going to finish 4th in that number 2 machine for B-Spec. If we go back a little bit, and I'll start picking these up, Greg. So in ITB, it looks like your winner is going to be Matt Small in that 28. Frank Caramore in that 142 is going to finish 2nd. In ITS, it's going to be Steve Moeller. We talked about him. Pulled over, let those guys go. He knew he's the only ITS machine. In SPP, you got the 120 of Michael Thompson. He's going to pick up the win there. In GT Light, Graham Fuller in the 22 machine. He's going to pick up that win, followed by Dave Dart in that 96 machine, and Serena Stevenson finishing 3rd, only completing 1 lap. In SPU, looks like Roger Welling in that number 70 machine. He's going to pick up the win there. In F production, George Benning, he's going to pick up the win in that number 36 machine. In ITA, Joel Gambino is going to pick up the win there in that 31 machine, 31 seconds ahead of the one of Dan Freeman. Then you throw in Carl Hinman in the 4. We talked about him going through over there in the Octopus, cutting off the corner there and calling his day 2 laps short. In STL, Deacon Greenfield in that 32 machine is going to pick up the win, followed by Chris Childs getting back around Ted Cahall there in the number 7 and the 182 machine. So moved Chris Childs up into 2nd, Ted Cahall into 3rd. Robert Cahall is going to finish 4th in the 178. Brian Hume's going to round out the top 5 in that 123 machine. You called it, Greg, an H production. Eric Benazik is going to win that in that number 17 machine, followed by Troy McBain. Chuck Allard III is going to come home in 3rd, along with Carolyn Bayer Brewing is going to finish 4th. In T4, we had the 00 there of Mark Cephalo going to pick up that win with about 30-second gap between him and the 69 of Jeremy Butts. Jennifer Rome's going to pick up 3rd in T4 in that 186 machine.
All right, there you go. That is the story with our first small bore IT, B-Spec, STL, and a couple other things race for the day. They're going to be back again a little bit later this afternoon. But first, next up, and let's make a final call to the grid for them, Brian. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for Race Group 5 SSM. Please head to the grid now. You're going to be on track in just a few minutes. SSM racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more action from New Jersey Motorsports Thunderbolt Circuit here for the Jersey Road Racing Classic.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors, a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service, including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com. Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service, including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
And welcome back, everybody, to New Jersey Motorsports Park. There's a nice quick little break, Brian, as we're trying to move the schedule along here. Next up on the docket is SSM Showroom Stock Miata. Brian, for our 1.6 liter Toyo shod, and if they know it's good for them, they'll be G-Lock shod Mazda Miatas as well, because they've got pretty nice size contingencies for both of those manufacturers. Of course, all the SSM drivers required to have either the Toyo RA1s or the Proxys RR tires on course here, as we've got the pace car now bringing the field down the pit lane. Let's see if we can pick them up here without them stuttering and moving and jumping around. Yeah, not so much here. As the cars are heading out, why don't we run down the starting order?
All right, starting on the pole with a time 1:34.978 from Lidditz, Pennsylvania. That's the 97 of Chip Herr.
Your reigning STU national champion, 2 years in a row running.
Correct. Starting in second place from Wrightsville, Pennsylvania, in the number 8, his first front row start. That's Jordan Furman. Starting in the third position from Spark Glencoe, Maryland, that's the 63 of John Hotz. Starting in the fourth position from Silver Spring, Maryland, that's the 98 of Arif Chasm. Starting in the fifth position from Weehawken, New Jersey, that's the 46 of Isaac Jordan. Starting in the sixth position from New York, that's the 25 of David Feuerstein. Starting in the seventh position from Strasburg, Virginia, we saw her earlier on this morning, that's the 08 of Miranda Price. Starting in the eighth position from Spotswood, New Jersey, that's the 53 of Robert Miles. Starting in the ninth position from Birdsboro, Pennsylvania, that's the 113 of John Moyer. Starting in the 10th position from Dayton, Maryland, that's the 65 of Russell Maloney. Starting in the 11th position from Alexandria, Virginia, that's the 72 of Mark Rougeau. Starting in the 12th position from Millersville, Maryland, that's the 199 of Ben Sarley. And starting in the 13th position from Nokesville, Virginia, the 88 of Jay Bindrum. And starting in the 14th position from Mount Joy, Pennsylvania, the 6 of James Roberts.
There you go. That is your rundown here, Brian. And, of course, it was interesting. We got to talk to him a couple of weeks ago at Summit Point, running in the field here. Mark Rougeau out of Falls Church in the number 72 car. Of course, what draws me to him first off is that he's running the number 72, which is my number. But he is also representing Dune Buggies of Maryland, DBM Racing. Uncle Bud's and Aunt Dolly's old race team. Used to be known the reason why they were dune buggies in Maryland. Originally, Volkswagen Beetles and Volkswagen Rabbits throughout the years. But the Washington, D.C. region's Rookie of the Year, of which I'm one,
Right.
is actually known as the DBM Rookie of the Year award. And Mark, of course, when he set this his driver's bio, said he had to put in that they were given honors mention to me. Of course, Mark is an IMSA starter, an IndyCar starter, starts for a number of organizations. He's not on the start stand, however, as the pace car is on the pit lane, and we're watching the starter stand right now. And our starter, as he looks over the field, doesn't seem. There he goes. Now he moves. And green flag is in the air here in SSM, Brian. And it's, oh, my gosh, our cameras.
I tell you what, Greg, whether cameras or not, I tell you what, a great start by Chip Herr, John Hotz. But we can't count out with Jordan Fuhrman and Arif Kazem. They pushed each other all the way down. It wasn't behind them when they fanned out 3 wide really quickly. You're right. That oil dry that's out here is going to go away here pretty quickly. We start seeing starts like that because they were 3 and 4 wide headed down into turn 1. Looks like everybody's going to get single file all the way through, but it does look like it is going to be Chip Herr, then John Hotz. Now you're going to have Fuhrman and Arif Kazem as they head down into turn 5. They're going to go side by side, which is going to allow Isaac Jordan to get right on that back bumper of Fuhrman. It looks like we got one car that's going to go off there. That looks like that's going to be the 65 machine of Russell Maloney. So Russell didn't realize there is a turn down there, but looks like there is one other car that's getting ready to come through there. We'll have to see. It's going to be in the very back. We'll get the call on that, but it looks like there was 2 cars that kind of went off. One of them, as I said, was the 65 Russell Maloney. He was able to continue. We'll pick up who that other car is. That was one of the other ones. I'm not sure if that may have been the 72 of Mark Rougeau.
Yeah, and, well, it'll be hard.
Or Rob Miles, maybe.
Hard to miss. Rougeau bright orange car.
Definitely wasn't the bright orange car. It was a lighter car.
It may have
white
been car with a little bit of orange down at the bottom.
We'll have to wait and see with that. So I believe that is Rob Miles that went off down there with Maloney. But Maloney and Miles back on track, back on the racing circuit, and we'll see where they pick up and where they fall in.
There he goes. Our leaders now coming across the start-finish line and heading down into turn number 1 to complete lap number 1, and it is Chip Herr, your leader, as they come through the very first time. And he's got John Hotz in tow, the number 63 machine. But great fight just a little bit further back between, as you mentioned, the 2 red cars, the 98 of Chasm, Jordan Fuhrman. Fuhrman had been frustrated, I think, for a number of seasons that the motor that he was running was a little on the soft side, and you know when your motor is on the soft side because all of these cars get dyno tuned and sealed at the beginning of the season. And so Jordan with a new motor in the car coming into the season, and he ran very well at Labor Day as well.
Right.
And he's shown some serious advancement there. You know, maybe it just wasn't his mediocre driving. Maybe it was the car.
Well, I was going to say,
Sorry,
I saw him right after lunch, when lunch began, was down there walking back. I went back to check on a few things and was actually walking over to the Hot Stuff Racing paddock camp over there. They were looking at film, and Jordan came up to me and he says, I get started on the front row. Should be an interesting one. And
when you say they were looking at film, were they looking at like race film, or were they looking at his edited YouTube video?
They were looking at film from the Spec Miata race this morning, and so it was, don't worry, we're going to push Chip Herr, we're going to the front, so you have to find a partner. Again, as we talked about, you have to have a partner in this type of racing because it is about the draft, and if you want to be able to go somewhere. And right now, Fuhrman sitting in 3rd place here, Chasm a little bit further back, and then Isaac Jordan's going to play a part in that battle as well. As we look a little bit further back, Greg, going down into turn 1, you've got Jay Bindrum and Russell Maloney right there. They are going to be nose to tail as they went into turn 1, but Maloney was giving up that position to Jay Bindrum.
Yeah, that second little pack there, the 2 cars, they're locked nose to tail coming through turn 3. Probably not turn 3. They're coming over the crest of turn 2 right now. That group of 3 cars coming right into our view now, except it's 4, not 3 cars.
And Russell never driven on this racetrack until yesterday.
Right.
talked about he was going to get into the sim and do it. And, Greg, we've got maybe Ben Sarley over there coming over the hill in turn 4 down into turn 5, who's gotten pretty sideways there. So, again, Ben Sarley looks like he's going to continue now. If I look out the window right here, can't really see it on the camera right now because it keeps freezing up on us, and we understand that. But it was Ben Sarley that definitely went around in turn 4. And, again, it's coming up over that crest of that hill, Greg. It throws a lot of speed, throws you into the left and then back into the right.
All right, and so in the Mars Championship race here, Brian, coming into the day, Ryan Maloney, that is Russ Maloney's son, your points leader in SSM with over 2,500 points. He was 575 points clear of Jamison Huffman, who's running second in the championship.
Neither one of them racing.
Yeah, neither one of them are here. John Hotz currently running third. He is a full 1,000 points back from Huffman, and so for a total of about 1,900 points back from Ryan Maloney.
Right. And Ryan is here. He's crew chiefing for
Russ.
Russ. So I saw him change a tire and add some gas. So I would assume he's crew chiefing. Had the conversation.
If it weren't for the fact that we've seen at least one car lose a wheel today because the lug nuts weren't tightened up.
That was a Caleb Crocker deal there.
Yeah.
That's why I'm sticking to that.
You're going to call him out too on the air?
Out.
All right.
Calling him out on the air. Talked about it early this morning. And here comes Ben Sarley down on pit road. So again, that Ben calling it an early afternoon to race 1. He'll go back into the paddock, get everything set up, and get ready to get back out here for race 2 for this SSM group. They don't run till later on this afternoon. So again, get time to get that cleaned up, ready to go.
All right, Brian. As I believe our leaders are coming through the Octopus here, we just had, and they're starting to close things down a little bit on Chip Herr. We just had one driver run very wide at the entrance to the Octopus.
And I believe that was Chip Herr, because I think we have a new leader in John Hotz in that 63. They're getting ready to come out of turn 12, head down across the start-finish line. So throw your new leader in there. That's John Hotz, Chip Herr. Greg, Jordan Fuhrman, only 0.6 of a second back, and now Chip Herr is going to get deep, hard onto the brakes going down into turn 1 right there. There it is. That's going to put the pass back on John Hotz, but what does it do, Greg? That brings that number 8 machine right in there.
Yep. Yeah, he's right in the fight now as we watch them come down the hill. The white with green on the nose, that is Chip Herr. Running second is John Hotz, and Jordan Fuhrman just reset fast lap of the race, Brian.
Yeah, I tell you what, the odd driver out here, though, is going to be Arif Kazem. He's kind of on an island on his own because a little bit further back, then you have Isaac Jordan trying to get back in there. But now it looks like you're going to see, as they come down the hill out of 4 into turn 5, Greg, you're going to see probably a new second-place leader, especially when you get over to turn 7, a new second-place driver right now. That's Jordan Fuhrman. So Chip Herr went really, really wide, completely missed the apex as I look out the window here. Missed the apex going down into turn 5 and took the long way around.
The long way. So that's 2 mistakes by Chip Herr in 2 laps, and maybe he thinks he's driving an all-wheel drive Audi that he can drift through corners or what have you. Can't necessarily do that with a 1.6 Mazda Miata as he now drops back into 3rd place.
Yeah. Tell you what, don't be surprised. John Hotz, Jordan Fuhrman just sits there with John Hotz to try to pull away, because you definitely want to get away from Chip Herr at this point. And as they come out of turn 12, I got to tell you, Greg, looking at this start-finish line, let's see if whether or not Jordan Fuhrman in that number 8 machine can pull that pass off. Well, I can tell you that he did.
Yes.
So he is now ahead.
Tell you what, let's move over to camera 1.
That's the only one that's working.
And there you go. Look at that new leader. Jordan Fuhrman is your new leader, but with some of that fighting, Brian, we now have, if you take a look, this is no longer a 3-car fight either. This is now a 5-car fight because you've got Arif Kazem and you've got Isaac Jordan. They have now started to really tighten things up. There you go. You see, they're only 2 car lengths back from the lead trio.
Yeah. And Chip Herr continuously makes that far wide right-hand turn, or wide right on making that left-hand turn, and misses the apex every time in turn 5.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 6. That's a big bore. Please head to the grid. Race Group 6. Your race is next. Please head to the grid.
Tell you what, Greg, great run coming out of turn 6, headed down there in turn 7 by the 46 there of Isaac Jordan. Put a lot of pressure on Arif Chasm, and I tell you what, Chasm was not going to get out of the throttle there and was going to hold that line. That enabled, or that actually had Isaac Jordan had to get on the brakes where he didn't want to, and he's going to fall back in behind Chasm. But he got up side by side to the door, headed and down into the octopus.
All right, so we'll take a look here as that whole group of 5 now, pretty much equidistant from front to back. And if we take a look, Brian, separating our top 5, 1.3 seconds as they make their way down the front straight and towards turn 1. And this is an interesting place for Jordan Fuhrman to be because he has not been in this position leading a race before.
I was just getting ready to say the exact same thing, Greg. He has not been in this position in this class this year or even last year, as you mentioned, with the potential the motor issues. But he is now out in front of some pretty good racers in this class. Chip Herr, 2-time national STU champion, just as you talked about. John Hotz, who has done really well in this class. You've got Arif Chasm, who does run up front. Isaac Jordan now coming on. You've got guys that are sitting right there that I guarantee you Jordan Fuhrman is sitting there looking in that rearview mirror more than he's looking out the front window.
Probably.
To see where that pass attempt is going to be made. And I have a feeling it's going to be with at least one lap to go coming out of turn 12.
See, and I'm wondering if the cinematographer in him is going, this is going to be a pretty boring, low-content, low-viewer video on YouTube and maybe TikTok unless I let one of these guys go.
Yeah.
I don't think that's how he's thinking right now.
No, he is definitely putting the work in. You could tell he was pretty stoked when I saw him. He was kind of walking up on his tiptoes. He knew he had something for these guys. And now as they come out of turn 12 and head down the start-finish line, you see John Hotz here. He's going to pull out of line just to the right. Trust me, he does. He pulls out of line to the right and attempted to make the pass of her, but then knew he wasn't going to get it done before they got down in there, and that would have only allowed Jordan Fuhrman to pull further away.
Exactly.
So he tucked right back in behind Chip Herr going through turn 1. Here they come up over the hill out of turn 2, headed down into turn 3. Again, still single file for these top 5. They've got 14, almost 7, between 7 seconds to 14 seconds between David Fierstein and Jay Binderum. And then you got to throw in Mark Rougeau, who has dropped back a little bit, Greg. Had some little bit of maybe a one-wheel or two-wheel off there in turn 5, 2 laps prior.
And speaking of off, I'm just going to jump over to turn 1 very quickly. We just had a driver go very wide, and here he comes rejoining now over at turn 1. We'll try and get the number on his car in just a moment.
Be able to see it out the window, out the back window here, and plus we're going to get a call. That's actually the 113. That's John Moyer taking the non-asphalt way around turn 1.
And John Moyer, they call him Grandpa out of Birdsboro, Pennsylvania. And he's a retired geologist, so he might have been out there, Brian, looking for new rock samples. It's something in the dirt and in the sand there at turn number 1. This is his 48th season of road racing with the SCCA. As our leader is now crossing the start-finish line, heading down into turn 1.
And as they come through turn 1, Greg, you're going to see a new leader right here. That is Chip Herr. That was a lot of help from John Hotz, that 63
pushed
machine.
Him right forward,
pushed him all the way down the front stretch, pushed him all the way in through into turn 1. So your new leader right now is the 97 of Chip Herr.
And it doesn't look like Arif Chasm or Isaac Jordan have been able to make up any ground here. But I'm starting to wonder every time I see these racers come into turn 4, Brian. I keep thinking of and again our turn 5 camera not working. Sorry about that. But I keep thinking about the Club Ford race with Jake King and Max King swapping positions down at turn 4. It doesn't look like it is a spot where the Miata guys, as a normal course of business, have been looking to make moves. But I'm wondering if one of these drivers in this lead group has either heard the calls coming over the PA or maybe was out back, great viewing spots all around the Thunderbolt course, and might have said, hey, that's actually a good spot that maybe they're not expecting it.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think it's, looking at some of these, you talk about Chasm, you talk about Isaac Jordan. I think Isaac Jordan just lacks a little bit of drive off, especially coming off of turn 5, because he loses that momentum. As they come by out of turn 12 and they come down the start-finish line, you can see he's within 3 or 4 car lengths of the 98 of Maurice Chasm, who is now right on the back bumper of John Hotz for that 3rd position. Yeah. But Isaac Jordan just doesn't have the drive off. And again, these are all about momentum. Right? You cannot really get off the throttle. The minute you get off the throttle, it's basically done. You've got to work to get that back. That's why you say you have to have some people with the draft going through there to help you in certain spots. So he just loses it, especially coming off of turn 5. If I'm looking out the window here, that's where he loses the biggest gap. Whether he's having a problem on entry or whether or not he's having a problem drive off.
Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group 6. That's Big Bore. Please start heading to the grid. Race group number 6, Big Bore racers. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, Brian, as they all come down under braking going into turn 7 and over by the Octopus there, things compress down for 2nd through 5th, but it looked like that time going in, Chip Herr, he had a little bit of a buffer, had about 2 car lengths or so, and he seems to have built that up just a little bit more now as they work their way through the Octopus.
Yeah, that car seems like it's getting a little bit faster here as we get to the second half of this race here. Again, with just about 4 minutes left to go, that's probably about 3 laps left, I think. And so, if I take my shoes off, I can do the math a little bit faster than what you can do. So,
certainly.
Again, he's got about a car length and a half, but now Chasm and John Hotz, they're going to get a little bumper tag going down into turn 1. That's going to get John Hotz, and John Hotz had to get hard on the brake without running over Jordan Fuhrman going through there. You see that right there, right before that entry, John Hotz was hard on the brake from the push from the 98.
Yeah, and it looks like Fuhrman, I think probably as things are getting close to the end here, he might be tightening up a little bit on the wheel, maybe getting a little more pensive,
right,
as the nerves are starting to increase there. And my guess is now as we're working, we've got about a little bit over 3 minutes to go, so probably 2 laps more. He is most likely spending a lot more time looking in the rearview mirror at John Hotz than he is at attacking Chip Herr ahead.
Well, Chip Herr is really starting to open up now over that. He's got about a 5-6 car length lead.
And I think it shows that Fuhrman, he's not attacking any longer. He's defending.
Yeah. And again, until you've been, and I've had this said to me many, many times, until you've been in that position, you're not 100% sure really what you need to do. You can't run your normal line because if you do, they're going to gang up and they're going to go right on by you.
Of course.
So at this point now, as Chip Herr's opened it up by about 7-8 car lengths over Fuhrman and John Hotz and Chasm, it is basically a Jordan trying to just defend to hold on to second place.
Yeah, we can see they're opening up just a little bit, and as they come down the straightaway here, take our word for it.
They did come down the straightaway.
Yeah, Fuhrman, on the front straight here, Fuhrman opened up a little bit more of a gap. He's got a little bit of a buffer. It's about 2 car lengths between Chip Herr and Jordan Fuhrman, about 2 car lengths now back to John Hotz. And Arif Chasm, he's right there. They've lost. They've been able to dispatch with Isaac Jordan in the 46 car, it looks like.
Yeah, again, I think Isaac Jordan's really having a problem getting into the corner and off the corner, especially in turn 4 and turn 5, and that's really where he's losing the pace. As we look out here, we can watch as our leaders now go through turn 5, getting ready to come up out of turn 6 and head to turn 7. as we talked about, Chip Herr really opening it up.
Yeah.
Right now, Jordan Fuhrman's not really worried, shouldn't be worried about defending. He should be worried about getting hots on his back bumper if he wants to make a case to try to pick up this win. Let John push you as much as you can and then battle it out the last 200 yards of this racetrack down by there. But if you want any chance of catching Chip Herr right now in that 97 machine, you've got to have a partner, and that partner's got to be John Hotz.
All right, as they are now making their way through the Octopus, they should be getting the white flag this next time by, Brian, as we have a little bit less than a minute remaining on the clock.
Yeah, and Reef Chasm's dropped back now too, Greg, so we'll see what that gap is. But pretty much it's really going to be about a three-car race right now. John Hotz pulls out a little bit going down the start-finish line, to kind of break the draft from Jordan Fuhrman. But Jordan gets deep hard on the brakes into turn one. Watch him coming off the exit. It's about a car length and a half now between Fuhrman and Chip Herr, but we have seen it the last several laps, Greg. When you get down to the Octopus coming out of turn 5 and turn 6, Chip Herr is just gone.
All right, taking a quick look to the inside on Fuhrman. And I think that might have been a futile look to the inside on Fuhrman as he was about 7 car lengths back at the time. He actually closed some of that ground down a little bit, but John Hotz was just far too far back to make a move on Jordan Fuhrman at that point.
The rest of our cars come across the start-finish line there. Miranda Price, here comes the 113 John Moyer after his earlier spin going through. But our overall leaders now heading down into turn number 7, getting ready to go through the Octopus right now. And I tell you what, Chip Herr's opened it up by about 3 car lengths, pretty much the same gap that he's always had. But John Hotz is starting to get real in Jordan Fuhrman. I think John Hotz is going to try to push Jordan Fuhrman as far as he can to hopefully catch Chip Herr coming out of the last turn, but also look for John Hotz to make a move on Jordan Fuhrman as they come out of turn 12 and head down the start-finish line. But as they come down into turn number 12, it looks like Chip Herr is going to go ahead and excel and pick up the win here early on over Jordan Fuhrman and John Hotz in third place. John Hotz had the fastest lap of the race that last time.
There you go. So congratulations to Chip Herr. Takes the win here in race number 1 in SSM, coming right off of his second national championship. Chip Herr out of Lidditz, Pennsylvania, your winner. Jordan Fuhrman will finish second. John Hotz will come home in third. Arif Chasm fourth. Isaac Jordan fifth. David Fierstein will finish in 6th. Mark Ruggia works his way up to 8th. Russ Maloney will finish 9th. And rounding out the top 10, it's wrecker boy Rob Miles. All right, so that's going to wrap up SSM. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 5, or pardon me, race group number 6, Big Bore. Please head to the grid. Race group 6, Big Bore racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a 6-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Welcome back, everybody, to New Jersey Motorsports Park's Thunderbolt Circuit is the 2024 Jersey Road Racing Classic presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati. And next up, Brian, it's the Ground Pounders. It's Big Bore, our GT cars, as well as the Spec Corvettes and a number of large machinery here. I think we've got a couple ITE machines running as well, and a real nice American sedan field. We've got 10 American sedan racers registered here for today's race. That's, I think, the largest American sedan regional field I've seen in quite some time.
Yeah. Tell you what, let's go ahead and get started on this starting lineup. Starting on the front row, starting in the pole position with a time 1:27.097 from Glassboro, New Jersey. That's the 46 of Alan Phillips. Starting in the second position outside of pole from Colts Neck, New Jersey. That's the 90 of Anthony Valente. Starting in the third position from Hamburg, Pennsylvania. That's the 89 of Dylan Licklider. Starting in the 4th position from Hamburg, Pennsylvania, the 60 of Brian Licklider. Starting in the 5th position from New Ringgold, Pennsylvania, that's the 14 of James Jost. Starting in the 6th position from Dowingtown, Pennsylvania, that's the 51 of Kenneth Alters. Starting in the 7th position from Wayne, New Jersey, 26 of Dominic Rizzo. Starting in the 8th position from Stafford Township, New Jersey, in the number 92, that's John Gatzmeyer. Starting in the 9th position from Haven Beach, New Jersey, that's the 99 of Joseph Latanzi. Starting in the 10th position from Cherry Hill, New Jersey, that's the 8 of Justin McNulty.
Did you know that there was originally a hotel that had a Chinese delicatessen called Ginsberg and Wong's in Cherry Hill, New Jersey?
That's it. Starting in the 11th position from Pennsburg, Pennsylvania, that's the 57 of Dwight Cooney. Starting in the 12th position from Cherry Hill, New Jersey, that's the 76 of Robert Benson. Starting in the 13th position from Martland, New Jersey, that's the 93 of Martin Schwark. Starting in the 14th position from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, that's the 43 of James Benson. Starting in the 15th position from Manchester, Pennsylvania, the 170 of Jared Licklider. Starting in the 16th position from Stewartsville, New Jersey, that's the 79 of Brandon Lewis. Starting in the 17th position from Glen Mills, Pennsylvania, the 66 of Andrew Connor. Starting in the 18th position from Quakertown, Pennsylvania, the 88 of Stephen Ott. Starting in the 19th position from Columbus, New Jersey, that's the 42 of Joseph Hall. And starting in the 20th position from Hackettstown, New Jersey, that's the 50 of Joseph Folia. Starting in the 21st position from Pennsburg, Pennsylvania, that's the 20 of Jonathan Reitz. Starting in the 22nd position from Nokesville, Virginia, that's the 91 of Robert Ashak. Starting in the 23rd position from Spring Grove, Pennsylvania, that's the 9 of Alec Manziel. Starting in the 24th position from Cliffside Park, New Jersey, that's the 127 of Bruno Stockinger. Starting in the 25th position from York, Pennsylvania, the 06 of Daniel Licklider. Starting in the 26th is the 94 of Joe Banner. 27th, Steve Trumbo in the 30. Chuck Burns in the 28th position in the 27, and in the 61 of James Wilson in the 29th position.
All right, Brian, and there you go as they all head down into turn number 1 here on the opening lap. And jumping out to an early lead, that appears to be the Ford Mustang of Alan Phillips, the blue number 46.
Yeah, I tell you what, that car right there has been running really good. Alan's got a lot of laps up here on this Thunderbolt track, really before the repave and even after the repave. Every chance he gets to come out here and run, that car seems to be getting better and better and better, along with Anthony Valente in that 90 machine in that Chevrolet Camaro.
A matter of fact, in the back in the spring, we saw a heck of a battle in T2 between those two racers at the national or at the majors race. Okay. So indeed, good fight there as well. I thought our turn 5 camera might have been back to the land of the living for a while, but we got a nice screenshot for you if you want to go and make this your make that your desktop
with a little bit of puff of dirt on the right.
Exactly,
on
you get some New Jersey dust as our racers coming into the Octopus now for the very first time. Some beautiful machines out here. You know, Brian, we were talking earlier about the Ford GT40. It's a replica. It's obviously not a true GT40 machine out here and running very, very strong. That is Ken Arders. And Arders now moves up into 5th position, gets ahead of Brian Licklider's American sedan Ford Mustang.
Had a little bit of problems with that machine yesterday.
Yes.
And, able to get that done. But I tell you what a heck of a run he's putting on right now. Coming up, moving all the way up into 5th place from his, let's see, where did Arders start? Arders started all the way, he started in 6th.
In 6th.
Moved up out of 1, but got a great run on that first lap. So, again, really, Phillips and Valente moving out. James Joe's going to sit there. He's going to lead your American Sedan group right now in that 14 machine, but 89 of Dylan Licklider right on that back bumper. Again, that's the battle for American Sedan.
And another car, and we're going to skip turn 5 because, hey, that's the same shot that we saw just about 2 minutes ago. Here as our racers heading down into turn 7. The other car to look out for, Brian, and he's racing against Arders in SPO, is Robert Benson in the white Chevy Monza with the big tabletop wing on the back of that car. That machine last year at the event in the in the fall, which was on the Lightning circuit, was really the class of SPO. And was very, very quick until he went into turn one and found he didn't have any brakes. So certainly something, and my guess is with that older Monza, that is something that he is going to have to look after over the course of an entire race.
Yeah.
Because I don't think it's as nearly as light as the GT40 is. It is not a silhouette bodied car. It's got a steel Chevy Monza body sitting on top of it.
Right.
It's probably a pretty heavy beast.
Right.
As we watch, there's Arders right there in the Lotus colors, in the British Racing green and yellow colors of the GT40, and Arders leading Darren Licklider's American Sedan Mustang and Brian Licklider's American Sedan Mustang through that field.
Yeah. Yeah, one car on pit road here. That's going to be the 50 of Joseph Folia. So again, just a couple laps into his first race of the afternoon. Joseph Folia pulling it down on pit road.
And that's a shame that he was very quick in qualifying. It's a C3 GT1 Ford Mustang,
right.
And he had a very good outing at Labor Day at some point a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, fantastic outing for him last month up there at Summit Point. Was able to get out, complete all the laps, ran relatively competitively for him, on the laps that, I was talking to him there for a little while and he was pretty happy with it, and only to see him come out and run earlier and qualify and run all the whole time session there, but then to only really get 2 laps in this race here. Hopefully whatever it is, he can get fixed and come back out here for this afternoon.
All right, let's check back in on this battle for the overall lead between Alan Phillips and Anthony Valente in the 2 Touring 2 machines. The battle of the American Iron with the Ford Mustang and Chevy Camaro, and there they are coming down into turn 4, about 3 car lengths, maybe 2 car lengths, separating those 2 machines, Brian, and they've really started to move away. Arders now up to 3rd in his SPU car, and he has gotten around the American sedan leader, James Jost. Jost coming off a podium finish 2 weeks ago at the National Championship runoffs. He's a former national champion in American sedan, and he's got the 2 Licklighters, at least one of the 2 Licklighters, very close to him. So we might want to watch this as they're going into turn 7 or going into the Octopus now, and it looks like one of them might have run a little wide, Brian.
Well, I think that was one of the cars earlier on going through there. Again, once you get a car that runs through that
dust's going to be around for a while.
Going to sit there for a couple minutes. The wind is basically non-existent out here today, so it basically just is going to sit there for a couple minutes. And you almost have to treat it with as much dust that comes up. It's going to act like you got to be cautious going in through a big cloud of dust there, like you would even through a cloud of smoke. So. But yeah, our overall leaders, Alan Phillips, Anthony Valente, they're just now coming out of turn 3, heading up into down the hill, down to turn 4. Here they come now. Again, that battle still kind of raging on right there. That's kind of been pretty consistent, not really going either way.
Yeah, they're both running lap times that are very, very similar. Although it looks like Phillips starting to stretch things out just a little bit, Brian. The last lap was able to eke out another 0.3 of a second.
And here comes the 60 machine. That is going to be one of those American sedans. That's Brian Licklider in that Ford Mustang as well. Good battle I was looking at earlier on. Have to pick up where they're at. I believe they're just now coming down out of 5, heading up into 6, and that was the battle in Spec Corvette. Joseph Latanzi in the 99. He's pulled away a little bit, but you had a pretty good battle there between Dominic Rizzo in that 26 machine and the 8 of Justin McNulty. They were a 10th apart the last time by through the start-finish line. We'll have to find out where they are. There's the overall leader. They should be a little bit on the backside through the Octopus now, but they were at 10th. That's the battle for 2nd and 3rd in that Spec Corvette.
And, of course, we don't have the Malvern missile with us here.
No, we do not. Although I think that 60 machine used to be the Malvern missiles.
Really?
Well, the Malvern missile's in spec Corvette, so now I'm
Right.
thinking of somebody else here.
Right.
But here comes the battle. Somebody just now crossing the start-finish line, headed down into turn 1, and that's the battle for second in spec Corvette between Dominic Rizzo and Justin McNulty. Looks like getting word here of the 42 of Joseph Hall has gone off. We've got the 79 of Lewis now coming into pit road. Brandon Lewis, that's part of that United States Touring Car Championship Series. So his afternoon is going to be run.
Yeah, and so Hall running an ITE, a Nissan 300ZX. That's one of those, I think, Z31 machines, very similar to what we see Murphy Nichols race in the Mars Series, but an ITS version of that car, an early 90s Nissan 300ZX.
Yep.
And as a matter of fact, there is, if we take a look there, driver's right,
Yep.
there is the back of that Nissan owned by and driven by Hall. And they're going to be sending some emergency services vehicles out to retrieve him, but should be able to do it with nothing more than a local caution.
And Greg, let's pick up this American sedan battle. They're just now coming across the start-finish line. Give now the lead to Dylan Licklider. James Josla held it last lap, but now Dylan Licklider in that 89 machine. He is going to the top of the charts in that American sedan, going down through turn 1 right now over the 14th of James Jost. Then you got to go back really far away. Far back there to the 170 of Jared Licklider.
Yeah, and so we see those two American sedan leaders right behind the SPO GT40 of Arders as they come through turn 3, make the run down into turn 4. And now, Brian, as we were talking to him last night, this is not the Mustang that James Jost ran at the runoffs. This is the regional car.
This is right. He's got two cars. He's got the one that he runs kind of all over the Super Tour races and any of the majors, and then obviously the national championship runoff races. And then he has this one, which is a regional car that he takes out. And being that this is the last race of the year, he's not really in a points championship anywhere.
Right.
So he's just running it to running it. Basically, they blew up a motor.
Yeah,
the national
they
championship
did
run. They had
an
to
engine change during the test days.
Yeah.
So many of the American sedan racers at the runoffs had strife before qualifying even started. Danny Richardson had issues. He had clutch issues. He had throwout bearing issues. He had axle issues. You name it. Finally got the car running right when qualifying came around. All right, Brian, real quick, let me make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, race group 7, bracket racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. Race group 7, bracket racers, this is your first call to the grid.
Go back, pick up this spec Corvette battle for second place here in there with between Dominic Rizzo and Justin McNulty. That continues to battle on through as they head up through turn 1 and getting ready to head up over the hill. McNulty tried to make a move on the last lap to get by Dominic Rizzo, but there was a slower car there that he really couldn't do it, and Rizzo used him as a pick to get through that. So now it looks like McNulty's been able to get around that other car. So McNulty's the green number 8 machine, and then Dominic Rizzo is that red number 26. So again, both of them trying to get as much. It looks like Rizzo is able to get through turn 3 and 4 a lot faster and able to open that up coming through turn 5. So he's definitely has the drive off more than McNulty does, and I think that's where he's able to open that gap. But McNulty's able to get through the octopus a lot better, a lot smoother, and then picks it up coming out of turn number 12. We definitely don't want to go to our pit lane camera there.
Sorry.
You're not going to see very much there coming down the pit lane. So
Camera's not stuttering anymore, though, Brian.
He is definitely going to stand right in front of that camera view. There it is. He moved. He heard us. That's okay. We got a good shot of you there. Welcome to fame.
That's right. Too bad we only got him from the waist down, right? All right, here's that battle in Spec Corvette again, Brian, as they come out of turn 1 and start to make the run down the hill. And that last time by, McNulty ran his fastest lap of the session, almost a half-second faster than Dominic Rizzo ahead.
Well, no, Rizzo ran faster than McNulty on that one. I've got McNulty to 132, and I've got Rizzo to 131. So
okay. Well, then did my timing? Yeah, you know what?
I think your timing.
That's what happens when I'm like a lap down on my timing and scoring.
You're a lap down. You're a lap behind already. And that battle in American Sedan now, they came up on some lap traffic here between Jost and Dylan Licklider, and tell you what, Licklider's opened it up by a good almost 3 seconds now over James Jost. So again, you get to those battles where you get in, and you don't want to get in anybody else's battle on the racetrack. But then what ends up happening is you start to make lap cars, you get them in the wrong spots, the wrong part of the turns, and next thing you know, you end up with, falling back by about 3 seconds. There's that battle coming across the start-finish line right now in Spec Corvette for second place. Dominic Rizzo went a little bit faster there. Actually, Justin McNulty went faster again over Dominic Rizzo by about 0.2 of a second there. So
they're
right
both
on the
finding
back,
some more time.
They're both starting to get the layout of this racetrack and really starting to get the most out of those two Corvettes.
And interestingly, though, Brian, they're also coming up on the Monza that we talked about, which definitely appears to be a bit off the pace from what we've seen previously. And that is Robert Benson. He's currently running. Well, actually, he's running 7th, but they're actually making up a little bit of ground. That last time by, Benson had dropped almost 3 seconds off of his previous fast lap, and the two Spec Corvettes were almost 3 seconds faster.
Yeah.
So we'll see if that Monza goes and picks the pace up a little bit more. Oh, as we've got a car running a little bit wide, coming out of turn 6, making the run down to turn 7, running through the dust in the dirt there, going into the braking zone for the Octopus.
Here comes Benson. Here comes Robert Benson in that Mazda that you were talking about. Here comes that battle in Spec Corvette for second. Rizzo a little bit faster that time than Justin McNulty in that number 8 machine.
There he goes. We pick up the Spec Corvettes coming down the hill out of turn 2 towards turn 3.
Here, overall leader Joseph Latanzi in that 99 machine. He's kind of opened up. It's almost 9.5 seconds. So he's definitely kind of really moving ahead. But yeah, dialed it back a little bit just to be safe here because we're coming up on about 3.5 minutes left to go. So with that 9-second lead.
Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group 7 bracket racers. Please head to the grid. Your race starting in a few minutes. Race group 7 bracket racers. Please head to the grid. So, Brian, again, I'd like to apologize to everybody. Looks like some of our cameras still giving us some problems here this afternoon.
A lot of cellular coverage issues, I think, today.
It's the drought, man.
Our
cameramen are thirsty.
We're used to having clouds in the sky, and now that we don't have a cloud in the sky, we're having cellular issues. We'll get those fixed up for tomorrow. We'll take them back in, bring them up, look at them, make sure that they're okay, and get them charged up for tomorrow.
Speaking of cell coverage, very interesting call coming over the race net here.
I'm gonna pick up that. Again, we've got some cars that are kind of coming through. You don't want to get in other people's battles at some point, what ends up happening, Greg, is you try to get out of the way of the battles, and then you end up with another car right behind it, and you basically stack up the whole field going through. The last time by, there was a, headed down into turn one. Oh, and there's coming up through turn one, and I believe that was the green. I think that's the McNulty machine.
I think you're right. As we see him coming now, I just got to him after he had already run off, as he's coming out of turn three at a very low rate of speed. Yeah. And that was the 83 machine, indeed.
Eight green, which is
8 green, pardon me.
Which is McNulty.
McNulty, yeah. And that car's still off pace, Brian, coming down into turn 4.
He's definitely gonna have a lot of stuff.
All right, so Brian, the next time our overall leader, and that is the number 46 machine of Alan Phillips, who it took a couple laps, but really started to open things up on Anthony Valente. The gap now between our top two Touring 2 racers over 15 seconds, but Phillips will get the white flag this next time by.
I believe he's just now coming out. He's going to get the white flag to go right there, crossing the start-finish line. So Phillips getting down into turn 1, working his last lap. So everybody there. But the battle actually on the racetrack is going to be between Anthony Valente and that 9 machine, and Kenneth Alters in that 51 machine, Greg, and that SPO and T2 for second overall. Alters got a great run coming out of turn 2, headed down into the turn 1. You're going to see it here going through there. There is Valente. There is Alters right there. It's a lot closer than it was going in. But I think that Valente was able to pull and get the drive off that he needed.
Yeah, he was able to get a good run out of the final corner and open things up on Arters. Of course, not a battle for position in class, as Valente currently running second in Touring 2. And Arters, he is your leader in SPO. And back behind them, we see now actually just coming into turn 4, that's the battle for the lead in American Sedan, Brian, between Darren Licklider and James Jost. And Licklider, he got that pass done around 6 laps ago, but Jost hasn't lost touch yet.
I'll have to see whether or not he's going to be able to do it next time they come by here. They're going to have the one to go. We got to pick up where Phillips is, because Phillips could play a factor in that if Phillips is Phillips is coming around. Phillips right now is coming around to get the checker flag, Greg.
All right,
so the next time that you have Licklider and Jost come by, they're going to get that checker flag. So if Jost wants to close the gap there on Licklider, he's going to have to.
He doesn't have a lot of time to do it.
Doesn't look like he's going to get it done. They're just now coming through turn 12. Right there. There's the back.
And there they are coming through. There's the back of Jost coming over the final corner. And as they come to the line, taking the checkered flag and taking the win in American Sedan is going to be Dylan Licklider. So Alan Phillips wins T2. Ken Arters, your winner in SPO. Dylan Licklider, your winner in American Sedan. Taking the win in Spec Corvette. And I'm trying to see if they are still on course at this point, because I think that they are coming through they should be coming through the Octopus now.
Well, there he goes there. He just crossed the start-finish line. So the next car is going to be Rizzo.
Right.
Remember, McNulty, and I just saw him come down pit road. So that's going to put John Gatzmeyer in third in that 92 machine. And big run coming off of turn number 12 there with the 127. Bruno Stockinger in that GT2 machine basically got left side tires all the way out past the rumble strips coming out of turn 12.
All right, and taking the win in U.S. Touring Car Championship ST class, Andrew Connor in his BMW 325. Martin Swark in his Honda Civic wins the SP class of USTCC. And in GT1, James Wilson takes the win in his Porsche 911 Cup car. Chuck Burns, he will take the win. He will take the win in ITE. and Bruno Stockinger will take the win in GT2 in a Ford Mustang. And I believe that wraps things up for our big bore group. Let's make another and a final call to the grid for our last race of the morning, Brian. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group 7. Bracket racers, Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. Please head to the grid. Bracket racers, race group 7. This is your final call to the grid. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments with more action from New Jersey Motorsports Park. It is the South Jersey region of the SCCA's Jersey Road Racing Classic. It's the Jerk here, and we'll be right back.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
what does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Located in Mays Landing, New Jersey, Speed Circuit focuses on road racers, autocrossers, as well as time attack and track day drivers. They manufacture quality products such as exhaust parts, electronics, intakes, heat shields, pulleys, and more. In addition, Speed Circuit offers fabrication services including welding, CNC plasma cutting, CAD design, 3D printing, and powder coating. They also offer parts installation services, remote tuning, track support, and instruction. Your source for tuning and ECU calibration, performance, and fabrication, speedcircuit.net.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
And welcome back, everybody, to New Jersey Motorsports Park. It is the Jersey Road Racing Classic presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA, along with the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series and the United States Touring Car Championship. And next up, look at that, we've even got spider webs in front of our cameras, Brian. That's neat. Next up is our Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. It's the first of 3 races for them this week. Probably the first of 4 races for them this weekend. They're going to have the 2 20-minute races today. And then tomorrow they'll have 2 10-lap races bookending the day to start the day off and to end the day off. But first up, looks like a pretty compressed field here. I think 7 or 8 cars. Why don't we run down the starting order as they're starting to make their way down the pit lane for their pace lap.
Yeah, sure. Looks like we're going to have 7 starters here. Starting on the pole in that Ford Mustang from Silver Spring, Maryland, that's the 50 of Steve Martin. Starting second from Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania, that's the 98 of Brian McRae. Starting in third position from Fredericksburg, Virginia, that's the 186 of Jennifer Romes. Starting in the 4th position from Rosedale, Maryland, in the number 67, that's Christian Zanatek. Starting in the 5th position from Tacoma Park, Maryland, that's the 68 of Jed Prentice. And starting in the 6th position from West Creek, New Jersey, that's the 7 of Dave Hoffman. And starting in 7th from Scottsville, Virginia, that's the 43 in that Honda Prelude of Frank Alessi.
Yeah, and so Frank's starting at the tail end of the field. Not that bad when you only have 7 or so cars. But Frank went out for qualifying today, Brian, and almost immediately had one of his front tires go down on him. Had to limp back to the pits. Nobody on the pit lane there to make a quick tire change for what was, regardless, a pretty short qualifying session, only a 15-minute qualifying session. So you start tail end Charlie, you start row 4 in a 7-car field. Probably not the worst thing that could have happened.
Yeah, no. I think at this point you're right. I mean, you get that left front tire that basically was obliterated at some point. Had a lot of speed coming through turn 1, 2, and 3. Got down into turn 4 and just basically came to a grinding halt, and then limped it all the way back. And that's a pretty long limp from where that tire went flat all the way around. So good to see they were able to get that fixed and back out there, especially for this race. And like you said, at this point with only 7 cars, it's a loss, but it's not that much of a loss.
Exactly.
You still have, you have 20 minutes here now to make up and do it. And, bracket is done differently. It's not done the same as our traditional, you finish in the top 3 or top 5. Basically, you're running in time compressions of
2 seconds.
2 seconds in between. I almost said 2 minutes, but 2 seconds in between brackets. So, once you get there, you're there. You cannot drop out of that bracket. You can only go up in class and bracket. So, we don't have the ticker working right here today, but I think that you have the breakout. So we'll be able to figure out who's racing who, not only on the racetrack, but also within that bracket.
Yeah, indeed. And so what we do have is we have 10 different brackets, Brian, as you mentioned, separated by 2 seconds apiece, and essentially we'll call them brackets A1 through A5, B1 through B5. A1 is we're getting ready, and you know what? We might actually have our bracket timing and scoring up and running, and I'll put that link in the chat here in just a moment for you if we do. Let me see if I can pull this up quickly.
We're getting ready. We're waiting for the green flag here now, so we'll see whether or not we can.
Oh yeah, look at that. There we go. As we have green flag in the air, Brian, as the racers now coming down the front straight heading into turn 1. And so as I was saying, what we do is we break up the track into 2-second time slices. And so for drivers that race over the course of the race, anywhere between a minute 20, a minute 28, and a minute 29, or probably a minute 28 and below, they are in bracket A1. For a minute 28 to a minute 29, 999, bracket A2. A minute 30 to a minute 31, 999, bracket A3. And continue on all the way up. Once you hit bracket A5, you go to bracket B1, B2, B3. And essentially, if you're running a minute 44 or higher or slower, I guess the best way to put it, you'll be in bracket B5. And so what we'll do, we're going to put a link, and hopefully it will show up in the live chat here for you. This is the link to the bracket racing timing and scoring. It is marspoints.com/bootstrap/bracket. And that is there for you. I'm going to put our timing on the screen here just because it'll give you what the best time and what the last lap time for each racer is. So you get a better idea. But if you go to that site that I linked in the chat, it'll show you in pretty much real time, after 2 laps have completed, what bracket each racer is in, and so you can see who these racers are competing against.
And it takes about 15 seconds after they go by the start-finish line to really kind of update. I can tell you right now, Steve Martin, Brian McRae, right now, early on after that first lap, they're going to be in that B1 bracket. But again, you've got some of these drivers that are going to, kind of go through, get past that start-finish line. It'll take to update that before it gets in there. But it usually takes about 2 to 3 laps really to start getting through which bracket you're going to be in, which bracket you're going to be racing in, and who you're actually racing on track. So not only are you racing someone on the track, you're racing the clock. Right? You're trying to be consistent as possible in order to kind of win those brackets. we have seen individual drivers that leading that one bracket, whatever bracket that is, until they get to the last 100 yards of the start-finish line, and they get a tow or they get a nice big draft from somebody or they get blocked from somebody, and that person goes faster and they end up beating it. So all host of different scenarios that end up in leading. You could go from running first to fourth in your bracket.
Exactly. Find out that the guy that you were competing with now takes the win, and you're now fighting with some guy 6 cars up the road.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right, and you have no shot of catching that other car. So it becomes a little bit of a challenge between them. So that's the unique thing about bracket racing. That's the pretty good idea about it is more of getting in that bracket, being consistent with all the data that they have in the cars nowadays, and all the timing and timing feeds that you can get put into your car. You know what your times are, and you can tell whether or not you have a fast lap or not just by the way the car handles it and kind of what goes on. So as we start to get through this in this 20 minutes, you'll start to hear us talk about all these different brackets, as Greg was mentioning, between A4, B5. Right now, everybody's kind of just settling in within those brackets.
All right, so we've been watching this little fight on track between Steve Martin and his Ford Mustang, Brian McRae and his Scion FRS. Whether he likes it or not, I think McRae has been the marketing golden child of the SCCA in the last couple of weeks. One of the ads that we play during our ad break has him listed. He's been in some of the SCCA's photo advertisements on Facebook, and he does a lot. He autocrosses. He is a solo safety steward. He does time trials. He does hill climbs as well, and he's been up and down the East Coast doing this. He runs. He is out of the Susquehanna region, Brian, and out of Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania. He's been running for a number of years with the Pennsylvania Hill Climb Association. And he's of late gone down south to the Appalachian Hill Climb and run some of their series, like the not Chimney Rock, but Chasing the Dragon, as well as a couple of other events down there.
Pretty much a racing at some point, somewhere, some type, some car, every single weekend, it seems.
Yep. Yeah, indeed, and he calls the race car mistress, which I might have something to do with his wife. Thinks that he's perhaps spending a little bit of extra time behind the wheel and at racing events rather than spending time with her, because apparently she's the one that gave it that name. And let's see if we can actually pick up some race cars on track instead of just open track here, Brian.
Staring at the condos back over on the backside of Turn 7.
That's what we do.
They're very nice, but we'll be giving an in-tour demo later tonight with the cameras, because they're obviously not working very well today with cell coverage out here because of the nice, clean, and cool air that we have. So we would think that they would work for that, but they're not. So we're going to give probably some free demos of tours of some of the condos here at New Jersey Motorsports Park later this evening.
Yeah, indeed.
Again, as we look at some of these brackets now that they've completed pretty much 3 laps, in that A4 bracket, which, Greg, you were talking about 132 flat to a 130, basically 134, Steve Martin, Brian McRae. So, again, not only is that a battle on the racetrack as well, that is a battle in class. And then you look back here, a little bit further back, B3 bracket, which is times of 140 to 142. Jennifer Rome's leading that over Christian Zanatek in that Honda Civic as well. Then you look at the B5 bracket, which is the rest of our racers of Jed Prentice, Frank Alessi, and Dave Hoffman.
I would say, hey, so we've got in the chat with us, and Brian, we'd seen on Facebook that he's kind of Carl Johnson, who's a bit of a...
He's here.
I was going to say, I saw him when I was going out to adjust one of our cameras earlier this morning, and so he says that he did the Chimney Rock Hill Climb back in the day and did the gravity tub races down the mountain. Sounds like a ton of fun. And good to have Carl here with us this weekend. He was telling me that I think it was last week or weekend out when I was up at the runoffs, he was down at Virginia International Raceway for the Trans Am races. So the man gets around.
Yeah.
All right, so as we're looking here, taking over the lead in bracket A4 for drivers, a minute 32 to a minute 35, Brian McRae, who got around Steve Martin's Mustang on that last lap. And then in bracket B3 for drivers, a minute 40 to a minute 42, Jennifer Romes and Christian Zanetich. Zanetich in a Honda Civic, Romes in her Scion FRS. And then in bracket B5, again, this is for drivers, a minute 44 and higher, Jed Prentice. Interesting to see Jed Prentice in a Mazda Miata, isn't it? Don't we normally see Jed in a Spec Racer Ford?
No, you're thinking of Eric Prepsius.
Thank you. Yes, I guess I am. Think of Eric Prepsius. All right, so Prentice leading in bracket B5 in his Mazda Miata. Frank Alessi in his Honda Prelude. Again, Alessi had some issues earlier in the day. Let's take a look here.
Eric should be proud. I pronounced his name right on the very first time. So.
And then Dave Hoffman and his Honda CRX running in third. And I think, let's take a look. We picked up that group. And there's Hoffman and his CRX trailing Steve Martin and Brian McRae as we just picked them coming up through turn 4. I figured, at least once during this race, I'd have to show some racers.
A car?
Yeah.
Right now, I'm not. There's one. There's Frank Alessi, I think, in that 43.
And poof, he's
there
gone.
All
right, here we go.
Again, apologize for everything freezing up there. The only one that hasn't froze up all day long is turn 1. I probably shouldn't have said that now.
You are so gonna.
But turn 1 has been actually working really, really well through there. So we may have to. There you go. There's finally a car on screen. Here comes another car there, and now, as I said that, it kind of completely froze up. There goes Frank Alessi. So we've seen 2 cars the entire bracket race.
The question is,
both of them are Frank Alessi's car.
Yeah, did our camera freeze up, or did Frank Alessi freeze up?
No, Frank didn't freeze up. Frank is still moving along.
Yes, he is. And we got Matty P in the chat. Thank you so much for joining us. He says he steps away from hill climbing to find out about road racing, and now he gets excited when I hear Greg talk about hill climbing. There, exactly. And unfortunately, some of the same crew very big into the hill climbs. Of course, our SCCA time trials folks. Want to wish good luck to all the racers going to SCCA time trials nationals next weekend at NCM at National Corvette Museum, Motorsports Park down in Bowling Green, Kentucky, practically right across the street from the Chevy Corvette Assembly Center.
Ooh, very nice. I got just under 10 minutes left to go, so we're just about halfway, just a little over halfway, Greg. So why don't we go ahead and call our group here.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for Race Group 1, Spec Miata and SMT. Please head to the grid. Spec Miata and SMT racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
We look at our overall brackets here again. We talked about it. Nothing's really changed. Everybody's still, again, this is where it comes back to pretty much consistency, across the bracket, groups here. And that is Steve Martin still racing Brian McRae. He's got about a 1.6 second lead over Brian in that Scion FRS. And then you've got to go back a little bit further back into that B3 bracket, which is the 140 to 142. Jennifer Romes leaving over Christopher Zantich.
And Brian McRae, maybe he's doing a little rally cross as well, Brian.
He's getting all his money's worth.
That's right, as he comes out of turn 2 and makes the run down through the grass there. Yeah, not that horrible here, just because, again, the grass, you can see there in that shot how yellow the grass is. Very little rain here in the last couple of weeks, and the ground incredibly dry right now.
So we look at our other brackets. We got B4 bracket. You've got Frank Alessi in a bracket by himself. That's 142 to 144, kind of running an average time of that 143.9. Then you've got bracket B5, and then you've got that is Dave Hoffman in that B5 bracket. That's 144 and above. And then you've got in our B4 bracket, or B5 bracket, again, another B5 bracket. That's Jed Prentice in the 68.
Tension in the paddock with the Chief Steward. Please report to race control. Chief Steward, please report to race control.
as we look at our brackets here again, let's go back up and take a look, because now we've got the point of, the A3 bracket now. Now, you've got, as I talked about, Steve Martin and Brian McRae. Now that Brian McRae is starting to lead, that's 0.5 of a second over. So Brian McRae starting to reel in Steve Martin here as we come through turn 7 here. Let's see if we can't pick up where they're at and get it going. So we'll pick them up here momentarily on the cameras. I do believe they're coming through. They may be coming through. There they are. They're going down into turn 5 now. So let's pick them up. Brian McRae right on the back bumper, pretty much going through there of Steve Martin in that Ford Mustang as they head up through turn 5. We'll pick them up coming up out of turn 7 there. I'll tell you what, Brian McRae really starting to starting him in as, like I said, it was up to almost 2 seconds at one point. Now it's down to 0.5 of a second last time by.
And it looks like Martin, and I'm guessing that Mustang probably has a little bit, especially with some of the slower corners here, definitely has a bit of an advantage over the Scion and opens things up once again right here through the Octopus is where the Scion should have the advantage, a little bit shorter wheelbase, definitely lighter, more nimble, but it didn't look as though he got a big jump up this time by. Let's take a look as they come out of turn 12 now and onto the straight, and if our camera's kind of sort of showing it, about what, Brian? Almost 10 car lengths between them now.
Yeah, that gap's opened up to 1.5 seconds.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if Steve's just playing around because that gap broke all the way down to 0.5, and we saw it where it got down to 0.5, and then you had Brian McRae kind of going off there. Two wheels drivers left coming out of turn 2 the last time. Through there, or the time before that, and now it seems like he gets through that top half of this race course much better than Steve Martin, but Steve Martin is getting the back half of this race course, which is through the Octopus and down out of turn number 12.
And we see there as they come into turn 4, almost every time in turn 4, McRae manages to reel him in, and I'm just wondering, is it a question of, as you come up that hill a little bit, is it something that Martin just still doesn't feel very comfortable with because it is a blind corner coming up, and there we go, almost side by side going into 7, and now as they come into 7, Brian McRae getting the measure of Steve Martin, and it looks like he maybe has moved ahead. The question is whether or not either one of them breaks out of that bracket. They were both already at the high end of that bracket, Brian, running like 31 6s and 31 5s. They'd have to knock almost a second and a half off in order to bust out of that bracket. So probably not an issue as we've got about 4.5 minutes remaining in this race.
Yeah. I'll have to take a look at the timer now. Now Brian McRae moves all the way up. Got a terrible run out of turn 12 there, Greg, coming down the front. Basically, and you're going to see this going into turn 1, he moved completely driver's right. Steve Martin held his line there, straight down the driver's left coming out of turn 12, went by Brian McRae. So again, Steve Martin still overall going to lead it. If you look at the time frames there, Steve Martin last time went 134. And Brian McRae 132. So I'm wondering if McRae realized, hey, I have to slow down so I don't break out of the bracket.
Quite possible. By the way, they're both coming up on the back of Dave Hoffman's Honda CRX, and so that might be a bit of an issue for them. We'll take a look. They should be able to dispatch with the CRX as they come over towards turn 7. And again, this is where McRae has been a little bit stronger. But as they come into turn 7 now, looks like the Mustang has the measure. And it looks like they didn't get around Hoffman until they came down into turn 7.
Right. Yeah, I'm wondering. That could be a question if we see Brian out running around here later on tonight when we're done, after they come back for their second races. And that is did you realize or potentially think you were going to run out of the bracket and run a faster bracket and wanted to stay in that A3 bracket with Steve? Because, as I said, Greg, when he came out of turn 12, and here they come again down by the start-finish line, it became where he just basically pulled over drivers right, let Steve Martin go because he had that faster turn. There you see, you can see the big gap there now that Steve Martin has over Brian McRae. So that was a that lap there was pretty big.
Yeah, huge there. It's now about 5 car lengths separating them. And we'll take a look here as they come in the 4 for what is going to be the very last time, I guess, Brian.
Well, no, they'll get the one to go
One
here the
more to
next
go.
time by. But now
Right.
Brian McRae's going to go driver's right coming out of turn 5. You're not going to be able to see that, but they are going to be almost side by side coming out of turn 5, headed down into turn 6 right now. Brian McRae's going to be driver's right. Martin's going to have the preferred line going through there. And here's where he's going to start to pull away as they come out of turn 6 and head down there. There they go right there. So you can see Steve Martin getting about a 2-car length lead over McRae. But McRae moved over to driver's right to try to get by him. Knew it wasn't going to work, kind of let it go. Steve Martin held his ground and just went all the way by.
And so we've got Trey Albrecht in the chat right now, and he.
Why is he not racing?
Why is he not racing? Well, he says best class. Too many people broke it at the end of the season. That may be, or he may just be a broken man because he was just elected to the Washington D.C. Region's board of directors.
Well, he'll be a broken man now.
Yeah, in 2 years, Trey, you will be a broken man. Take my word for it as a former board member. All right, white flag is now in the air as our racers are working their last lap, and we also have David Alessi in the chat, and he says none of us pay attention to what bracket we're in. We're chasing the guy in front of us.
Okay, that makes sense to me.
All right, so we just see now as that pack now coming down is both Steve Martin and Brian McRae working their way around some slower traffic. That is the Honda Civic of Christian Zanetich that they just got around.
So let's go back. Let's real quick, since we're working our kind of our last lap here, let's look at some of these brackets. So
Sure.
Steve Martin, Brian McRae, still in that A3 bracket. They're not only racing each other on the racetrack, but they're racing each other in the bracket. In the B2 bracket, you get Jennifer Romes. She's in a bracket all by herself. B3 bracket, you have Christian Janetech in that 67 machine. He's in a bracket all by himself. Jed Prentice and it looks like Dave Hoffman are going to be in that B5 bracket. The B4 bracket is Frank Alessi all by himself in that bracket. So everybody else, with the exception of Martin and McRae, and then Prentice and Hoffman in their own bracket. So not only racing the clock, but racing, trying to get the most out of it, as our leaders now are coming up over the hill, coming out of turn number 12 here momentarily. You'll see them pick them up. They're actually going to come up. Steve Martin's going to come right up on the back bumper of Jennifer Romes, and I think they're going to be kind of even at the line. So Jennifer Romes is not going to get the last lap.
No.
Steve Martin, as you saw right there, go right by her, basically in a dead heat at the start-finish line for that checkered flag. So Jennifer Rome's not going to get that lap.
Yeah, looks like, yep, so she is done. She's going to finish a lap down. And so as we take a look at things as they wrap up, taking the win in bracket A3, that's for drivers a minute 30 to a minute 32, Steve Martin with Brian McRae second. Jennifer Romes in bracket B2, our sole racer in that bracket for drivers a minute 38 to a minute 40. Christian Zanetich in his Honda Civic in bracket B3, a minute 40 to a minute 42. In bracket B5, we've got Jed Prentice, a minute 44 and higher, along with Frank Alessi and Dave Hoffman. All right, so that is going to wrap things up for our first bracket race of the day. Again, they will be back a little bit later today to wrap up the afternoon. Next up, and let's make another call to the grid for them, is going to be... Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for Race Group 1, Spec Miata racers and SMT. Please head to the grid. Your race starting in a few moments. Spec Miata and SMT, please head to the grid. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll be back in just a few moments with more action here from New Jersey Motorsports Park. It is the 2024 Jersey Road Racing Classic, and we will be right back.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service, including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com. Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
And welcome back, everybody, to New Jersey Motorsports Park's Thunderbolt Circuit. It is the 2024 Jersey Road Racing Classic, part of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series and the United States Touring Car Championship. Heading out on track now, Brian, for their second 20-minute race of the day. It is Spec Miata as well as SMT.
Tell you what, looks like we're supposed to have scheduled 24 starters. Let's go ahead and give the rundown. Starting on the pole is the 20 of Seth Gentry. Starting in the second position, the 19 is David Stern. Starting third is the 51 of Brian Price. Starting fourth is the 63 of John Hotz. Starting fifth is the 195 of John Jenkins. Starting in the sixth position is the 182 of Nicole Cooper-Cephalo. Starting in the seventh position is the 88 of Michael Lamena. Starting in the 8th position is the 78 of Ted Cahall. Starting 9th is the 69 of Jeremy Butts. 10th is going to be 17 of Ken Williams. In the 11th position is going to be Robert Cahall in 178. In the 12th position is the 54 of Michael Cohen. Starting in the 13th position is the 07 of Bill Gartner. Starting in the 14th position is the 89 of David Trinder. Starting in the 15th position is the 71 of Ivan Seabrook. Starting in the 16th position is the 27 of Michael Lowe. Starting in the 17th position is the 123 of William Kerr. Starting in the 18th position is the 49 of Tom Gahn. Starting in the 19th position is the 77 of Yosh Hakatuni. Starting in the 20th position is the 59 of Mark Anthony. Starting in the 21st position is the 0 of Mitchell Redding. Starting in the 22nd position is the 122. That's Brian Hune. Starting in the 23rd position is the 18 of Peter Seabrook. And starting in the 24th position in our lone SMT class driver is the 08 of Miranda Price.
All right, and Brian, as the field now is making their way into the Octopus here on the pace lap, I know you can't see them, but I swear they're there. Just had Brian Price come up the stairs to let us know
he's not in it.
Why he's not in a car. Apparently, we know that Miranda Price had some issues during the first race today. Apparently, the differential went bad on the car, or it broke. No spares. They didn't have a spare. They took the differential out of Brian's Spec Miata
and put it in
Miranda's.
Okay.
And so Brian, he's got a whole bunch of grease and everything all over him, and he's looking like a dirty man. Well, he always was a dirty man.
He set the track record in Spec Miata here earlier in the race.
So he figures his day is done.
Yep.
And
that was weekend.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing, is he said his weekend is now done. As we've got our racers coming out of the final corner now. Green flag is in the air. We think, we see. Take our word for it, that guy isn't frozen. Our racers are coming down the front straight. There we go. Just in time for them to all go by the start-finish line. The camera comes back to life as our leaders come down into turn one. And Brian, they're almost to a man and woman side by side here for the second race in a row.
Yeah, I tell you what, Seth Gentry getting out to a lead along with David Stern. When the green flag came out, there was two drivers that made moves to driver's left. Looks like we're going to have somebody going to kick
somebody else making a move to driver's left.
Right.
Going and
not in a position you want to be in driver's left in that one. But Jeremy Butts and Robert Cahall both moved as soon as the green flag came out, made that move over to driver's left to try to get by Michael LaMena. That didn't work. LaMena was able to close the door there and get through, and it looks like Michael LaMena may be the one going off there in turn 5, just ahead of that group that had that pressure coming through turn 1. We'll have to see whether or not that was him or not. Looking from here, it may not have been. It may have been a little bit further back, but it was definitely in that area, and it was right in front of Nicole Cooper-Cephalo in that 182, or may have been right in front of the 17 there.
17, yeah, I was going to say the 17, Ken Williams. As our leaders now coming through the Octopus. Should mention John Jenkins once again in that lead group of cars, as he was this morning. Jenkins in the 195 car. He's been doing a lot of driving this weekend, Brian, and that it isn't even on the race course. As last night we talked to him, he put in a couple sessions during the test day, had to drive back to New York City to bring the girlfriend and his lovely daughter Mika up here. By the way, this is Mika's 10th birthday today, I believe.
Right.
So
yes.
happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Mika.
Mika. And there, it almost moved. All right, let's go to turn 1.
Tell you what, our early leaders here, Seth Gentry and John Hotz, they're going to go nose to tail. Remember, David Stern held off John Hotz in the last race in race 1 this morning. John Hotz picked up a couple places. Remember, he moved all the way back to 4th early on in the morning race and then was able to close the gap here. He's not allowing that to happen right now. He's going through there as Seth Gentry gets a little bit really wide going through turn 5. John Hotz comes back in, and then you've got David Stern and John Jenkins. Like you talked about John Jenkins, he's up on the wheel today. He knows that he's got to stay with these front runners if he wants to have a chance. Then that's a huge gap all the way back to the 5th place, I believe, and that is actually Nicole Cooper-Cephalo, I believe, and along with Ted Cahall.
Yeah, indeed, and I think as we take a look at where we stand in the point standings Brian, in Spec Miata. I know we looked at SSM earlier. In Spec Miata, we came into the weekend with John Hotz and Jeremy Butts. Your leaders, of course, Butts had that issue at the
early on
with fuel
right.
in race number 1 here. But very close race between Ted Cahall and John Jenkins for third in the championship. As they came into the day, there were only, I believe, 45 points separating those two drivers. So it is definitely up for grabs who is going to be in third. And, it's important obviously for Jenkins to hold off Cahall. We'll see if he can do it again today. Cahall started 8th, Jenkins started 5th. And we grid up. Now, this race here, I should point out, is not a Mars race.
Right, correct.
The first race this morning and the feature race that we're going to have this afternoon, they will be
tomorrow.
Go towards the Mars Championship.
Right. Again, our leaders starting to work their way back down to that octopus. Again, Seth Gentry. Last time by, John Hotz was pushing Seth Gentry all the way. Not only were they the 20 and the 60 machine, you can just add them together. They were the 83 machine when they went by the start-finish line. That's how close they were pushing down. And you need that. You need to be able to have that to try to pull away. If not, it just brings every other Miata back into the fold.
Sure.
And then, like I said, then you've got 3.6 seconds, almost 3.7 seconds back. Is that 182 Nicole Cooper-Cephalo? She's bringing Ted Cahall, Mike LaMena, Jeremy Butts, who, again, got a good start, was able to pull back in there. Then the 07 of Bill Gartner, along with the 54 of Michael Cohen, as they start to spread out and get single file in that group there. But LaMena working with Ted Cahall now as they come out of turn 12, head down the start-finish line. Again, LaMena going to push Ted Cahall in front of Nicole Cooper-Cephalo, headed down into turn 1. We'll see whether or not that's going to stick. There's your front 4 right there. And then the next group behind is going to be the Cahall and LaMena battle going on, trying to push that through ahead of Nicole Cooper-Cephalo.
Nicole Cooper. Watch that group as they come down and sitting not that far back from them. Again, Jeremy Butts in the 69 machine sitting in 8th position. The starting order for this race, although it's not a Mars race, was based on the fastest lap times from either the qualifying session or from the race that we had this morning. And so Jeremy Butts, I'm looking to see if we can determine which session his was based off of, and as I go back on the sheet, I think it was based off of the qualifying.
I would assume it would
morning.
be during qualifying,
yeah.
Because when we look through the sheet here, I'll look through to find the first race group that he had. I do believe that was definitely from qualifying, because he barely got a lap, and then he ran pretty much the whole time by himself. Jeremy's Butts 133.700 is what he ran in qualifying. So 133.598. So it looks like he did pick up some time in the first race.
A little bit in race 1. Exactly.
Yeah, I was able to get a little bit of a pull. As we cross the start-finish line, Greg, we have a new second-place runner. That is David Stern, headed up into first place with Seth Gentry leading right now. So again, those two drivers working together. Now John Hotz has fallen back to third to John Jenkins. Move Ted Cahall back up into the 5th position. Nicole Cooper-Cephalo, her and Michael LaMena battling it out. That's for 6th and 7th right now, respectively. Remember, last time by, Michael LaMena helped push Ted Cahall ahead of her. She's worked her way back in front of LaMena last time by the start-finish line. Our front 4 now starting to pull away a little bit, and now LaMena's gotten around Cephalo in that 182 machine, so he's getting ready to come right on the back bumper of Ted Cahall as they come through turn 6 and up into turn 7. We'll see whether or not she's going to be able to gather back up. She actually has Jeremy Butts right behind her, so she's going to have some help going through there unless Jeremy wants to move around her. But at this point, he may want to just stick in right there on the tail of that bumper of that car and try to push. That's the only way you're really going to make up some ground. If you start battling too wide, you're going to lose more ground to them as they're going to start to work nose to tail, and they're going to start to pull away. Our leaders coming back by through here again, starting to separate out a little bit, Craig, in the top four, just the front two, and then you've got a little bit of a gap coming through there. So we head down into turn one. And, Greg, I'm wondering if we could flip on turn one camera real quick.
Sure.
I'm wondering if Ted Cahill has a problem or has some type of brake problem. There he is. He's going to follow all the way back behind Nicole Cooper-Cephalo. When he went in, he's going to actually come back up into the clutches. I believe that is actually going to be that may be the 07 of Bill Gartner. Right there, I believe. We'll have to take a look at that. It is a Planet Miata car, and I'm not sure if that's the 07 or the – it's definitely not the 17. So
well, let's see. Maybe
maybe it is the 07.
Yeah, I think that's the 07 car of Bill Gartner, based on the gapping there. As K-Hall was just barely behind on the previous lap. As we jump back over,
going to have to go down there and talk to Mark. You're going to have to change some of these paint schemes.
Yeah, seriously.
Talk about identical. Every one of them. It is a spotter's nightmare.
Either that, or we need to bump our frame rates up from more than 10 every minute 10, to like 60 a second, so we can pick them up. Yeah,
we can determine which one's which.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, as that battle goes on, here comes the leader. So we're going to be able to pick up who that was that K-Hall's fighting right behind there with, because I'll tell you what, that driver came right up on the back bumper, as we talked about with K-Hall falling all the way back. So we'll see. So here comes Jeremy Butts. Here comes Michael Amena. There's Nicole Cooper-Cephalo. I've got the 17 listed, but I have a feeling it is the 07.
07.
Actually on the racetrack, and that actually is Bill Gartner.
Yeah, and a matter of fact, well, now we're showing is
unless
Gartner.
That's Ken Williams.
Well, and we just saw where we're Michael Cohen and Robert Cahill getting ahead of Bill Gartner, dropping Gartner back. So it might be, as you said, it might be the Williams car.
Well, I've got 17 as Ken Williams, but the timing and scoring only has him at 3 laps, and so unless he's got a transponder problem, the 17 is out there. So, and they are halfway at this point right now. So,
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 2. Open wheel and prototype racers, please head to the grid. Open wheel and prototype racers, race group 2. This is your first call to the grid.
But this is a class, Greg, that we have just battles going on. Doesn't matter whether you're in the top spot. Doesn't matter whether you're back in, 15th, 16th, all the way back to 20th. You're definitely going to have battles on the racetrack, just as like we saw in our other group with SSM. At some point, there's going to be a battle. And as we watch coming out of there, going down the front stretch, let's pick up turn 1 here, because we're going to have some changes going on here. Now, not only that we talked about with John Hotz following back, he's actually going to be right on the back bumper of David Stern, as John Hotz just ran the fastest lap of the race here, the 132.713 on lap 7. As they start to head out there. So it's going to a 3-car battle. We've got to be, John Jenkins has got to be careful, because if those 3 start to hook up nose to tail, Greg, they're going to pull away from him.
Yeah, indeed, as Jenkins is starting to fall off now. Interesting to see there, Brian, as they came through turn 1, we had Hotz, John Hotz, turn in much later into turn 1, trying to square that exit off and make a straight run up the hill. And we'll see here. It appears as though he can carry more speed through turn 1 and up the resulting hill. The problem is that there's really nowhere for him to go when he does it, because you've got another left-hand turn there over at turn 2, and it's a high-speed left-hand turn, and he's not able to get up close enough alongside of David Stern there up in front of him, to try to push Stern wide and come underneath.
Yeah. The flip back by. Looks like my timing and scoring may have.
Well, we've got our leaders now, Brian, coming out of turn 13 now onto the front straight. And as it is about a 2-car length advantage now for Seth Gentry over David Stern, then Hotz. Jenkins just ran his personal best lap of the race. Problem is it was still a half second off of what the 3 ahead of him are running. And we could see he continues to lose at least a little bit of ground there. This last time by, going into one, he might have made it up a little bit, and I think that might be owing to how much John Hotz is starting to move around and fill the mirrors of David Stern here as we watch all four of them now almost equidistant coming into turn 4.
Right. Yeah, Greg, look, just to recap back, the 17 there of Ken Williams, he is actually in the 9th position.
Right.
I think he's got a transponder issue
Yeah.
because he is still running, and they're showing him as only completing 3 laps, but he is definitely running out on the racetrack. So he is part of that battle with Nicole Cooper-Cefalo, Jeremy Butts, Michael LaMena, and Ted Cahall. Then you got to go back probably about 10 seconds there. That's the Bill Gartner machine, the 07 machine, and then Robert Cahall along with Michael Cohen.
All right, our leader's coming through the Octopus now, and it appears as though maybe a little bit of a gap opening up from Gentry and Stern back to Hotz and Jenkins now.
Well, now Jenkins has gotten around John Hotz, so John Hotz is going to push Jenkins and kind of move that up. So, again, John Hotz playing all different kinds of either defensive positions or offensive positions or whichever one you want to take there because, again, here it is again, as we saw earlier this morning, he's dropped all the way back to 4th with about 5.5 minutes left to go. He's going to have to start to fight back through and get up there if he wants to catch David Stern and Seth Gentry, who've been pretty much the strongest car.
Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group 2. Open wheel and prototype racers, please head to the grid now. Your race is next. Open wheel and prototypes, please head to the grid.
And here comes the 17 on pit road of Ken Williams. So evidently something else is really going on with that machine there, Greg, because not only is he not picking up a transponder, but now looks like he's got something else because he's come in. So we've got, again, a little bit further back, I talked about Bill Gartner in that 07 and Robert Cahall in that 178. Those two have been kind of nose to tail basically the entire race here. Neither one of them getting out of line, trying to stay there. Robert Cahall not wanting to really make a pass. So we'll have to see. That second group now coming through the Octopus. But, Greg, we're going to have a battle here for the overall lead here in Spec Miata as David Stern is now going to pull out and try to pass Seth Gentry, and John Jenkins is going to try to follow him through there, not able to get that done a little bit further back. We'll have to see whether or not Stern's going to be able to make that stick, and it does look like he is. So now move David Stern up into the top spot here, move Seth Gentry back. Jenkins and Hotz still right there. Jenkins tried to make the move as well, but he didn't get that done. Didn't have enough pull or enough push there from John Hotz in order to make that happen.
Yeah, matter of fact, it looked like Hotz had fallen maybe a car length back, and so Jenkins didn't get the push up the hill that perhaps he needed and might have lost a little bit of ground there, even carrying all the way into turn number 4.
Right.
All right, so Brian, real quick, we've just got an update on today's schedule. Again, our start time is going to still be 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. But race group 6 and race group 7, that is our big bore race and our second bracket race. They are going to be moved to first thing tomorrow morning. Okay, so again, group 6 and group 7, they will be our first races tomorrow morning. And that means some other changes to the schedule because the bracket racers were originally scheduled to be the first race of the day for their first 10-lap race, Brian. So that's going to be moved a little bit later.
We'll move it
as well.
We'll move that around. Yep.
Exactly. All right, so let's take a look here. Is that our lead pack coming down into 1?
That is our lead pack coming down into 1. And I tell you what, Seth Gentry tried to make a move because he was going to pull out, realized that John Jenkins was just not close enough to make that move, had to tuck back in behind there.
Yeah, and again, I'm noticing where Jenkins he doesn't get the run out of turn 1 and up the hill. He ends up losing about a half a car length, and John Hotz just isn't there to push him.
Right.
And it's definitely created an issue. Let's take a look as they come down under braking. in the Ford, we see now where John Hotz has fallen maybe a car length and a half to 2 car lengths back from the top 3. Jenkins always seems to get a good run here into turn 4, and he carries it through. Unfortunately, we can't show it to you into turn 5, but then that issue always seems to be the run up the hill going into 1, and it may be, I mean, he may be looking and anticipating an attempted pass from John Hotz. It just never comes because he's not close enough. So let's take a look as they come into the Octopus now, and, you know, we'll give you updates every 10 seconds or so. Here's the camera updates. Again, want to apologize, everybody. We know we're experiencing a lot of camera issues here today. We're trying to trying to give you as best a view as we can, given what we have.
Tell you what, Greg, I know we've been covering the leaders here a little bit, and they're getting ready to come out, but I'll tell you what. Let's stay on the Octopus real quick, going into turn number 7, because there's a big battle there, and that has Bill Gartner, Michael Cohen, Mitchell Redding, David Trinder, Mark Anthony, Michael Lowe,
there it is right
Kerr.
now.
Yeah,
and one of them just ran wide through the dirt as they came out of turn 6. We'll try and pick up the number from race control as to which car that was. But, and Brian, not a lot of time because we're hearing now from race control that the white flag in the air and leaders, and the clock's down to 40 seconds. Next time by, checkered flag will be for whoever is leading, and right now it's David Stern.
Right. We'll pick them up as they head down there. As we were talking, I was talking about that battle there, going all the way back, really from now Mark Anthony all the way back up to really Bill Gartner. That's 11th through 17th. They've been battling on, but our overall leaders now, they're going to get ready to come through the Octopus here, and I believe, like you said, Greg, the next time they come by the start-finish line, that is going to be the checkered. So we'll see. We'll see whether or not David Stern's going to be able to hold off Seth Gentry, John Jenkins, and John Hotz. Remember, it was a last gasp attempt earlier from John Hotz. And I don't see John Hotz in this group anymore, Greg. So John Hotz has fallen all the way back. He's 30 car lengths back from them. Here they come out of turn number 12, headed down the start-finish line. David Stern's going to pick up, get a little pump fist in the air, and I think John may have gotten a little loose there coming through the Octopus. John Hott's going to fall all the way back, 5 seconds back. He's going to finish off the podium in 4th. Here comes Jeremy Butts. I think he's happy because he finished. He finished in 5th. The next battle, here comes Michael LaMena. He had a good battle with Nicole Cooper-Cephalo last time by as well. Here she comes now. She's now coming across the start-finish line, so she is actually going to finish 7th. Then you should have Ted K. Hall coming around in 8th, getting ready for him, along with Robert K. Hall. But it looks like now, actually, Ted K. Hall is going to fall back behind the 71 of Ivan Seabrook. He came out of nowhere. Ted K. Hall is going to finish 9th. Robert's going to finish 10th. Bill Gartner is going to finish 11th. Michael Cohen, 12th. Mitchell Redding, 13th. David Trinder, 14th. Michael Lowe, 15th. William Kerr, 16th. Mark Anthony's going to drop all the way back to 17th in that 59 machine. Brian Hune in that 122 is going to finish 18th, and Miranda Price is going to finish 19th. The 77 of Yosh Hakatuni, he's going to finish 20th. Ken Williams, again, I think he had transponder issues, so he may fall in there somewhere. They've only got him 4 laps completed, but I know he did more than that. He's going to finish 21st. Drivers that did not take the green flag here, we spoke about Brian Price earlier on. Tom Gahn, who was involved in that incident earlier this morning, in that 49, had some pretty extensive front end and rear damage. And then in 24th is Peter Seabrook in that number 18 machine.
All right, so that is going to wrap things up for Spec Miata. Next up, let's make a final call for them, is our second group, Group 2. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race Group 2. That is open wheel and prototype. Please head to the grid. Open wheel and prototype racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. We'll be back in just a few moments with more racing action here from New Jersey Motorsports Park's Thunderbolt circuit. It is the Jersey Road Racing Classic.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
And we're back here at New Jersey Motorsports Park. It is the 2024 Jersey Road Racing Classic, part of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series and the United States Touring Car Championship. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati. And let's pick up our pace lap, Brian, that they're out on track right now. It is our open wheel and prototype racers. Let's run down the starting order.
All right, supposed to have 10. I know we had some challenges earlier in the earlier race, so we'll see how many of them actually make it out for this race. Starting on the pole in that 41 is Glenn Cardova, setting a track record in Formula Continental in race 1. Starting in second position in that Club Ford is a 27 of Jacob King. He also set a track record for Club Ford. Scheduled to start in the third position, 61 of Max King. We know he had an issue earlier on. We'll see whether or not he's able to make the call for this one. Starting in the fourth position in the number 7, that's Eddie McNaughton. He also set a track record in Formula Ford in the earlier race this morning. Scheduled to start 5th is the number 2 of Wayne Nicolette. Scheduled to start 6th is the 40 of Kenneth Arters in that Formula Ford, and scheduled to start 7th is the 42 of Joe Parsons. Starting 8th in the ASR in the number 6, that's Martin Hulick. He also set a track record here this morning. Scheduled to start 9th in that Formula 600 is the 24 of Recco Jefferson. And scheduled to start 10th, and we did not see her earlier this morning, so I'm not sure if she's coming out before this afternoon. That is Amber Stevenson in the number 5 in that Lola T97 Indy Lights car.
All right, so we've got the field now making their way out of the Octopus now behind the safety car, and indeed looking to see if we've got, looks like one other driver behind Martin Hulick, and I think that is Rico Jefferson in his Formula 600.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think you're right that Amber Stevenson doesn't have her Lola T97 out here this afternoon either. Pace car now on the pit lane. You'd never know that from looking at our cameras, but green flag is now in the air, Brian, as our racers head down towards turn 1. Yeah, and indeed, Amber Stevenson, again, not taking the green flag, nor Max King. So
Correct.
8 cars in this race.
Pretty good battle you saw earlier on between the Kings before, obviously before that incident. Now we have to see whether or not Wayne Nicolette, because we have seen Wayne Nicolette many, many times, along with Jay King, take those battles and go all the way down pretty much to the last lap. Wayne Nicolette was not really a factor until the end of the race this morning with this group. We'll see whether or not he's going to be a factor later on this afternoon in this race right now with Jake King. Jake King, again, with a lot of track time here in that Club Ford. Again, Glenn Cardova, as we mentioned earlier on, set a track record in that Formula Continental here with that 117.281 in that Van Diemen RF04. So again, cooler temperatures this morning. We'll have to see what those times compare to this afternoon. A little bit warmer this afternoon, so we'll see whether or not he's able to hold that pace.
Yeah. So you were talking about Wayne Nicolette. Really neat little story about Wayne. He was just commissioned by Porsche USA. And let's see if we can pick up cameras here as our racers are going to be coming down to turn 1 here in a moment to complete lap number 1. Just commissioned by Porsche to create three-dimensional hand plaques for all of the living Porsche legends. These plaques will soon be on display at the Porsche Experience Center in Atlanta, Georgia, and then he'll be a guest of Porsche at each and every Rennsport reunion to photograph the hands of any potential legends for their wall.
Very nice.
And Wayne actually started out, he was as a spectator at Summit Point back in 1978. He has been racing now for 35 years. He started as a flagger in 1984 and then bought the Lola that he still drives today, that he's behind the wheel of, from Nick Lombardi. Bought it in 1988, went to his driver's school in 1989. And again, as he's been racing for 35 years, it's always been in this same yellow Lola.
Wow. That's a lot of work in the off seasons to keep that thing up and keep it going, and definitely during the season. So it's definitely kudos to Wayne to really work hard and keep that on, because again, that just goes to show you that, again, being consistent all the way through all of those 30-some years and really taking the time to go through and make sure that car doesn't have any stress fractures, doesn't have any, kind of things that flex out even in these chassis at some point, that you want to be able to keep that car together.
Did I say yellow? Because isn't it blue?
No, he's
It's
yellow and
the
blue.
yellow number 2.
He's
yeah.
yellow and blue.
Right. Oh, and we've got a car run very wide coming out of turn 2, going down into turn 3. Sees quite a bit off the pace there, Brian. We'll try and get the number from race control. And that was the number 7. That was McNaughton in his Swift DB6 out of the New York region, who went wide there and finally gathered the car up. But he was running 3rd overall behind Glenn Cordova's Continental and Jake King's Club Ford. And now I think you're going to find our Formula F, who was our Formula F leader, may have lost the lead to Ken Arders and Joe Parsons.
Yeah, we'll have to see when they come back by, because tell you what, I believe there goes Cordova there.
Right.
So our next group should be coming. The next car should be coming across. That's actually going to be Jake King. We'll see how far that drops McNaughton back, if any at all. Here comes King in that 27 Club 4 machine. We'll see. Here comes our next car now. Here comes the next couple ones. Here comes Wayne Nicolette. That's the 2 car. And then you've got the 40 and the 42. So that's Kenneth Arters and Joe Parsons. So McNaughton, yeah, just like you said, Greg, he's dropped all the way back. He's 5 seconds back for that lead in Formula F.
Yeah, as he now completes his 3rd lap, starting to work lap number 4. Yeah, he was almost 11 seconds off the rest of the Formula Ford pace, or Formula F pace.
Yep. Now Parsons and Arders, they're going to go side by side through turn 4. Again, if there's any 2 vehicles, and now we've got one that's going to spin in turn 5, and I believe that is actually going to be Kenneth Arders in that 40, in that red machine. You may be able to pick him up. He'll come out of turn 7. He'll be all by himself, so completely spin around and able to hold on to it.
Yeah, so seems like nobody wants to lead Formula F today, Brian, as first McNaughton has an issue, and then a lap later, Arders has an issue. And, and that spin looked as though it was, it wasn't necessarily due to anyone else around him.
Yeah, I mean, Parsons got around him, clearly going back into turn 4. I think he jumped ahead of him. I just think he just overran obviously overran the corner. Getting in. Here comes Nicolette. Here comes Parsons. So, again, here comes McNaughton now. So now you're going to move McNaughton into 2nd in Formula F. Ken Arders should be coming down through here right now. And he's coming across the start-finish line. You can see him shaking his head just a little bit. He knows what he did wrong there. It's amazing when you when you do something crazy, or you overrun a corner, or you don't get out of the corner, or you go a little wide, when you come by the start-finish line, you're always shaking your head at the starters. And it's like, the starters didn't do this to you. You did it to yourself. Why are you shaking your head at them? But it's just a normal reaction, because you know that they can see you. They know that, they're looking at you, and you often just shake your head of, well, I completely messed up that lap. So.
My, oh my. All right. Complaining because we just had another camera go down on us here. But, Brian, as we take a look real quick here for a second, because I think we've got the schedule worked out for what we've got coming up tomorrow. So let's take a look here. As we said, today we're only going to get through the first 5 of our second wave of races. Mm-hmm. Tomorrow morning, and we're starting at 8 o'clock.
Yep.
Tomorrow morning, 8 a.m., it's going to be 20-minute races for groups 6 and 7. That will wrap up this second wave of sprint races from today. We will then have our Mars feature races for groups 1 through 4. We'll then go to our Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. They will have their first of 2 10-lap races. That'll take us to lunch. We then wrap up the day with 2 Mars races for SSM and for Big Bore, and then finally with our sprint racing.
Yep. So So we'll pick that up. We'll make sure that we got all that.
Yeah, we'll figure that out.
We'll get all that done.
I've got some of our stewards going nuts after apparently what we read in the text may not have been correct.
Yeah, so
we're being told now that
the
first bracket race will be after lunch, not before lunch. Okay, so there you go. Imagine if you look at our screen that both bracket races will be after lunch, Brian. So we'll go and correct that, and we'll make sure everybody knows. But it's going to be the 2 sprint races, the 4 Mars races, and then lunch.
Yep.
And then we will have bracket Mars races for groups 5 and 6,
and then come back for the final.
And then come back for the final sprint race or final bracket race.
Yep.
All right, let's go back to the cameras that work, Brian.
All right, let's pick up
that one. Let's try and find. Actually, it looks like maybe we should show some onboard from Watkins Glen. We could do that.
That seems to be working.
Yeah, it does.
I'll tell you what. Let's try to pick up here. Let's see. Let's pick up our Formula F now, because now remember you had where we had McNaughton had the challenge early on, went off. He dropped back. Then you had Parsons and you had Arters. They were going side by side. Arters ended up with the spin there, going through there. So now you've got McNaughton, who's back in the lead in Formula F, and he's got about a 5-second lead over Parsons in that 42 machine, and then another 5 seconds back to Kenneth Arters. So again, in that Formula F, now move Eddie McNaughton back up into the lead in Formula F. Joe Parsons is second. Keith Arters is third. Our overall leader, Glenn Cardova, he is leading Formula Continental. Again, the only Formula Continental in the group today. Jake King, he's leading the Club Ford battle over Wayne Nicolette, moving that in that number 2 machine. Again, Max King not taking the start here. We know he had that earlier incident this morning, not able to make the call this afternoon. Hopefully he's able to get that fixed and back on tonight or tomorrow. Again, Wayne Nicolette 20 seconds behind Jake King in that 27 for that battle. So again, the closest battles on the racetrack right now are for the Formula F between McNaughton and Parsons, really. That's 11-second gap, and then another 4 seconds back to Arters, as I mentioned. Martin Hulick, again, set a track record earlier this morning in that number 6 machine in the ARS class all the way through. Then you've got Recco Jefferson in his Formula 600 car out there. He just went by. You're probably able to still hear that high-pitched motorcycle sound as they go by.
There he is,
coming back out of turn 1. So again, pretty much 8 cars out here on the racetrack right now. So not really a battle on the racetrack between any of the classes. We'll see whether or not that's going to be able to pick up here as we get down just about 8.5 minutes left to go. I believe there goes Jake King there through turn 1. I think the next car you're going to see after that should be Wayne Nicolette that will come by the start-finish line, and then down. I know that.
And actually, I'm going to keep it on this camera down at turn 1 because it looks like we've got 2 drivers. It looks like coming down the front straight in pretty close proximity. We just had Jake King run through turn 4. Here we go.
That's actually McNaughton and
Wayne Nicolette just ahead.
Yeah. So Wayne Nicolette is now going to get moved back to third or back to 4th overall. Move Eddie McNaughton in that number 7 machine up to 3rd, and again leading that Formula F. So.
All right, let's make another call to the grid, Brian. For actually a first call to the grid for our next group. See if I say another. Remember that I didn't call them the first time. First call to the grid for race group 3, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. You know what we need now, Brian? We need a flagtronic system so we can just track where the cars are on track and not have to worry about the cameras.
I don't think we want to look at little ants driving around the racetrack.
I don't know. They might be better than looking at black screens.
Well, the batteries are starting to run out, and the
Yes.
cameras, I think.
It has been a long day.
It's been going since 8 o'clock this morning.
This
so
is
actually,
long
it's
before
been
about
7 o'clock this morning. So looks like our Formula 600 driver, Recco Jefferson, he's now pulled it down on pit lane.
Yeah.
So it looks like maybe his afternoon is going to be done.
So that'll drop us to 7 cars on course.
Glenn Cordova now going across the start-finish line.
Yeah, as we look at that, I don't want to call it a fight or quasi-fight, as Eddie McNaughton and Wayne Nicolette come out of turn 2 and make their run down the hill towards turn 4. Let's take a look and see if Nicolette, who just got past a couple laps ago, is able to close the gap, and doesn't look like it here. Matter of fact, looks like McNaughton starting to stretch things out a little bit more. Last time by, McNaughton was almost 2 full seconds faster than Nicolette, so Nicolette's starting to fall off the pace. And and we see this a lot, Brian, as you mentioned, a lot of the fights that Wayne has had with Jake or Max King, take your pick. Very strong out of the gate, but it appears a lot of times as though the tires and the equipment just kinds of gives up about halfway through the race. That there's a big drop off in performance usually in the last 4 or 5 laps.
Right. Recco Jefferson back out on the racetrack. So again, came down, had something done. Crew reached inside the cockpit there of that car, and then sent him back out. Glenn Cordova. Looks like we may have a car that has gone.
And there you go, and that is the Formula 600 of Rico Jefferson there. Driver's right, Brian, coming out of turn 1, coming up the rise towards turn 2, and he's only a couple feet off the track surface.
Yeah.
This may bring out a more than just a local caution at 1. This may bring out a full course caution to go and retrieve him.
Yeah, I want to see. I mean, he's definitely not in a good spot there, especially when you come around that corner right there. If you end up getting loose a little there, but we'll see. But wait and see what they're going to do here. They're asking the question whether or not we need to move him now. Yeah. Again, when you get into that position right there, you're less than a foot off the racetrack. So.
All right, and so there you go, Brian, getting word now that when Glenn Cordova comes down the front straight.
He just went by the start-finish line, and the checker did not get out. So.
Well, he's going to get another lap, Brian. I'm gonna finish my sentence. That the next time Glenn Cordova comes down the front straight, he's going to get the checkered flag.
That was one of those. Where is he? He's right by me. Yeah.
And there he is coming out of going into turn 4 now. And he's got about a half lap.
Yeah.
All right, and Brian, interestingly enough, let's take a quick look over by turn 2.
Yeah, because turn 1 there, he's gone actually.
Right.
So
exactly.
He was able to get that.
So it looks like Glenn Cordova, he's a lucky man, Brian, because now with that car gone, the decision has been made not to give the checkered flag.
Right.
It looks like this race is gonna go the distance.
Yep.
And Glenn Cordova, next time he comes down the front straight,
Right
he's gonna
there.
see the white flag,
which is right there. So he just went by the start. So I'm hoping he got that one to go board.
Oh.
Now we're going to go an extra lap.
We're going into overtime, Brian. Should I throw up the schedule again? Because I think Glenn Cordova's race is going to end about 10 a.m. tomorrow. As Cordova just now gets her out. So Rico Jefferson, after getting his Formula 600 back underway, he completed the lap he was on, and he is now he completed the lap that he was on, and he is now circulating again.
I don't know when they're going to end this.
All right. So next update is checkered flag this next time by and not going to run an additional lap. So we'll see. Tell you what, Brian, what I'm going to do, because it's one of the few cameras I have remaining that works.
Well, let's take a look at the
We're
start.
going to take a look at the starter stand.
When the checker flag comes out, now we're being told to want to go again. So I have no idea how many laps Glenn Cordova is going to do. So we'll just keep it. Here comes Glenn Cordova now. Let's see what they give him. So now he's getting
one to go.
1 to go board.
One to go for Glenn Cordova, the 41 car. And Glenn Cordova just ran his fastest lap of the race, Brian.
He's still 0.3 off of his track record from early this morning. Let's see. Maybe that extra lap that, maybe he's got a headset on listening to everything going, we're going 1 lap. No, we're not going another lap. So he's just said, you know what, I'm just going to dial it in and just keep on going.
Well, it's almost 15 degrees warmer now, Brian, than it was during their race this morning. So not really surprising me, and I think we're also seeing that the track is getting a little more greasy as time goes on.
Again, you end up with different rubber compounds out here, right? And so at the onset of the day, I mean, you start, like you said, it started in the morning. We're at 4:15. We started at 8 o'clock. There's a lot of different rubber compounds out on this racetrack. This is the hottest part of the day is going to be right now. So, this is where the track's going to start to get a little bit greasier as these next couple of races. It looks like Glenn Cordova now coming out of turn 11, going to go past, looks like he's going to put a lap on Martin Hulick in that number 6 machine. So we'll see. Here he comes now. He is coming down, which means Jake King did not get lapped. So
no,
Jake
he did not.
King is
so
going to get
it's
another
one more lap.
too.
And checkered flag is in the air for Glenn Cordova. He is going to take, Cordova in his Van Diemen RF04. He's going to take the win. And finishing behind him, who was that came?
Well, that was Martin Hulick that was behind him. He had just lapped him underneath the bridge.
Yeah, so
everybody
Hewlett's
else
race is now done.
Right.
And so Jake King, who is running 2nd overall, should be on his way. Actually, we'll see. He may have already gotten past her. There he is. No, that's Hulick.
Jacob King is in the back going through turn number 5 now. Actually on the backside of turn 6. Coming through the octopus right now.
There,
entering in. Yep,
yeah,
that's
there
Jake
he is.
King
Going
right
into
there.
going into 7 now and into the octopus.
He's the last car that will receive the checker here.
Right.
In this race.
Yeah. So McNaughton crossed the line, as did Wayne Nicolette, Parsons, Arters, and again Hulick was the driver right behind Glenn Cordova. All right, let me make a final call to the grid for our next group, Brian. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 racers, this is your final call to the grid. All right, so that is, let's go break this down by class here, Brian. In Formula F, taking the win is Eddie McNaughton with Joe Parsons. 2nd, Ken Arters will finish in 3rd. In Club Ford, Jake King takes the win over Wayne Nicolette. And then we had Glenn Cordova, who took the overall win, our sole racer in Formula Continental. Martin Hulick, our sole racer in A Sports Racer. And then Rico Jefferson, our sole racer in Formula 6. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments with more action here from New Jersey Motorsports Park in the 2024 Jersey Road Racing Classic. Next up is going to be Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. We'll be right back.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
And welcome back, everybody, to New Jersey Motorsports Park. It is the 2024 Jersey Road Racing Classic here, presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA. It's part of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series and the United States Touring Car Championship. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati. And next up, we're going to have Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, Brian. But real quick, I just want to put it up on the screen here, the new updated schedule. All right.
The update to the update.
So if you've seen this page before, it's different now again.
I promise you it's different.
Yeah. So we're going to be starting at 4:30 a.m. tomorrow. No, Cars on Course, first race of the day is at 8 a.m. tomorrow, and we're gonna conclude today's activities. We're gonna have 20-minute sprint races for race groups 6 and 7. That's for Big Bore, and then the final bracket race that would have been held today. We will then go into Mars feature racing. We're gonna have our 20-lap feature races for race groups 1 through 4. We'll then break for about an hour lunch, and then in the afternoon we will have our 10-lap Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series race, our final 2 Mars road races, and then we'll wrap things up with more bracket racing. All right, Brian, we got cars coming down the pit lane now. It is Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Let's take a look, and here, let me turn the ticker off right now, where I'll probably forget to turn it back on. We've got cars coming down the pit lane, heading out onto the track for their pace lap. Let's run down the starting order.
All right, starting on the pole in the 30 is Mac Harrison. Starting in the second position outside front row is the 0 of Joe Colasaco, and Joe actually set a track record here in SRF Gen 3's
yes, he did.
In this morning's race, so look for him to be really fast. Starting in the third position is that 55 of Sam Schechter. Starting fourth is the 32 of Steven Samet. Starting in the fifth position is the number 25, that's Kyle Robertson. Starting in the sixth position is the 54 of Mike Thomas. Starting in the seventh position is the 56, that's Jason Pintar. Starting seventh in the number 11, that is Jisoo Kim. Starting in the ninth position, that is the 18 of John Dole. Starting in the 10th position is that 68, and that is Jeffrey Valentino. Starting in the 11th position is the 8, and that is Michael Lamena. Starting in the 12th position, the 87 of John Ryan. Starting in the 13th position, that is Keith Frazier, and he's in the 7th. Starting in the 14th position, the 01 of Chris Current. Starting in the 15th position, the 130 of Stephen Thomas. Starting in the 16th position, the 13 of Andrew Waldorf. Starting in the 17th position, the 48 of Dan Iacovelli. Starting in the 18th position, that is Mike Kosuth, and he's in the 5. Starting in the 19th position, that's the 06 of Dale Schneider. Starting in the 20th position, the 125 of Aaron Meisner. Starting in the 21st position, the 41 of Phil Ackley. Starting in the 22nd position, that's the 71 of Ron Reese. And starting in 23rd position, the 79 of Alan Rothman. And starting 24th is the 38, and that is Richard Miller. And I believe this is Richard Miller's first time actually racing out here in that car this weekend.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's the first time we've seen him behind the wheel of that car.
Don't really have anything on him. Didn't get anything on him, but yeah, definitely. I do believe that could be the first time out there as our
safety car leading the field now out of the Octopus, looking pretty well formed up, Brian, as they come towards the Barb's Harley-Davidson bridge. And underneath the bridge now, safety car is on the pit lane. Hey, look, it kind of sort of works for a second there as our racers now coming down towards the start-finish line. Starter with the green flag in the air, and we are racing once again here at New Jersey Motorsports Park. And look at that field, Brian, 2 by 2 by sometimes 3 or 4 as they make the run down to turn 1 for the very first time.
Tell you what, Keith Frazier pulls out driver's right. He's going to go 3 wide down into turn 1. We're going to have to see where he's going to be able to stick in, because I don't think he was going to be able to make that pass where he was starting out in that 13th position. He got right up alongside John Ryan, or upside Michael Lamena, but I don't think he's going to be able to make that stick. We're going to have to wait and see where he tucks back in, but they were 3 wide momentarily.
All right, as they make the run now down into turn 4. And it is, I believe, it looks like is that Mac Harrison up at the front of the field that he got around Joe Colasaco and Sam Schechter as well. Kyle Robertson also with a real good start in the number 25 machine.
Yeah, it looks like it is Harrison, it is Colasaco, and then you've got Schechter, and then throw in Steven Salmon in there in that 32. Again, those were the players early on this morning, and right now those are the front early on players in this second race of the afternoon for them. Again, these guys went out, Group 3, they went out right before we went to lunch this morning. So, again, it was still kind of a little cooler out. Now it's a little bit warmer, as you mentioned earlier on, in that 73-degree mark. This is where things are going to get a little bit car's going to handle a little bit different the later on we go. But as the sun starts to set, Greg, and we get through this, we may see them go even faster now than they did earlier this morning.
Yeah, we'll see here as the sun starts to go down. Of course, we noted that the track, as it was getting a little bit warmer out here, was starting to get very greasy. But it is now in the lead. It is Mac Harrison, although it looked like Colasaco might have gotten around him under braking going into turn number 1. Let's check as they come into turn 4 here, Brian, and see if it is the red number 0 machine in the lead. And no.
It is. It is Colasaco from here. Looking out the window, I can see Colasaco has gotten around Mac Harrison.
Exactly.
For that, for early on lead. Again, long way to go here. Still got about, 18 and a half, about 17 and a half minutes. So, again, he got faster as the race went on this morning. We'll see whether or not he's going to be able to pull away from Mac Harrison. Then you've got another little gap back to Sam Schechter, then Steven Samet, then throw Kyle Robertson, Mike Thomas, Jason Pintar, John Dole, and then Jeffrey Valentino along with Jisoo Kim. That's your top 10 early on in this Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 second race of the day. Pretty much single file the entire length of the entire field, I should say. Colasaco, Harrison pulling away, Steven Samet and Sam Schechter trying to work together here.
And again, want to apologize to everybody. We're having a number of camera issues here at the end of the day. We'll call it sunspots, Brian. Matter of fact, when we take a look at our start-finish cam there is actually, look at that right there, that big green blotch, that's a sunspot right there. As some of the rest of our field coming down through turn 1, because it looks like even our turn 1 camera might be experiencing some challenges right now.
We'll have to see. We got one car, Greg, that may have spun around and gone off somewhere down there. We'll see who that is. They're getting ready to come by down out of turn 12 start-finish line here now. We'll see who that may have been. That actually is the 38, so that is Richard Miller. So, again, he's definitely way off the pace. And at the start of the race, he got a really good jump through there. I'm not sure, again, where he may have gone off. I didn't hear the call come through, but definitely way off the pace, further than he was earlier this morning. So, as our leaders now are coming out underneath the bridge, heading down the front stretch, it is Mac Harrison that has now gotten back around Joe Colasaco. So move Mac Harrison back to the lead. Sam Schechter, Steven Samet, they're going to come down past the start-finish line. Steven Samet looks like he's going to try to make a move, Greg, going down into turn 1 over Sam Schechter. We'll see whether or not he's going to be able to make that stick. There they appear, and it does look like that Steven Samet may have made that pass. Then you've got about 2.5 seconds back to Kyle Robertson. Then you've got a really good battle between the 54 of Mike Thomas and the 56 Jason Pintar, along with John Dole in the 18. They're within 0.4 of a second of each 3 of those vehicles. So, again, that's a great battle there, looking down for 6th, 7th, and 8th.
Exactly. And, of course, Pintar had that, we'll call it an issue. He was helped to have that issue in race number 1. Dropped him a little bit further back in the field. But, again, as he's sitting up in 7th position currently, which is exactly where he started, he's still got a very good chance. Now, Jisoo Kim in the number 11 machine, who started right alongside Pintar on the outside of row number 4. He's dropped a number of positions. He's now dropped back down in the 10th.
Curious to know, and you have it in there, maybe you can look this up, what the points look like in this in this group. I know there was some discussions about certain drivers trying to really do the best they can here to move up in positions, potentially getting into either the top 3 or the top 4 coming in.
Yeah, and so coming in, and now again, this race here that we're trying to
this
watch
one doesn't.
It's not a Mid-Atlantic Road Racing
Right,
Series races. We've got a car that's off pace, Brian, coming out of turn 2 that had a little issue navigating turn 1, and a number of drivers have come underneath him going into 2. But coming into the day and coming into this final weekend, Mac Harrison was your points leader in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 with 2293 after drops, with Sam Schechter at 2150, so about 143 points separating them. That's actually pretty good, because I sent my abacus to NCM for Larry Lefty McLeod. He's going to need it this weekend. Mike Thomas running 3rd in the championship. Mike with 1,399 points. So really, I don't think any realistic way of him to come away with the championship. Joe Blanks, though, only 19 points back, and of course Joe Blanks not here this weekend. So the best he's going to do is 4th. Then we have Mike LaMena at 1,315 points. So with LaMena here, and LaMena didn't have a horrible race in race 1 this morning. He's got the opportunity to leapfrog Joe Blanks and move up into 4th.
Well, there was a method to my question, because I already knew the answer.
Okay.
And that is because I knew it was Mike LaMena had a chance to move up into 4th with Joe not being here, but he had a position where he could move up into 3rd if he was able to best Mike Thomas. He did not do that earlier on.
Right.
Mostly because, and we saw this Thursday, and I saw this early yesterday morning, Mike LaMena didn't have any tires really with him, and he was scrubbing tires in the trailer while it was 45 degrees outside. And, when you get a little heater and you get a little, heat gun, it just doesn't work real well.
No, it
so
doesn't.
He's running on tires that he said for the last race of the season, I'm not going to go buy tires. I'm not going to get tires for my car. I'm just going to go run what I got. I'm going to scrape them, and I'm going to hope they stick together.
Well, good luck to you, Michael.
So he's got to take care of those. But it does look like he is going to move ahead of Joe Blank, so it does look like he should move into 4th kind of overall. And again, first year in this car, right? This was his brother's car that they have taken, rebuilt back, and got it. And so good to see that car's back out running, and next year going to be even stronger.
Exactly. And we saw in the spring, as we were not working with Mike, but talking to Mike, a lot of the challenges that he had, because this car had been sitting for a while,
right,
and it had some definite mechanical and electrical issues that he was not aware of when he first put the car out on track. I think he had an issue that there was a bent pulley on the car,
right,
and the car was chucking belts practically every session.
Right.
He had electrical issues with the car as well, and so good to see that he's got a nice running fast machine.
Yeah. I think we had Mac Harrison that may have gone off a little bit, so we'll pick them back up here. Looks like, again, trying to push the issue, trying to catch Joe Colasaco in that 0 machine. Right now, Joe Colasaco leading over Mac Harrison, Steven Samet, Sam Schechter, and Kyle Robertson. That is your top 5 going in to the second half. We're about halfway of this race here now. So, again, on a day like today, we're not going to definitely see anything regarding tire degradation during the race. I'm sure a lot of these cars have run the same, tires from this morning. Some of them may have put new ones on for today, and they have them for tomorrow. But I don't believe with the cooler temperatures, you're going to see a lot of tire degradation. You could see a lot of setup changes that happen, because you're going to go from a cooler track this morning. Now you're getting into, the mid 70s, and as you're racing, the track is changing based off of where the sun is going down, and, it starts to get to that top part and get down to that cooling cooling
Yeah, and a matter of fact,
temperature,
we're
so-
already seeing as the ambient air temperature, Brian, has dropped about, well, only 2 degrees since the last time we checked in here, but definitely dropping.
Yep.
And I think we talked a little bit about Joe Kawasaki a little bit earlier this morning, and I talked about him being the 2005 Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 champion, but he is also the 2003 FRP Formula F Masters champion. Also was a 4-time race winner in the old Pro F2000 series as well. So again, a lot of experience in Formula Fords, in Formula Continentals, obviously in Spec Racer Fords as well.
Last time by there, again, Kawasaki ended up with almost 2-second lead back. So he has kind of opened up over Mac Harrison, Steven Samet, Sam Schechter. Again, those two as well have been kind of spread out a little bit. We got one car that's really off the pace coming up out of the Octopus, coming down. Our leaders were just now going by them. We'll see who that is as they come down there, but definitely well off the pace. And I think that's the 38 again. I believe that is going to be Richard Miller in that. So when he comes out, checking his mirrors there, you're going to see that we're going to end up with John Dole, Jason Pintar, Mike Thomas, along with Jeffrey Valentino. They're actually going to go by him as they get down into turn 1. So you're going to see probably that lead car there on the very far outside come through, and then the next car's got to come around and make that evasive move to get around quickly, is to not leave the car that he was trying to chase down.
Yeah, and so a couple things up towards the front of the pack and no longer at the front because there's about 4 or 5 seconds separating them. Sam Schechter, who's fallen off of Steven Samet, he's now got a pretty big fight on his hands from Kyle Robertson, the white number 25 machine. When they crossed the line, they were separated by about... yeah, exactly. I think like a tenth of a second, about 2 feet max. And Schechter was able to hold him off as they went down into turn 1. They were coming up on a lot of traffic as well. And then you've got then about 7 seconds back till you get to Dole and you get to Jason Pintar. Pintar just put in his fastest lap of the race, and he was only a couple car lengths back from John Dole there as well, with Mike Thomas very close behind, and Jeff Valentino not all that far off as well. Matter of fact, I had just gone and looked over turn 1, and I think we're going to start seeing this whole pack come up. Right. But it's going to start getting pretty crowded here at turn 1.
There's Kawasaki, there's Harrison, right? And here comes, that's one of the slower cars. That's actually Phil Ackley, and then the next 2 blue cars after that.
Right, are Samet, then Schechter, and Schechter had Robertson tucked right under his gearbox again as Robertson not able to get around the 55 car and move up to 4th.
Right.
So let's take a look here. Hey, look, I do have another camera. So, yeah, that's the Ackley car, the red and black machine, as he's letting some of the faster traffic through.
And I don't know how much track time Phil has here. I don't think he's run. I have yet to see him in the last couple of years come up here and run, especially in this. So good to see Phil. We saw him. I saw him last night at dinner. Came up behind us and was talking to us for a couple of minutes. But I don't believe I've ever seen Phil race here. And if it has been, it was years ago, and he hasn't been here since, obviously, the repave. So.
All right, sounds like Richard Miller having some more issues. Just went off coming out of the final corner onto the front straight, gets the car back underway. But he is now sitting down in 24th position.
Right. Yeah, I believe he's 2 laps down right now already. As our leaders now getting through. Mac Harrison sets the fastest lap of the race right there with a 125.886, Greg. I tell you what, that is starting to move up. Now he's only 0.6 behind Kawasaki, as before it was as high as 2.1 seconds. So Mac Harrison, as we start to wind down this race with just under 5 minutes left to go, he's starting to reel in Joe Kawasaki. I was getting a couple calls coming through there. That looks like we got a car that may be really off pace, and it's really having a challenge with some of them. So.
And Brian, we've got one car coming down the pit lane. I'm wondering if
That's
that is.
I think that's Chris Curran. I think that's
Okay.
the 0-1.
Yeah,
as I say,
indeed.
Yep, it is Chris Curran. One of the drivers, I can see the big numbers on the front of the car. So
Well,
that's how I
it's
knew
all
it
the
was
way
the
down
0-1. Because he's got the largest numbers on the front of any of the cars. So I'm able to
Leave it to a steward to have the largest
Correct,
numbers.
right?
Yeah.
Tell you what, Greg, I'm going to jump back up here because now it's only 0.2 of a second here. It was 0.6 of a second last time. And that's Mac Harris and Joe Colasaco. They're just now coming out of turn 2, headed up into turn 3. They're going to be seeing them coming down in turn 4. And Joe Colasaco, Mac Harrison again set the fastest time of this race on that lap right there. And that he set that as a 125.516. So, Greg, right now, Mac Harrison would have the new track record. Besting Joe Colasaco earlier on. But, again, Joe Colasaco is well underneath that time as well because he ran a 125. Actually, no, he's 2/10 slower.
Yeah, he ran a 25.95.
Yeah, so
is his fast lap so far.
125.516 right now is the new track record with just about 3 minutes left to go.
Attention in the paddock, race group 4, improved touring, production, STL, T4, and a host of others. B-Spec 2. Please head to the grid. Your race is starting in just a few minutes. Race group 4, B-Spec, improved touring, production, STL, T4. I think Spec Boxster and SPU. Please head to the grid.
Tell you what, Greg, let's pick up camera 1 right here because we have a really intense battle going down into turn 1, and it does look like Mac Harrison maybe is going to get that lead over Joe Colasaco, and it does look like he did get that.
Maybe got that pass done. Let's take a look over at turn 4 where we're going to pick them up next.
Right. Yeah, because that was definitely a good move going in through there. Last time by a little bit slower than their track record pace, but it does look like as they get down through turn 4 and down into turn 5, it is going to be Mac Harrison. That is going to be your new leader over Joe Colasaco. Then you've got a little bit further back, Steven Samet following back into the clutches of Sam Schechter and now Kyle Robertson. So that's the 3-car battle really going to be for the last podium spot here between the 32 of Steven Samet, Sam Schechter in that 55, and 25 of Kyle Robertson. So again, Mac Harrison taking over the leader. All right, so I'm getting word that Mac Harrison has now spun
his car, yeah.
Spun his car, so now put Joe Colasaco back in the front. I think that may have been right around in, coming out of turn 7 when he did that.
Oh, right where we would have had a camera.
Right.
Hey, wait a second. I think I might be – no.
Looks like we got the 87 on pit road, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that lead now from Colasaco over Harrison has now dropped down to back up to 5.7 seconds. But again, what does that do? That brings Steven Samet, Sam Schechter, and Kyle Robinson. So now that's going to be a 4-car battle for the last 2 podium spots here as we get ready.
And so right now, Samet has Samet has third position, and Schechter still is holding off Robertson here, as Robertson was still locked in back behind his gearbox there, not able to find a way through.
Right.
And it sounds like we've got a driver out that had some issues, Aaron Meisner in the 125 machine. That car now off on the side of the track. Driver is out of the car behind the wall.
Yeah, so starting to see a little bit of attrition here. We had John Ryan in the 87 machine. He took his car back behind the wall here, so his day is done. So again, attrition starting to play a factor here. Let's see if we can't pick up where our leader is coming through. It looks like we're going to get the. Looks like he's going to get the checkered flag as he comes through there. There's the checkered flag for Joe Colasaco. So again, Joe Colasaco winning this race. Here comes Mac Harrison again, having that spin. Here comes the battle for the last podium spot.
Wow, is that close?
Steven Salmon, Sam Schechter, and Kyle Robertson.
So Samet beats out Schechter by 85 one-thousandths of a second to take the last step on the podium. Schechter will finish 4th. Kyle Robertson, another 2/10 back from there. He'll finish 5th. And on the last lap, Jason Pintar gets around John Dole. He'd been working 13 laps to do that. Brian finally gets it done on the final lap. So Pintar will finish 6th, John Dole 7th, Mike Thomas 8th, Jeff Valentino 9th, and Jisoo Kim finishes in 10th.
Yep.
All right, so that's going to wrap things up for Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Let's do this, Brian. Let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 4, B-Spec. Improved Touring, Production, STL, Touring 4, SPB, and SPU. Please head to the grid. Race group 4, B-Spec, Improved Touring, Production, STL, T4, SPB, and SPU. Please head to the grid. Your race starting in just a few moments. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with more racing action here from New Jersey Motorsports Park. You're watching the 2024 Jersey Road Racing Classic. We'll be right back.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service, including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com. Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service, including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Located in Mays Landing, New Jersey, Speed Circuit focuses on road racers, autocrossers, as well as time attack and track day drivers. They manufacture quality products such as exhaust parts, electronics, intakes, heat shields, pulleys, and more. In addition, Speed Circuit offers fabrication services including welding, CNC plasma cutting, CAD design, 3D printing, and powder coating. They also offer parts installation services, remote tuning, track support, and instruction. Your source for tuning and ECU calibration, performance, and fabrication, speedcircuit.net.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at SCCA.com.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the many picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Located in Mays Landing, New Jersey, Speed Circuit focuses on road racers, autocrossers, as well as time attack and track day drivers. They manufacture quality products such as exhaust parts, electronics, intakes, heat shields, pulleys, and more. In addition, Speed Circuit offers fabrication services including welding, CNC plasma cutting, CAD design, 3D printing, and powder coating. They also offer parts installation services, remote tuning, track support, and instruction. Your source for tuning and ECU calibration, performance, and fabrication, speedcircuit.net.
Picture your perfect.
And welcome back to New Jersey Motorsports Park, everybody. It's the 2024 Jersey Road Racing Classic, part of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series and the United States Touring Car Championship. I'm Greg Ginsburg. He's Brian Donati. And, Brian, we've got two more races here today. Let's see if we can go to the pit lane where we got some of our cars heading down and heading onto the track. And, yeah, it looks just as stuttery and horrible as earlier. Anyway, let's go over to turn one. This is improved touring. It's production. It's Super Touring Light. It's Touring 4 and a couple of other classes. A B-Spec as well. We had a great B-Spec race.
Great B-Spec race
this morning. Why don't we run down some of our starters?
Yeah, sure. Scheduled to have 31. Looks like we had a lot of gaps down in there, so we'll start and see who takes the green flag as we go. Starting on the pole in the number 182, that's going to be Ted Cahall. Starting in second position in that 00 in a T4 machine, that's Mark Cephalo. Starting in third in an STL machine, that's the 71 of Chris Childs. Starting in the fourth position, the 32, your winner from this morning is Deacon Greenfield. Starting in the fifth position, the 22 in a GT Light, that is Graham Fuller. Starting in the sixth position in an ITS machine, number 49, that's Steve Moeller. Starting in the seventh position, another T4 machine, that's the 69 of Jeremy Butts. Starting in the eighth position and fourth starter in STL, that's the 78 of Bob Cahall. Starting in the fifth position, or starting in the ninth position, fifth in STL, that's the 123 of Brian Hune. Starting in the 10th position at an F production, that's the 36 of George Benning. Starting in the 11th position, that's the 31 of Joel Gambino. Starting in the 12th position is the 77 of Jason Livingood. Starting in the 13th position, the 0 of Mitchell Redding. Starting in the 14th position, your winner from earlier on, the 17 is Enric Benazik, and that is an H production.
Rick Benazik.
Rick Benazik. Starting in the 15th position in the 171, that's Troy McBain. Starting in the 16th position in the 120, that's Michael Thompson. Starting in the 17th position, the 50 of Chuck Allard III. Starting in the 18th position, the 186 of Jennifer Romes. Starting in the 19th position, and your winner in ITB this morning, that is Matt Small, and he's in the 28. Starting in the 20th position is the number 1 of Dan Freeman. Starting in the 21st position in SPU, that's the 70 of Robert Welling. Starting in the 22nd position in our first B-Spec, that is the 41 of Joseph Plunkett. Starting in the 23rd position, starting second in B-Spec, that's the 35 of Tanzo Kozolak. Starting in the 24th position, the 95 of James Kohler. Starting in the 25th position, another B-Spec, that's the 2 of Mark Wheaton. Starting in the 26th position, the number 4 of Carl Hinman. Starting in the 27th position, the 96 of Dave Dart. Starting in the 28th position, in that number 90, that's Carolyn Bayer Brewing. Starting in the 29th position in that 37, that's Serena Stevenson. Starting in the 30th position, that's the 142 of Frank Carmone. And starting shotgun on the field, the number 31, that is the 59 of Peter Doan.
All right, as our racers coming out of the final quarter, and they see the green flag, Brian, and they are underway here once again at New Jersey Motorsports Park as our leaders come down into turn number 1. We'll try and pick up for you the racers that did not take the green flag here, and it's a large pack. Looks like both Ted Cahall and Robert Cahall, Joel Gambino, Troy McBain, Chuck Allard, Matt Small, Dan Freeman, Roger Welling, Joe Plunkett, Carl Hinman, Dave Dart, who I think had some issues in his Mini Cooper earlier today, Frank Carmone, and also Peter Doan. So almost the entire Mars ITA field does not take the flag. Also, Ted Cahall, who was scheduled to be our pole sitter today, did not take the green flag either.
Yeah, he is actually your new track record holder in STL based off that time from this morning race. Yeah, so again, a lot of these guys, and again, this is not counting towards the
Mars
points. So they sit this one out. They'll come back. They'll save it for tomorrow morning. But Mark Cephalo getting that early jump on Chris Childs and Deacon Greenfield, that's going to be a good battle. We've seen those two battle kind of nose to tail really the last 2 times they've been here, once in July and earlier this morning. With those 2 drivers. So we'll see whether or not Chris Childs is going to be able to get the better of Deacon Greenfield, because I think Deacon's up 2-0 over Chris Childs.
Sure does, yeah. And as they come out of turn 12 right now for the time being, looks like Chris Childs is going to be your STL leader, but they're both going to follow Mark Cephalo across the line. Mark, your leader in Touring 4, and this morning had a pretty substantial win over Jeremy Butts, who is also running in Touring 4. Cephalo finished, I believe, 4th overall,
right? If
I remember correctly. But he had like almost 20 seconds on Jeremy Butts for the Touring 4 win.
Right. We'll go back and take a look here after the first lap. You know, we had that Joseph Plunkett, and now, you know, Greg, in the 95, you know, we talked about him earlier on. We had James Kohler. It is actually not James Kohler in that 95. It is James Kerr in that 95. So a different driver, again, for this second race of the afternoon here. So, again, maybe Tanzo Kozolak could pick up his first B-Spec win.
That would be
one way to handle your rookie season right out of driver school.
That's right.
To go ahead and pick up that first early on win.
Yeah, so there you go. So Kozolak with that 147.715 is his fast lap and the opening lap, but he's got Mark Wheaton behind him, and
Greg,
he's got James Nurr behind him.
We've got one car that's coming out of the octopus there, getting ready to come up underneath the bridge, and that car has completely ignited, and I do believe that is the 32 of Deacon Greenfield. That car has basically ignited coming down through there. lots and lots of smoke, and I do believe we are going to have a line of oil. I can see it right here coming through the coming down onto pit road.
Yeah, so let's see if we get. He's a little bit too far down the pit lane. We'll see what our race control decides to do there. More importantly, I think whether or not some of the last corners, 12 and 13, whether they're going to show a debris flag for what is likely oil. But when you say ignited, no fire, just
no,
lots of smoke.
The motorsports lingo of that thing ignited in terms of that car has blown up. You can clearly see the oil line underneath coming onto the pit road from here, right up to where the car is.
That is unfortunate for Greenfield here. Chris Childs, by the way, resetting fast lap of the race at a 1:29.511. But he's starting to close things up just a little bit on the Touring 4 machine of Cephalo. The horsepower-wise, those two cars should be fairly close. The STL car, though, with a much more capable suspension, I believe, than the Touring 4 machine. The difference here, as Childs is closing down, they're coming down into turn 1 now. So let's keep it on this camera, especially since it's one of the only ones that works. Is that, and here they come. This is Cephalo with Chris Childs very closely behind. Is that Cephalo has a lot more track time here, a lot more seat time than Chris Childs, certainly.
I don't like to think of it as driver versus driver. This is race shop versus race shop, right? This is Planet Miata versus Angry Sheep Motorsports, right? So you've got, again, and we're listening to it now, quite a bit of heavy line of oil there coming out of the driver's right.
And we got another car coming down the pit lane now as well, Brian. And let's see.
That may be the Benning machine. That may be George.
Yeah, let's see. I don't think we're going to see it
there
in
the
that
open
12 camera.
That's the open cockpit car, so I'm almost positive that it's George Benning in that 36 machine.
Yeah, indeed it is.
Coming down. Yep.
Yeah. So it looks like he's going to head back to the paddock. Yeah, the F Production 35. Although that's interesting because that car is pretty obviously marked as 35, but we know it's not a 35. It's 36.
Yeah, exactly.
That must be giving our timing and scoring folks fits. All right, coming on to the front straight now, and they're going to be coming up on Serena
Stevenson's
GTL Mini. Both Cephalo and Chris Childs, they make pretty quick work of that machine going down into turn number 1, but still separated by about 3 cars as they were trying to make their way around. It looks like Cephalo used it to his advantage as Childs had to check up a little bit more to come underneath the Mini Cooper.
I think Chris is, content right now to sit behind him. He's got a pretty big gap against Brian Hune in second in STL right now. But especially early on in this race.
So I was talking to Brian Hune earlier. Remember, Brian, that the Miata that Hune is racing is the same car that he runs in Spec Miata. And so not a huge surprise that there's a big difference in capabilities between Chris Childs' MX-5 or Miata and the one that Hune is driving. Hune was in that early wreck this morning.
Brian, I think there's 2 different cars now. I think they have 2 different cars because one's a 122 and the other's a 123. I think they're using Valerie's car as the second.
Okay, so
his second car.
Brian made a funny comment this morning after the Spec Miata race, along the lines of, because when he had the car spin in front of him,
right,
he ended up tapping the car,
correct,
and then the car looped around and got him in the rear. And he said, no duct tape, but all the zip ties held. And he seemed pretty impressed by that.
Right. And I think Tom Gunn was the one who got the worst of that.
Well, Tom Gunn was the one who
he hit and spun back around. And hit.
Exactly.
We'll see whether or not Tom's able to make it out for tomorrow if he's still here. So we'll have to.
Let's see. Let's take a look here for a second, Brian. I just wanted to check in on that B-Spec battle as we've got the 2 Mini Coopers, and Tanzel Kazaluk still has the advantage over the rest of the B-Spec field. We just saw them come down through turn 4, And Mark Wheaton, though, has made up a lot of room, or a lot of ground in that number 2 car. Very, very close. But Kozluk, he's got to keep his head about him. He's got about another 11 minutes to go to hold off this other car.
Right.
He sent me a text message earlier today saying that he was so happy to hear both of us on the PA system here. I'm sure he'll be happier if he goes home with his first race win today.
I think so. I think you're going to see a jubilant celebration when he is done with this race. So.
Yeah, and I think we've talked about Tansel before. We talked about him over Labor Day. He owns. He's a mechanic and a race shop owner. Owns McQueen Motorsports.
See them there. That's not working. Let's pick him up going down in turn 1 because they're just now crossing the start-finish line.
Yeah.
And he's got about a 2-car length. Well, it looks longer, but it looks like it's probably got about a mini, a 14-car mini gap, but it's really only a 2-car gap.
As long as I've got the Legends car driver standing right beside me here, as I used to call them, clown car lengths.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep. They are not. We've got that battle there. That's going to be an interesting battle. They're just now coming down the hill out of turn 4 and coming down into turn 5. They're already past turn 4
already.
Tansel leading by about, like I said, a car length and a half, and that's mini car length. So that goes to show you how tight it is. But I tell you what, the 2 machine there, he is definitely getting a run out of turn 5 from drive off.
Yeah, he gets a very
Mark
good
Wheaton's really getting it, so that's where he does it. But then Tansel able to pull away coming out of turn 6, heading down into turn 7. There you can see that it's that frozen picture.
Frozen in time going into turn 7.
Exactly the gap that you can see between both of them. And again, still staying that gap coming through here as it looks like everything is freezing up here.
Yeah, and again, we apologize about the problems that we've had with the cameras here today. We'll try and make some adjustments and hopefully won't have the same issues tomorrow. Or I can just bring up that shot of the sunspot again, Brian.
Our overall leaders now go by the start-finish line. Let's go ahead and keep it down in 1 if we can. There's the sunspots there. But we have the overall leaders down in 1. Here comes the B-Spec.
Yeah, let's look at this B-Spec gap as they come across the line. There they go with about 3.5 car lengths as Kozluk was able to open up just a little bit more as they came down, and we'll see them now coming into turn 1.
Well, again, with just under 9 minutes, let's not count out James Nera in that 95 machine. We saw earlier on with that 95 with James Kohler, now getting that other driver there. He may be able to close that gap.
Attention in the paddock. SSM racers, please start heading to the grid. Your race, the final race of the day, is next. SSM racers, please head to the grid. And I want to thank M. Goodbar, and I know who. Thank you, Miss Goodbar. She's says that it's okay, whichever camera you guys share. You two are always informative and entertaining. Thank you very much. Believe me, we have been anything but. Now coming down the pit lane, Carolyn Bayer-Broering in her H Production Volkswagen Rabbit. And looks like her day is now done. And she was running in second position in H Production, Brian.
And she's running with a somewhat broken ankle on her left ankle. So good to see that she's out here even participating. I think it was a last-minute decision. She said, I can get up and walk.
Yesterday.
Yeah, I can get up and walk. So if I can get up and walk, I can get up and drive.
And so she and the hubby, Tom Broering, came up from the D.C. area last night and decided that they were going to race. Carolyn, while Tom was racing at the runoffs, Carolyn fell and broke her ankle. And she was working grid with crutches and still managed to do a good job. So we saw Carolyn at lunch today, and she said the other reason why she decided to do this is she and her husband only own stick manual transmission vehicles, and she had to drive the manual to work every day this past week. So she figured if she could do that,
she could do it.
She could race
a car.
And I asked her what kind of drugs she was on that she thought that was a good idea, and she literally ran down everything that the doctors prescribed for the broken ankle.
hopefully it's just because the leg is sore and it's not because the car is broken now.
Right.
We don't need the car to be broken. But I tell you what, let's hit turn 4. We got it on that camera. That's that B-Spec. You're going to have Jeremy Butts going in between them now. And what that did is that allowed Mark Jeremy Butts getting by. Mark Wheaton really had to get out of the gas going through turn 5.
Yeah, and what was about a car length and a half separation going into turn 4, now about 5 car lengths as they came out of turn 5, and we'll maybe see them coming in the 7 here in just a moment as we are working now lap number 9 and or probably lap 10. And Brian, Chris Childs had gotten around Cephalo for a little bit. Cephalo back to the lead again as he gets around Chris Childs.
Well, they both came out of turn 12, and you had Michael Thompson right there in the 120 machine, right there in front of him. And Chris stayed behind the 120, thinking that he would be able to get a much bigger toe, pull from the 120, and it didn't happen. And Cephalo went driver's right.
Just drove right by.
Chris just held his line there all the way through, and so that was it was a good move by Chris.
All right, there's the gap now in B-Spec. Again, as we mentioned, when Jeremy Butts came through in his STL, or probably his Touring 4 MX-5, he allowed Kozlov to open up about 5 car lengths, and that's pretty close to what it is now as they come through turn 1. But
and
look
now
at this,
you've
Brian.
got James Nur in that 95 machine. He's right there too. So.
Yeah, so the Nur in the Mazda 2 starting to close things down,
and he went 3 seconds faster than the 2 minis. So he's gaining on them. So we're going to have a good 3-car battle in B-Spec here at the end of the race. Here comes the overall leaders now coming out of 12 and heading down. There is the Nur machine, and I tell you what, Chris Childs falling back just a little bit, but I think Chris is just biding his time right now. I think he knows he can get back up to Mark. And I think he knows he can get up through there.
Yeah, and again, that battle for the overall lead, not for class.
Right, just for the overall.
Right, just for the overall, as they're both in different classes.
Yep. One's a T4, one's an STL. And again, times nowhere near, I say that, right now. So you now have a new track record holder in STL, and that actually is Chris Childs with that 129.511. So he is now, that's 0.2 faster. Here comes Serena Stevenson down on pit lane. So again, not having a very good day in that Austin Mini.
Yeah, that Austin Mini, traditional Mini GT light car.
So again, new STL track record holder right now as it stands in Chris Childs.
And Brian, here we go again for the battle for the lead in B-Spec as they came down the front straight. I'm going to keep it on this shot for just a moment. There's your 3rd place B-Spec racer, Nur, and as they cross the line, that time by, Nur did not reset his personal best. Mark Wheaton did, though, as he closed things down by about 0.4 on Kozlov there. And so things are really getting tight. But again, Nur was the fastest of the 3, Brian, and he continues to close things down. I'm going to keep things on the turn 1 camera also, though, as we take a look. We were just talking about Chris Childs and Mark Cephalo. There they are coming into turn 1. And Childs, once again, tightening things up on our leader. We've got now, Brian, a heck of a battle in B-Spec. We just talked about Kozlov losing ground to the car behind him, and what happened?
Yeah, I think we had the 95 there of Nur. He ended up spinning, coming down into turn 4, getting down into turn 5. So that's going to, move him way back from that B-Spec battle. But, yeah, he came up through turn 4, got driver's left. We talked about this earlier on. Yeah. The track throws you to the left, then you got to bring the car back. If you get out on the rumble strips and you try to bring the car back, it's going to loop the back around. So that was the...
Yeah, and while we were watching that, Brian, we had Wheaton close right up to the back of Kozlov. I mean, he was literally right on the bumper coming out of 5, but Kozlov seems to get a much better run through turn 6, heading down into turn 7. And as they now come out from underneath the bridge and onto the front straight, Kozlov now once again opens up about 7 car lengths.
Yeah. Yeah, so it looks like the 95 machine may have had some help there going through into that spin. Cross. So the 9.5, which is the one we were just talking about, I didn't catch the number of the first car. So there.
Yeah. 77 car was the one, and that was Jason Livingood in the STL Mazda Miata, apparently, that had contact with the 95. And now, Brian, we've got next time Cephalo and Childs come by, they're going to get the white flag, one to go. So let me make another call to the grid for the next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group 5, SSM. Please head to the grid now. You are going to be the final race of the day. SSM racers, race group 5, please head to the grid.
Yeah, so Greg, as you were talking about, potentially had some side-to-side contact there with Livingood and with the 95 there of James Nur, which caused him to go around, which will take him out of that B-Spec battle. Again, that's the only battle on the racetrack right now in class. Everybody else is pretty much spread out for that. They're just now coming out of the Octopus, coming up underneath the bridge right now, getting ready to head down the start-finish line. And Tansel's opened up by about 4 car lengths now, going down into the past the start-finish line right here. There they go.
And Brian should mention the Mark Cephalo now opening up a bigger advantage on Chris Childs. And, of course, I am thoroughly confused because the 0-0 Planet Miata car, about 20 car lengths ahead of him, is the 0 Planet Miata car. And and I thought Cephalo had opened up about 40 car lengths on Chris Childs, and then the second car comes by.
Yeah. He's opened up by, they're just now going down into turn 5, and so, but he's opened up by about 20 car lengths over Chris Childs in that 71 machine. But then, as you said, the 0 is the one which actually is also a double 0. They just whited out the 1-0. That is actually Mark's other car that I believe that they are doing. There goes the B-Spec going out of turn 5 now, headed up turn 6, and it is almost nose to tail.
Yeah, you know, we talk about the run that Castle gets out of turn 6 going down to turn 7, but Wheaton gets a much better run through turn 5 and is able to close things up right to the back of the red Mini. But now as they run down into turn 7, let's see if we can pick it up here.
We'll pick them up, but I really want to see that because you have the 0. That's going to be the first one with the lights on.
Yeah,
that's the double 0. So that's Mark Cephalo right there getting the checkered flag. And then he's opened it up. So Mark Cephalo had the lights on first. So
right.
Here comes the B-Spec. So they're coming down now.
And so Chris Childs, real quick, Chris Childs takes the win in STL.
Right. So here comes the B-Spec battle that we were talking about. So Kozolek's going to get probably about I'd say about a car length now. He got a good run coming out of turn 12. And it looks like he's going to pick up, gives the wave.
There you go.
So that is going to be his first win in B-Spec in that car. Again, he only has basically two race weekends, unless he's done any other type of.
Well, he's done some HPDs and some seat time to get ready. But yeah, this was his second race weekend. So congratulations to Tansel Kozolek, who takes the win in B-Spec today. Let's take a look at some more of our racers come across the line. As we talked about in, of course, in Touring 4, where Mark Cephalo takes the win. Finishing second, Jeremy Butts, as Butts finishes up almost a full minute in arrears, Brian. That's pretty surprising to see there. Roger Welling, Welling did not go out in his SPU Nissan today. None of our ITA field posted for today's race. In STL, Chris Childs, who finished second overall, has Brian Hune finishing second. Livingood will finish in third, and then Mitch Redding in the 0 car, the other Planet Miata car, finishes in fourth. Spike Benning, your sole racer in F production, and as we mentioned, he pulled his car in after just 3 laps. In B-Spec, it's Kozolek, Wheaton, and Nur, your top 3. Steve Moeller, our sole ITS racer, who had issues during the morning race today, Brian. He does go the distance in SPB. Spec Boxster, Michael Thompson, your sole racer. In GT Light, Graham Fuller goes and takes the win. Serena Stevenson, again, retires 6 laps early. And in H Production, only 2 racers took the green today, Rick Benazik and Carolyn Bear-Boring. And as we mentioned, Carolyn Bear-Boring retires after 6 laps. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for our Improved Touring Production STL&T 4 race. Let's do this. Let's make a final call to the grid for our final race of the afternoon. Attention in the paddock, SSM drivers, please head to the grid. Your race starting in just a few minutes. SSM racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments here from New Jersey Motorsports Park. You're watching the Jersey Road Racing Classic.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a 6-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the many picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Located in Mays Landing, New Jersey, Speed Circuit focuses on road racers, autocrossers, as well as time attack and track day drivers. They manufacture quality products such as exhaust parts, electronics, intakes, heat shields, pulleys, and more. In addition, Speed Circuit offers fabrication services including welding, CNC plasma cutting, CAD design, 3D printing, and powder coating. They also offer parts installation services, remote tuning, track support, and instruction. Your source for tuning and ECU calibration, performance, and fabrication, speedcircuit.net.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at SCCA.com.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered, with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
And welcome back, everybody, to New Jersey Motorsports Park, the 2024 Jersey Road Racing Classic, presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsburg. He's Brian Donati. And Brian, we've got one more race today. Pace car is queuing up, getting ready to bring our SSM drivers out on track quickly. I just want to show the schedule of what we've got coming up here. Again, this is going to be the last race this afternoon. Tomorrow morning, we're going to be starting bright and early, bright and bushy-tailed for Brian and I at 8 a.m., where we're going to have Group 6 and 7, our big bore racers and our bracket racers finishing up their Saturday schedule, and then we'll work into Sunday's schedule of feature races and additional bracket races. All right, so let's jump back to the action here. As we said, SSM heading out on track, and from the looks of it, Brian, I think a couple of our SSM drivers, knowing that this was not a Mars points race, may have decided to keep their cars in the trailer or in the paddock for this race. But let's run down what the starting order should be.
Yeah, we'll start it up. Starting on the pole into the 97, and your winner from earlier this morning is Chip Herr. Starting in second, in the number 8, that's Jordan Fuhrman. Starting in the third position, that's the 63 of John Hotz. Starting in the fourth position, the 98 of Arif Kazem. Starting in the fifth position, the 46 of Isaac Jordan. Starting in the sixth position, the number 25 of David Feuerstein. Starting in the seventh position, the 08 of Miranda Price. Starting in the eighth position, that's the 53 of Rob Miles. Starting in the ninth position, the 113 of John Moyer. Starting in the 10th position, the 65 of Russell Maloney. Starting in the 11th position, the number 72 of Mark Rougeau. Starting in the 12th position in that 199, that's Ben Sarley. Starting in 13th position, that's the 88 of Jay Bendrum. And starting in the 14th position, that's the 6 of James Roberts.
All right, there you go. Your starting order for today's final race of the day, as the field now making their way down towards turn 7 behind the safety car. Lights are out on the safety car, Brian, so lest things go monumentally wrong. And what else could go wrong today? We should have a start.
Nothing. There's nothing left to go wrong.
Exactly.
Everything else has gone wrong. Oh, we have no cameras. We have no nothing. We're going back old school. We're going back audio.
Audio only, exactly.
We're doing.
So it's funny because I was talking to our good friend Brian Belansky, who's calling the Cal Club races out at Willow Springs today and this weekend. He said, I'm going audio only. And the reason is because if there was the West Coast version of Carolina Motorsports Park, if there was a cellular black hole,
yeah, it's there.
It's at Willow Springs. There is no coverage on any cell carrier at all. But he's got like a Canon string that reaches all the way back to Los Angeles, and that's what he uses.
I'm beginning
to
to
do
think we have
broadcast.
that thing here with cell service. For some reason, it is just not working today.
Yeah, indeed. All right, so let's take a look. We'll jump over to that view for.
We know that camera works because that's just piped in right from the tower.
If this one stops working, there we go, Brian. Green flag in the air, and we are racing once again here at New Jersey Motorsports Park. And look at the start that Chip Herr got on the rest of the field. He was already about 2.5 car lengths up on everybody else when they crossed the start-finish line. What a jump for him.
Did he change that motor out from a big bore car out to this one? Because he jumped out like nobody else was ready to go.
I don't know. I saw online Kimmy Ratcliffe, friend of the show and friend of almost everybody in the D.C. region. You know, she says, Chip, why don't you give him a chance? Why don't you just not use third gear? And I'm thinking, well, make it a little easier on everybody else and just not use fifth here as they come into turn 4. And he's got that gap has been closed down a little bit. He's got about 3 car lengths, maybe 2.5 car lengths. But neat to see that the livery on that Miata, it finally dawned on me that it actually matches the Tyndall Mazda livery that he used to run in Pirelli World Challenge back in the day.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
or actually back then, Speed World Challenge.
Like he's so old, so back in the day, I mean, I think he was like 10 when he was running.
Yeah, well, that was like 2002, 2003, along those lines. So, yeah, he was about 12.
I should have made a bet with him. I said, look, if you win now, you have to come clean my motorhome before you leave tomorrow. That's kind of been the running joke for years. So then he would easily allow Jordan Fuhrman or anybody else to win.
Yeah, indeed. He'll have plenty of time to do it because I think for the second year in a row, technically, he doesn't have to go run majors or super tours to qualify for the runoffs next year. That he's got the champion's exemption.
Yep.
As our leaders cross the line and complete lap number 1 here at New Jersey Motorsports Park. And let's take a look coming into a very dark turn number 1.
Yeah.
It's kind of looking very much like, Brian, when I put that camera out at about 6:45 this morning.
I have a feeling we're doing the 24 hours of Jersey here.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
what I feel like.
Yeah, we'll talk to Brendan about how we produce an endurance race. All right.
We've done it. We've done it before.
That is true. Oh, yeah, actually we have.
We've done several of them. But I tell you what, let's go back here. Isaac Jordan, just watched him the last time by when he came out of the last turn there and really come down turn 12. He was able to move all the way in front of John Hotz, who's really just falling back right now. Back into with David Feuerstein. So Isaac Jordan got around John Hotz in turn 1. He's starting to make the move there with the air of chasm. They're starting to move up on Jordan Fuhrman as Chip Hurst starts to pull away by about 6-7 car lengths right now. So again, if those three can stick nose to tail for the rest of this race, they may be able to run down Chip, but they've got to get out of turn 12 better than Chip does if they want to run him down. If not, if Chip has the car that's going to get through turn 12 and get down this front stretch and get really through turn 1, it's going to be really tough to beat as he's starting to open up about 8 to 10 car lengths now over Jordan Fuhrman. And then you've got to go back another 8 to 10 car lengths back to a reef chasm. And then you've got Isaac Jordan, John Hotz, David Feuerstein. Then we go back a little bit further. There's Mark Rougeau. He's making the pass on the 08 of Miranda Price. And then you've got John Moore in the 113, Jay Bindrum in the 88 going through there. The two drivers, it looks like they did not take the green flag, and that is Russell Maloney and Ben Sarley. We saw Ben Sarley having that problem earlier on today. And again, not that it's a Mars points race, Brad. We thought better of it. Hey, let's just save it. We'll come back out and run tomorrow. Same thing with Russ.
Exactly.
I don't see the bar and grill open yet down here from the window. So
you'd think. Well, his Russ Maloney's audience is all out on track right now, or not his audience, his customers at the bar and grill are all out on track.
Right,
so
correct.
Probably not a.
They don't
not
open
a good time.
until after the race.
Yeah, let's wait about 15 minutes, my friend.
The Maloney's Bar and Grill will not be open until after race group 5.
All right, and there's the field as they head down into turn 7, and and we saw where Chip Herr had really started to open a gap back to Fuhrman, and Fuhrman was able to hold on pretty close for the majority of the early race, but almost immediately we're seeing where Fuhrman had almost 15, maybe 20 car lengths on Chasm, on Jordan, and at the time on Hotz. That's almost completely disappeared now.
Well,
right?
no, it's completely opened up, Greg. So right now, Chip Herr's coming out of turn 12, and he's opened up by about 15, 20 car lengths over Jordan Fuhrman.
But now Fuhrman doesn't have that huge gap now, does he?
Yeah, he's got about a 10 to 15 car length back to 98 of Chasm. Then you've got Isaac Jordan. And again, Fuhrman, we saw him earlier in this race, earlier this morning. He actually led. I shouldn't say this morning. It was this afternoon. He actually led this group earlier on in the first race, where he got a big push from John Hotz to move around Chip Herr going into turn 1. Held on to it for several laps before Chip was able to get back around him with a push from John Hotz. So John Hotz has been the pusher in this group.
Well, there you go. Here, tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to remove the ticker for a moment so you can get a nice shot of Chip Herr's car. There you go. Up, and it's gone. All right.
It's like the space shuttle.
Yeah.
Here, and then it's gone.
Then it's gone. Oh, what a
Again,
day.
those first two, and now I look at it as Chip Hurst really, really opened up. It's almost 30 car lengths, 35 car lengths over Jordan Fuhrman. But I tell you what, Jordan is opening up still that gap for those next four. He's run away. He's about 15 to 20 car lengths now, as opposed to 10. Now, again, let's see what happens when they get through the Octopus. That could be where that is his Achilles heel, really trying to get through there, and may not be as fast as he needs to be, and was able to get drive off there. But looking at it now, he's opened up by about consistently holding on to that 15 car length lead over Arif Kazim and Isaac Jordan, along with John Hotz, and throw David Feuerstein in there. David Feuerstein working with John Hotz there, and now as Kazim and Isaac Jordan start to break away, Isaac Jordan's going to move over to driver's right just past the start-finish line, maybe try to make that pass going into turn one. We saw him do it earlier on with John Hotz, and it does look like he's going to get in front of Arif Kazim as they go through turn one, Greg. Keep an eye on that. Make sure, see if he still continues to have that pace as Isaac Jordan getting a little bit faster as this race goes on. Miranda Price doing her best. She just set her personal best here in this race with a 139.566. So again, getting faster in that car. And again, that's the rear from the 51 machine. So you've got Isaac Jordan. He's definitely got around Chasm. He's starting to pull away a little bit, but Chipper is done long set sail right now over Jordan Fuhrman in that number 8 machine. Another battle a little bit further back I was watching as they came back through the start-finish line. And again, they're well back in this. And that's James Roberts in the 6 machine with Rob Miles in that 53. They were kind of nose to tail the last time they came by. And now as they go through turn 4, Miles has gotten past James Roberts. So he's kind of moved that. But when they came out of turn 12, they were kind of nose to tail coming through there. And I think James just let him go, knowing he has a little bit faster pace than James does in that number 6 machine. Here comes Chip Hurd down the start-finish line. Here comes Jordan Fuhrman. Let's see what that gap is. That's 3.3 seconds. Now you've got Chasm and you've got Isaac Jordan. Those two guys battling side by side again for the second lap in a row, Greg. That's not going to do well. That's going to allow Fuhrman to get really far out there. Again, with 11 and a half minutes to go, I would have think those two would kind of stick nose to tail, because that's going to bring Feuerstein, who's gotten around John Hotz now. So John Hotz fallen all the way back to 6th place. Kind of unfamiliar territory with John Hotz here in that SSM machine here this weekend. Yeah, a little bit of a surprise here. Again, he might be looking to save the equipment, but the other question. There are so many variables here. Obviously, I know most of the SSM racers now have seemingly moved over to the Toyo Proxys RR. This may be a situation where, with that molded tire, this is the first time they've run in these types of temperatures. Sure, maybe he's reached that cliff as far as how many heat cycles on the tire. A number of different things that might be affecting that car. He might be saving good tires for tomorrow's SSM feature race. Right. We had one car that went off in turn 5, went definitely 4 wheels off. That is actually going to be the orange car. That's Mark Rougeau in that number 72 machine. He went 4 off. That allowed John Moyer to get around him. So he's in that battle with Jay Bindrum as well. Here comes our leaders now. Here comes Chip Herr, again, crossing the start-finish line. Then you've got Jordan Fuhrman. They're going to go into the dark tunnel there of turn 1. It is getting pretty dark out here pretty quickly. It is. So, yeah, the sun. We're not close to sunset yet, but actually sunset is I think around 6:15 or thereabouts over here now. And when you look at turn minutes. 1, though, the sun is down below those trees. Yeah. Yes. Mm-hmm. All right, so we're now halfway, Brian, in what is the final race of the day here in about 7.5 hours of broadcasting. And again, these guys, they do have where, if it got to the point, as we saw it earlier on with Chris Childs and Mark Seffler, they had their lights on. They actually could turn their lights on here, although some of them don't really have them anymore. They're not in there. They're taken out, and so It would be a little bit difficult.
Exactly. Well, it would certainly be a little bit more difficult in an SSM where they're all NA Miatas,
Right.
all with the pop-up headlights.
Correct. It would just slow the pace
Yeah,
way
that's
down.
something you don't want to do.
Right, exactly. I think everybody's hoping Chip Herr would turn his lights on,
Yeah,
so
exactly.
it'd slow him down in that pace.
Or lose third gear, or
Right.
lose fifth gear, lose every gear.
Well, I tell you what, the battle that we've been talking about between really third on back, that's really the battle on the racetrack. Everybody else now is kind of broken apart, really far apart. The battle is going to be for the last podium spot between Arif Kazim, Isaac Jordan. Throw David Feuerstein in there, even though he's dropped back a little bit, and John Hott's now starting to make that comeback, trying to get that last podium spot. But I tell you what, Greg, that is the only battle on the racetrack. Everybody else is spread out quite a bit. You've got to come back just a little bit further to Miranda Price, John Moyer, Mark Rougeau, and Jay Bendrum. They're within tenths of each other, but the last podium spot, that is the battle on the racetrack right now. That's going to come down pretty much to the last 2 laps of the race. Once these drivers start to figure out it's go time, I need to get moving in front. As Isaac Jordan goes really wide going out of turn 5,
yes.
and that allowed John Hotz to get right on that back bumper of Isaac Jordan in that 46 machine. So we'll see whether or not he's going to be able. What that's done is that allowed Arif Kazim to
separate
move
out a
in
little
front.
bit. Yeah.
So now he's got about a 4.5 car length lead as they come out of turn 7 and head down into the beginning of the octopus there. We're going to see whether or not he's going to be able to pull away by himself.
Yeah, and it looked, Brian, like John Hotz after Jordan had gathered himself back up coming out of turn 5. Hotz, again, not showing a lot of pace through turn 6, and he ended up losing maybe another half car length on the run down to turn 7.
Yeah,
and
he's kind of right on the back bumper right now. But you're right, he had no drive off there. Because I think Isaac Jordan came off, went really wide in Y5,
Right.
and then came back in front of the nose of 63 of John Hotz.
Yeah,
So,
and meanwhile, the 25 of Feuerstein, I think with Jordan kind of backing up that portion of the field, Feuerstein's kind of moving a little bit closer.
Right.
That last time by, Feuerstein was about a tenth faster than either Jordan or Hotz.
Right.
And now moves within about 65 hundredths of a second or thereabouts.
Right. Yep. Yeah, as these, as the day starts to wind down here from these, again, the cooler temperatures now, we've probably dropped a little bit. I'm showing like in the 60s right now, 68. So again, it's dropped down 5-6 degrees already, which means, the whole front stretch here is in the shade along with turn 1. It's really turn 2, 3, and 4, 5. The octopus is completely in the shade. That will cool the track down. That will cause the car to change as the run is happening. So it will definitely be a fight, and that could be what's happening to some of our top runners from this morning in this race, or mid-afternoon when this group went out, because they came out after lunch. So right around that 1:30, 1:45 time frame. Now we're on the racetrack here at 5:40. It's going to be going to have the cars change just a little bit when you start to hit the shade with those cooler tires. Here they come off of turn 12. Chasm leading by about a car length and a half now over Isaac Jordan. Then you got to go about another 2 lengths back to John Hotz, and then 3 car lengths back to David Feuerstein. The next group behind them is just now coming out of turn 12, headed down the front stretch. That's Miranda Price in the 08 machine, along with Mark Rougeau now. That is going to move Rougeau up into 8th position, move Jay Bindrum back down to 9th, John Moyer in 10th, and then you have Rob Miles and James Roberts. That is for 11th and 12th. Again, Russ Maloney, Ben Sarley not taking the green flag.
All right, and we are back here at Summit Point Raceway, and Brian, it looks as though had some technical issues here, but I think we are back and in the land of the living here. Sorry about that. What else could go wrong today, Brian?
It just did.
It just did, and we just lost everything. But we are back as we now have just about a little bit under 3 minutes remaining in our very last race of the day. And so want to thank you all for sticking with us. If there's anybody still sticking with us, that is. As we've got our leaders now, looks like Chip Herr is that him coming underneath?
No, that's Chip Herr coming to the
across the start-finish line.
Here comes Jordan Fearman now. I tell you what, the battle is between that for that last podium spot. So Chasm, Isaac Jordan, John Hotz, they're still out there running. But I tell you what, it's go time now. And John Hotz starting to push Isaac Jordan to try to get past Chasm as they head down into turn 1. And that was an evasive move by John Hotz. He pushed Isaac Jordan down, missed the turn into the turn 1. So he had to get hard on the brakes, really opened up the corner, and he's going to lose some spots there or some positions in terms of where he was back with Isaac Jordan. He may fall back into the clutches of David Feuerstein in that 25 machine. We'll have to see as they come over the hill here and down into turn 5. There goes Chip Herr. There goes Jordan Fearman. He didn't lose all that much. He is there, but the problem is going to be is now he has got to get in front of Isaac Jordan if they want to catch Arif Chasm going out of turn 6. Greg, the next time they come by here, they're going to get the one to go. So we'll see that. We'll see what ends up happening here. But it's gotten to the point where these guys are winding it down, and if they want to start to make a move and get up on that podium,
they're going to have to do it now.
They're going to have to work together. And when I say they're going to have to work together, that's Isaac Jordan and John Hotz.
Yeah.
They have to work together if they want to give Chasm a run for his money there to get on that last podium spot. So looks like we got a little dust kicked up down there. We'll see who that is, but here they come. Now that gap is kind of broken up now between John Hotz and Isaac Jordan. So again, they're starting to fall off a little bit here. It's going to be tough. It's going the last lap right now, so they're going to have to get on there. Whether Feuerstein's going to have to help Hotz get to Jordan, or Jordan's going to have to just do it all on his own to Arif Chasm.
And Feuerstein's a long way back at this point. I don't think he's going to be able to necessarily get there as he's sitting back at, here, let's go to a camera where we might still be able to have enough light and see. But probably, he'd have to make up about 5 car lengths at this point in order to help push. And it looks like that camera now is having an issue. So we are down to like one camera.
The start-finish line.
Start-finish line. Tell you what we're going to do. As good a time as any. We're going to park it right on the start-finish line camera.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like those drivers are really going to be able to work together.
No.
Chasm is. Sorry, I'm laughing. We had a friendly face that stuck his head in the window there, and that was your 2-time reigning American sedan champion Daniel Richardson. Went up to the tower, but stuck his little nose on the window. Now he left a nose print on the window. So.
Yes, he did. Like a little puppy dog, like a little bald with a beard puppy dog.
So here they come. Here comes Chip Herr. He's going to be coming across. There's James Roberts. He's got one more lap. Here comes Chip Herr. Now
and Chip Herr, now he's got the headlights on,
Brian. So
as he's weaving right into the oil dry and crossing the line, taking the win in race number 2 for SSM, Chip Herr. Jordy Fearman will finish second. Arif Chasm in the number 98 car. He'll finish third. And at the line, Brian, look at this. The battle for fourth. Isaac Jordan holds off John Hotz 5 1,000ths of a second.
If you blink, you missed it.
Well, I almost did, but it was right there on camera, Brian. The one camera we've got working caught it. There you go. So John Hotz finishes in 5th. David Feuerstein will finish in 6th.
Let's check out this Miranda Price and this. I tell you what, this Mark Rougeau, this is going to be a battle. Rougeau looks like he's going to get it. Rougeau is going to finish in 7th. Miranda Price is going to finish in 8th.
14,000ths of a second.
She came off of turn 12 and kind of hung it a little bit to the right, which opened up drivers left out of the corner. And Mark Rougeau
he straight-lined it.
Straight-lined right out of the right out of the chute right there, right off the curbing, and then straight down the outside.
I mean, sometimes you know how to you have to know how to defend.
Yeah.
But in making her defense, she actually gave Rougeau a shorter distance to the finish line.
Yep, she did.
Yeah, indeed. So Bryce will finish in 8th behind Mark Rougeau. Jay Bindrum and John Moyer should be our final racers to take the checkered flag. Matter of fact, they have already completed.
I think James Roberts is the last car on the racetrack to finish the race right now. So James Roberts just now coming up underneath the bridge. He's going to be the last car to take the checker.
There you go. All right, so checkered flag is out. So Bindrum will finish 9th, John Moyer 10th, Rob Miles 11th, and there you go, final racer to cross the finish line, James Roberts. All right, so Brian, let's do this. Let's go bring up the schedule again for tomorrow, and this will be for everybody watching our stream as well as everybody here in the paddock. We're going to start off again tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. We're going to wrap up what was today's schedule with our Big Bore Racers Group 6, and then our second Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series race. That will those two will then feed into the start of our Mars feature races, where we'll have groups 1 through 4 tentatively scheduled to race before lunch.
Yep.
And then we're going to try and pick it up from there.
Yep.
All right, so want to thank you all for joining us here today. Again, we will be on tomorrow morning starting at 8 a.m. And so for Brian Donati, I'm Greg Ginsburg. We'll see you tomorrow from New Jersey Motorsports Park's Thunderbolt Circuit and the Jersey Road Racing Championship, the Jerk, presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA, part of the Mars Series and the United States Touring Car Championship. We'll see you tomorrow.